90s. That is so perfect.
I'm
That
going
is
for the
so us.
60s.
No, what song are you singing?
Wait,
We
we're
are
live. We're live.
Okay, okay, okay. Hi!
Hello, the armoire
Here.
is back. All right, Andy, can we get another suggestion?
we'll just say headaches after a hangover.
Headaches after a hangover. All right, take it away.
Dear Jen, help. I had a great night out last night. I woke up this morning and my head feels like
An anvil being pounded.
an anvil being pounded. My head is the anvil in this scenario. And I specifically feel like there's a piece of molten metal on top of my head that is being hit by a hammer. I know that you are good at
Natural remedies.
natural remedies, so can you please help me get rid of this blacksmith's disorder? You do, after all, worship Mother Nature, so if you can ask her for some natural remedies for curing alcohol-related headaches, I will be forever indebted. And I might even
Join your cult.
join your cult, possibly as a roadie or something. Your pal John, sent.
Dear John, here in the mystical forest of
Fairies and lights.
fairies and lights, of course I have a natural remedy for your blacksmith predicament. One of the things that I would recommend is going into the forest and taking off all of your clothes and
Eating tail of rat.
eating tail of rat, nose optional. The other thing that I believe would help, based on my past experience with blacksmith anvil issues, is eating the dust of the mushroom. Not the good mushroom, but the bad mushroom. What is the bad mushroom, you ask?
The polka dotted one.
The polka dotted one. The purple polka dotted one, to be specific. I do recommend you eat this, ingest this, or make a tea this, and then cease and desist your activities with blacksmiths and anvils and come join me in the forest where you can be naked and
Free.
free. Your soon to be Mother Nature, Jen, send, Zen, send.
Dear Jen, thank you for that letter. I really appreciated how it was written on
Leaves.
leaves, and for ink, you appear to be using
Blood.
blood. That last bit startled me a little bit because I hope that you didn't kill somebody and take their blood. It doesn't seem like your style, but then I didn't think it would be your style to
Start a cult.
start a cult, and yet here we are. I went into the woods. I was not completely naked. I wore a
Bikini boxer.
bikini boxer just in case anyone else was in the wood and I got arrested again. I found a rat and ate its tail. I also ate its nose, which you said was optional, but I just wanted to be on the safe side. I did not eat the dust from one of those purple polka dot mushrooms because
I do not want to die.
I do not want to die, except if it's in a cool way through
Fire and brimstone.
fire and brimstone. If I were dying through fire and brimstone, I would accept that. Well, on the good side, I no longer have a headache. Unfortunately, now I
Have polka dots.
have polka dots. Even though I didn't eat the polka dot mushroom, somehow the rat tail and nose gave me polka dots all over my
Body and face.
body, and not just body, but also face, which isn't a part of the body. Do you have any folk remedies for this? I feel a bit insulted that you did not mention this as a side effect. I went to work today, and when my boss saw my polka dotted face, she said,
Oh my God.
"Oh my God!" And that's not really what you want your boss to say. As such, I will not join your cult until and unless you find a way for me to get rid of these horrendous blemishes on my visage and torso. Also, where did you get the blood from? I really want to know. Send.
There is no Jensen. I am the devil and I have taken her body over. If you want to get the polka dots taken away, now you must pay with your soul. And
Your body.
your body, which is not a part of your face, but a part of your body. Right back immediately with your soul or suffer the mortal consequences. Sent.
Dear the devil, this is an alarming turn of events. I would prefer not to give you my soul. I think I would rather stick to keeping the polka dots. Who knows? Maybe I could
Start a trend.
start a trend. I can tell people my secret, being eating the tail of a rat and the nose of a rat, but not the dust from a purple polka dotted mushroom. And I could charge them money to learn my secret. That way, I don't have to deal with my boss anymore because
And rich.
I'm rich, or will be, once I've charged enough people to learn my secret. So, in closing, the devil, up your nose with a rubber hose. Your non-pal, John. Send.
And scene. Loved it. That was like something straight out of Monty Python. Great
It
job.
was.
Thank
It
you.
felt that way.
Thank you, Haunted Armoire. Thank you, Andy, for the suggestions and for filling in. Great show, everyone.
So before we disappear with you all, would ask you, Jen, do you have a website so people know when you're performing in person or online, whether it's with this team or others?
I have so many things I'm doing. The best way to connect with me is the Boss of Balance on Instagram. I'm part of a satire news report session, and I'm working on a book. And I'm a parenting expert working with people on finding balance. That's why I'm the Boss of Balance. Find me on Instagram. I play there. I'll see you soon.
All right, perfect. And John, do you have a website so people know when to find you in person or online when you're performing or doing what you do?
I'm not entirely sure what it is that I do, but I do have an Instagram. I've actually got two Instagram accounts. One is JV Green Darmok, which is JV, my initials, Green, the color, Darmok, the Star Trek episode. My other is John V Books and History, which I don't update nearly as often, but I should.
Awesome, great job. And how about yourself, Mel? Do you want to let people know your website again so people know when you're in
Yes, you can find me at mel.licious, as in malicious. So you can find me on YouTube. I have some sketches and some stand-up, and you can always find me performing with the Improv Professionals on Socially Distant Improv. Thank you so much, Haunted Armoire, and thank you, Andy, for being a friend to the Armoire and having our back with the suggestions and the fill-in.
You all have a great weekend. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, Mel, do you want to introduce the next individual that I'm going? Oh, yeah, I gotta unmark this thing, but yes.
Yes. Up next we have, like, hold on.
Oh, it's
Okay. Up next we have Elkie. Elkie Reed.
Elkie Reed. Perfect. Elkie. Bum. All right, perfect. All right, thank you. And perfect.
Hello.
How you doing? It's Elkie Reed.
Hello, I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing all right, doing all right. Very happy to speak with this lovely lady. She's outstanding improvised, and she's done many that I used to go in the city, New York City, which I love, but she does a lot of things online and around the world, which is great. What, just out of curiosity, Elkie, what originally got you into improv?
Well, I've always been into like entertainment. Like even when I was a kid, my mother put me into this program called Young Actor Space. This is when I lived in California. Um, and they used to do like improv exercises, and I started there. I was probably like 10, 11, and it was fun. Like I enjoyed it, and I never really went back to it. But then I went to a performing arts junior high and high school. They kind of dabbled in improv, but not really. It wasn't until I was like an adult, and like a friend of mine, a comedian friend, was like, "Hey, the pit, the People's Improv Theater, they got this jam and it's free. You want to come with me?" And I was like, "What? Free? Let's go." And I always wanted to, do stuff like that, because I know that you watch SNL, and you know that the people from SNL came from that world, the improv world. So it's something that was always interesting to me, but I never like, went to pursue it. And, I think I'm the kind of person, sometimes I'm active and sometimes it takes another person to bring it out of me. And it was, my friend Chris Delatorre, he was like, "Yo, let's go." And ever since then, I was going every week. I even got on a team before I started taking classes. I started co-hosting the jam that I was going to. Within like a year. And before I started even taking classes. So like, it was something that like I was like, I fully immersed myself in, and I became a junkie. Like I still, to this day, I consider myself an improv junkie. So yeah, it was something that was always in the back burner, but I never really brought it to the front until I went to that jam. And this was like 2011, I believe, January. So about 14 years ago.
That's definitely awesome. And yeah, that's why I originally met Elkie doing the improv jam that she does. And I like the style of how she puts it. So if you are at the pit, you definitely should look it up when she does her jams, because she does a great job. And you do classes now also there, don't you? And other spots, don't you?
Well, I haven't really been at the pit so much lately, since before the pandemic. Once I stopped hosting, I think I stopped hosting. I was hosting Improdome after study hall, and I stopped that like around 2018, 2019. So I really kind of stopped going to the pit, and I started focusing on improv festivals. So I started applying. I was like, I wanted to take my improv elsewhere. Because I feel like a lot of improvisers, they find this like nice comfortable spot, and they stay there, and they just continue to it's nice to explore other avenues of improv, but it's important not to get stuck, because improv is all about being spontaneous, right? And you don't know what's going to happen. But if you stay in one spot, you'll know, and that's not fun. That's kind of boring. So I started to expand myself, and I started teaching at improv festivals and performing at improv festivals. And I started teaching improv to kids at a music and art school. And I even was teaching with the Department of Education to after school kids, elementary school kids. So I was trying to find different avenues to, with improv to explore, and not just staying, just doing shows with my friends, at the theater, which is fun, but it's not something that will take you anywhere.
Right.
So,
Definitely
yeah.
understand that. Now I'm kind of curious because I do know Scotty Watson very well. I used to teach with
Yeah.
Scotty Watson a lot at the Amphitheater, and I see you've been doing some teaching at the Amphitheater. Do you do that online? Do you do it in person? Do you do both?
Well, I started with Anne, probably about 5-6 years ago, and I was doing I became part of the faculty, and I would be part of the pay as you go workshop. They would have a weekly Tuesday workshop, and the faculty would change for that, so I would do those. But as of recently, I started to I just finished the workshop this past Saturday, so I'm trying to do one-off workshops every couple months or so to try to really get my name out there, because my goal is to really be known internationally as a really good improviser.
Right. No, well, that's great. And I know
Right.
with you, like I say, I'm a big fan of yours. Again, with the city, but I saw you doing stuff online, which is also, I've actually done some stuff with you online in the past.
Yeah.
But I do know, and I know you've dabbled in both, but I think you're more like, I'm one that I love both short form and long form. Love them both to death. Like I'm a junkie in both styles. Do you mind doing either one? Do you have a preference? Usually people have a preference or one or the other, but I feel like, hey, take me where you want to take me and I'll go there. I love that. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm the same way. Like if it's improv, then let's go. I like playing games, improv games, but I also, I don't know, I guess maybe I lean a little towards long form because I like creating worlds, and you can't really, I mean, you can create worlds in short form, but it's short, it's brief, and then you're on to the next game. I like really creating something with long form. So I guess long form is my bag.
With the long form, okay, definitely
Yeah.
good. So when you started improv, did you start with the short form or the long form? Usually a lot of people start with short form, especially outside New York, but what did you start off with?
Oh, I started with long form because that's what the jams were focused on. You do sets, so you focus on long form. It wasn't until years later that I started dabbling in like short form. I was like, oh, this is fun. And I actually briefly I was in I'm sure you know who Mike Brown is. Improvaganza solo prov. Mike Brown. I now is known as Pineapple Improv. We were a duo. We were called Short Term Memory, and we were basically we did 2 prov short form, and we actually took it to 3 improv festivals. 2 of them out of state. So it's something that I enjoy as well. I love I'm trying to get into comedy sports. So if anybody's watching.
That sounds great. And I'm kind of wondering with yourself also, and you've been doing it at a very young age, which is great, but who were comedians and improvisers that influenced you that even made you go more towards it?
Okay, so the first jam that I mentioned that I started going to and eventually started co-hosting was it was called Study Hall. And it was started by Lucas Hazlitt. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but he started it, and eventually he asked me to be his co-host because I was there every week like without fail. Oh my gosh, I forgot what the question was.
Oh, the question was who in trust me, once you start talking, it's like, oh crap, what was
Right.
go into your other stories that it opens up. But no, it's asking who inspired you, even though you started at a young age, but
Right. That's right. That's right. Okay, so he had me going, and it was a jam study hall. It was geared towards students. So it was late night. So after the classes would end like around 10, a lot of the students would come, and there was one teacher, Steve Soroka. I don't know if you're familiar. He used to be a Pitt teacher. He would come with his class. He was teaching 101, and he was like one of the very few teachers that would actually come out and jam with his students and actually jump on stage to help them. And I would see that. Like, he would come to study hall, and I loved it. So then when I eventually started taking classes, like, I'm the kind of person, I need to see your improv before I take a class with you. I need to enjoy watching you do improv. Because if I don't enjoy your improv, I'm not going to respect any lessons that you give me, basically. So I would see him, and I'm like, you know what? And I found out he was doing 101. I was like, you know what? My first class, because I did the internship, so I got the classes for $50. So I was like, you know what? First class is going to be with him. I want him, because he was like, he was very encouraging, and I love his improv. I thought he was hilarious. He could speak the alphabet, and I would think, you know what I mean? Like, he's that funny and that good and that like endearing that you want to do what he does, because like he makes it look great and look fun. And so I would say Steve Soroka was like my very first like inspiration in improv. You know what I mean? And then Ashley Ward, I took my level 3 with her. I was like, man, she was doing it all. She was doing musical improv, regular improv, and she was like Miss Pitt at the time. So yeah, like my first would be Eve Soroka, and then Ashley Ward, and then eventually, I see more. But the first two were really those two, basically. That was a long, lengthy answer, but just to say Steve Soroka and Ashley Ward, yeah.
So what I'll say, like, again, I'm always tell people of the 3 comedians in my mind, because I love slapstick. So I always would say the 3 men of improv slapstick that I loved, and the 3 females, women that drove me that, again, and in the women world, I always thought legendary Lucille Ball. I think she opened up the door to me, at least noticing it. And then you had Carol Burnett, who I did get to see at the Beacon Theater perform, and she's just so brilliant, and she's still doing a great job. And Tracy Ullman, I always thought had that in the 3 women stages, but
go home. Go home. In case the youngsters out there, that was Tracy Ullman's closing. That's how she ended her show. Go home. But yeah, those 3, like, you asked me improv inspirations. Now, if you're talking about like entertainment inspirations, yes, Lucy, Carol Burnett, and Tracy Ullman are my 3 top as well. But you didn't say all around. You said improv. So.
Improv, but I said comedy also, but that inspired.
Right.
Again,
right, but Lucy, yeah,
definitely. I mean, and I do love Tina Fey. I'm a humongous fan of Tina Fey. Amy Poehler in the improv. Here's a question for you. I mentioned this to some improvisers. It surprises me they don't know it when I say it, but it's like a very well-known thing in the improv world. But Joan Rivers was considered to be a terrible improviser. She was an improviser for like 6 months or even maybe less at the Groundlings. She denied everybody, supposedly. They said she was horrendous. But again, she did it stand-up comedy is what got her. But it was just hysterical.
I believe it. I believe it.
Yeah,
I
oh, no, I
believe it.
definitely believe it. It was like known at the Groundlings had some legendary actors, actresses, but she supposedly denied everybody. You'd be like, "Oh, hi, mom, are you out of your mind?" Which is hysterical to me, just thinking of like
Right.
just to where it goes. But
Well, Joan is she's like in a class of her own. Like like stand up is her bag. You know, she's up there by herself, right? She's speaking to the audience. She's commanding the stage. So putting her in an improv situation, I could imagine she's like, wait a minute, spotlight need to be on me. Whatever. These people need to leave. No, that's what no, leave.
that's how big are you? I never saw you, and I mean, I've seen you definitely move around and do your stuff, but how big are you on slapstick? Because as you've seen, you may not even remember, but I'm one that when I would perform my improv, I usually would go to the ground because I love the slapstick. I fall 20 times in a 2-minute scene in short form, and what about I did at the solo improv festival they had at the pit. I ran around the room with 7 characters. I'm sweating up a storm, and my buddy's like, "Oh, right afterwards, I'm breathing hard." I'm like, listen, if I wasn't sweating, I didn't do my job. And people were saying what a great job. So I love slapstick, but and I know you have that in you where you've done certain things, but how big are you into the slapstick, improv, humor, with how you do it?
Well, see, with me, I'm more like grounded in like reality when I do my improv. So with the slapstick, it can get a bit hokey if not done correctly. You know, there's you know, certain types of slapstick that work well. If it's done right, like like I said, I'm down with it, but if it can, it's one of those things where it's like it's teetering.
Yeah,
it's like no, it's teetering. It's like it may be no, you know what I mean? So I can't really give you a definite answer, but I mean, from as far as my improv, I don't do slapstick. Because like even when I'm like being a ridiculous character, like if I'm like a dragon or something, you know what I mean? I'm still rooted in you know, I'm a dragon, but I'm not gonna, you know, do a pratfall. But like I'm not that I'm opposed to people doing that. It's just for me, it's just not my preference.
Makes sense. Question. So I would say, right, since we're opening up this door, I guess opening up every door, but if somebody was playing the life story of Elkie, who's playing your life story? What actress is playing your life story?
Oh my gosh. You know, this is it's funny because I see it on TV. I see people do it in real life saying, "Oh, this person would play me," but I've actually I never thought about it until you just asked me. Like I never thought about it for myself. But I always do that game where I'm like, "Oh, this person should play that person." But I honestly I don't know. You know what I mean? It's just And now, when you say play me as young or play me as my age?
They did your life story. Like they might play a young you, but they also might have an adult that plays Elkie in her prime. So who is that actress that would play Elkie in her prime, should we say?
Oh my gosh. Let's see. I don't know. I'm trying to think because I don't really I can't really see anybody that because I'm big on if it's a document or a biopic, like the person must look or at least resemble the person. And I'm trying to think. I don't think anybody looks like me. Although when I was younger, my cheeks used to be really big, and people used to call me Winnie Cooper. Do you remember who that is?
That they called
From
you?
the Winnie Cooper. You know who that is? From the Wonder Years.
Oh, I do. Yeah, I
Danica McKellar. when I was younger, I can show you pictures. People used to call me Winnie briefly, because of my cheeks, and I don't know. But I wouldn't, now that she's older, we look nothing alike. So I don't even know. Like, I don't think. That's actually a tough question. Actually a good one, but it's tough. Now I've got to go think about it. Now that's something that I need to think about. Who should play me in a biopic? Because I'm thinking of like who would be like who's like around my age that can.
But it could even be an older person that even passed away. Who do you think would have played the best Elkie life story? It could have been somebody very famous that passed away in the 30s. It could be anybody. It could be somebody
Right.
that's even in the younger generation. Well, they're younger than me, but if you feel like they could play.
I don't know.
I'm sorry, I didn't want it to be a tough question, but so I'm going to ask you another. I'll ask you another question. And I asked this to all my improv teams when we perform, and I've done this in my drop-in class. So I'm going to ask you, and again, it's another tough question, but so be it. If somebody had a theme song for Elkie's life story, what is Elkie's theme song?
Oh man, another question that I never thought about. The theme song. There's songs that like I hear that like I will always like listen to. I don't know if the words, maybe it's the music. I'm thinking my theme song. God damn it, Andy! What is wrong with you? What is this? There's just back-to-back questions. See, that tells you how much I think about shit like this. I really don't. I think about, you know what it is? I think about stuff like this about other people more than I think about it for myself. Right. Is that sad? Isn't that sad?
Again, but Elkie wants to be world known, and we need to let it out there. We want to know. I want to play the story of Elkie. Who's ready to be fill in for the great Elkie?
Like, you know who I would want to play me, because I feel like we kind of grew up together, because I remember first seeing her in the movie Kids, Rosario Dawson.
Oh, okay.
Even though she's too tall to play me, because I'm 5'2", she's like 5'8", 9, I don't know. But like, yeah, I would say Rosario Dawson.
Oh, see, again, obviously legendary Broadway and actress, but I mean, to me, and never say somebody's too short or too tall, because Hugh Jackman, who played Wolverine very successfully, Wolverine's only 5'3" in the comics, so he's like really a lot taller than 5'3", so you could always have that.
Well, no, that's it wouldn't be good casting, because my whole life has been about me being short. So it wouldn't fit if she played me, because it wouldn't, she's tall. Like I'm like I even like, even on my my bios, I say I'm a short, funny Latina. You know what I mean? I a short lady that plays big. That's my thing. You know what I mean? So like I've embraced the shortness, and I've made it part of my it's a descriptor of mine, like, and it's part of my identity, being short. So yeah,
I'm super short, but again, I'm not waving a white flag. It's what it is. You gotta hey, hit me with your best shot. You you gotta rise to the occasion, which you're doing a great job with. So I see like the timer. I don't want to go too but we still got a little time, so I'm gonna ask you, if you don't mind, because I know I've been throwing you some curveballs, which to me, I like that's in my job in improv. People are like, oh wow, I never thought. But again, so I'm gonna do a improv game with you if you're good with that. So
let's go.
You know the pet peeve game?
You said pet peeve?
Yeah, you know the pet peeve improv game?
I don't know. I know everybody has their own name for stuff.
Yeah, so the pet
Um,
peeve improv game, it's basically a pet peeve, something that pisses you off. So, and I want
okay.
you to be honest, like your real pet peeve. So I'm gonna go to me. I'll start with my
Mhm.
pet peeve, then I'm gonna go to you with your real pet peeve. Something different.
Mhm.
It's your real pet peeve, and then I'll go back to me and I'll continue the same pet peeve I was talking about. Then we'll go back to you and you'll continue with your pet peeve, then we'll go back to me. So there's a reason why I'm doing this, and I do this differently than anybody else on the planet. And I love it.
Mhm.
I did it with oh, I'm just blanking out now from my head. But with Allie from the pit, she said she's gonna steal it from me because we did this and she loved it. She goes, she loved my version. She goes, I'll give you credit on shit, but I'm gonna have to take that because she's done it, but not my way. So we're gonna try this,
Mhm.
see how you like, but stick to your true what's your real pet peeve. So I'll start with my
So
pet.
we're starting with we're just doing one pet peeve, but we're just continuing
Yeah,
to talk about it.
it's gonna go
Okay.
back and forth, but yeah. So basically a pet peeve of mine that I keep saying about this, but I hate when people touch everything and then they touch their face, they're shoving their hands up their nose. Like even they could be driving, they're picking their nose, picking their ears, then they're sucking their teeth and what's like, why does the world have to see this? Why do we have to hear this? It's not like we even have to see it. Then they're being loud and obnoxious about it. Like to me, it's okay to be yourself, but why do we have to hear what you're doing? Why do we need to see you suck your fingers? Why do we need to get that make sure that you enjoy what you're sucking? And then you start picking your nose afterwards and you're doing, and it's hysterical. Like people that drive think that nobody sees them, yet half their arms up their nose and they're picking it. And it's like, it's pretty gross. Your pet peeve.
Uh, you actually kind of touched on mine, but I'll pick a different one. I hate when people don't wash their hands. But my pet peeve is people being super impolite. Like I know we live in New York, but if you bump me, say acknowledge it. I'm a human being, right? A lot of people have this mentality because we're in a city with millions of people, a million people, whatever. That bumping is it comes with the territory. You shouldn't have to apologize for every little bump. But if the bump moves my arm, come on, it's different if it's like you brush past me. But if it actually moves me, acknowledge it because it makes it's like you don't care. You're just walking. You have no consideration for anybody but yourself. Because I know you felt that you moved somebody. This happened to me before. There was a lady that was walking past me and with her man. They were arm in arm, and she bumped me. I had my backpack on this shoulder, and my whole arm moved, and I'm like, wow,
So
no
I'm gonna go now.
acknowledgement.
Now I'm gonna continue my pet peeve. And to me, it's just like, you can wash your hands, which is no, but when people are sucking their hands and they're sticking it up their nose, they're picking their ears, they're touching the doorknob and everything. And I love it's kind of like, what the freak? Like, why do we have to hear this? You're on a public bus and it's insane, like some of the nastiness people are. They're like blowing their nose on their freaking shirt. And then they're even like wiping their tongue off their shirts, and it's just like, do you know where you've been? What the heck? And they're touching everything, sucking their fingers, and opening up the candy and pulling out licorice, and they don't wash their hands whatsoever. You use Purell, and it's just insane to me. It's like so sickening. Continue, Elkie.
So she bumped me and kept walking. I'm like, listen, I was like,
Can't hear you now, Elkie. Not hearing you. Nope. Not hearing you.
I'm not muted.
Now I hear you.
Oh, you hear me now?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Should I continue? All right. So I don't know what you heard, but the lady bumped me. She was a couple feet ahead of me, and I'm like, really? You're not gonna say anything? You literally moved my whole arm, and she heard me say some stuff, and then finally she turned around and said, "We're in New York. Deal with it." And I was like, "Wow, thank you." And like clockwork, like as soon as she turned around, she tripped. And I was like, and I walked, and they had stopped, and I walked past, and I was like, no. And I just kept walking, and I was like, yes, thank you, universe. teach that heifer a lesson.
So
You
now I'm
can't
gonna
just
get
be
to you
bumping.
my pet peeve, but now instead of me hating it, I'm gonna love it. So to me,
Mhm.
you know what? I should be loud. Why not? Listen, we all have mouths, right? We could suck our fingers, suck our fingers. Oh, it's dirt. Listen, take a shower at the end of the day. You know, listen, if you want to burp, burp out loud. If you want to fart, fart out loud. Take a deep breath, smell the love. We're one world, we're one family. Enjoy what we have. If we're filthy, so be it. We take showers at the end of the day. That should be our day. Next morning, be the dirt bomb you want to be. Why not? Enjoy it. Life is too short. If you have chicken, you can share it. Or you can suck on their fingers if you want. Hey, knock yourself out. But it's all weird. It's weird habits. But again, to me, why not? Enjoy what we hear. That's why I love to chew my gum and let you smack it. Because I want you to hear how good I'm enjoying my gum. Continue, but now you're going to love what you just hated.
You know, we're in a city of so many people. You know, we're constantly around each other. If you're in my way, you need to move. If you don't move, then I'm gonna move you. Okay? Because we don't have time to wait. This is a city that never sleeps. So if I'm walking and you're blocking me, especially if you're a tourist, you need to get the hell out of the way. And like I said, if you're not getting out of the way, I'm gonna move you. And I'm not gonna say anything about it because you know what? You should have known better. Why were you in my way? You know what? It's your fault. Blame yourself for why you got pushed. Okay? Don't blame me. This is New York City. That's how we roll in the city, baby. We push people. Don't you know that's how we got our reputation of being
Give yourselves a
bad.
hand. Okay. So the reason I do it like this, and you did a great job, it's a lot of fun, but the reason is because I do know the reason the point of the pet peeve game is you'll hear the improv teachers saying it all, but they're like, there's truth in comedy, there's truth in ourselves. So, and that's so true, but there's truth in everything. There's truth in horror, there's truth in drama, there's truth in everything. But you also could, what's great about improv, you could play something you're totally against because it's no harm, no foul. It's improv. So that's why I like doing it this way because there is truth in comedy, but there's also truth in totally opposite. Like, again, I'm not one that lets the world know I'm sucking my fingers in being a pig at dirt because in real life, I do wash my hands. I believe, yeah, you should. But in improv, who cares? Like, you're in the moment, take your character. You're allowed to play what's true to yourself, but you're allowed to play what's different. And that's what's great about improv because in real acting, which is improv, is acting without a script, you could play any part. So I love that. And I think it makes more sense. I don't know why others don't do that. And I've told that some teachers, they're like, wow, that's a great idea. Like I say, she took it, which she loves, and she said she'll be great on that. But how did you feel with that way, Elkie?
No, it was a good exercise. I've heard of similar ones like that, but not like this one particularly. But yeah, it's nice because you know there is not to quote 45, but you know there are good people on both sides. So yeah, there's both point of views, good and evil, need to be heard. You know,
Definitely is. But I mean, Elkie Reed, she's awesome. Like I say, when she's teaching online, follow her on, online or when she's performing in person. And is there a website so people know when you do perform online or in person, Elkie?
I'm working on my teaching website, but right now they can follow me on Facebook, Elkie TV Reed. I'm there. ELKE TEEVEE Reed, REID.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Elkie. It was a pleasure doing this podcast style with you, and you're an awesome individual. And yes, represent the short people like me, you and me. Yes, you'll be my president of it. Yes, the short people.
All right.
Awesome.
All right. Short King.
Yeah, have a great one, Elkie.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day too.
You too. Great job. So that was Elkie. Mel, are you around? Mel, paging Mel. Maybe not. Okay. Don't know what she's doing, but it's all good. So our next individual is Dave Clinton. Dave Clinton, come on up. Dave Clinton, come on up. Oh, did
Yeah, help! Help!
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did. Yeah, I do this because now I'm hitting up things. Here we go. There you go. Sorry. Come on, David. Come on up.
I'm trying.
No, you can't.
I
Okay.
can't either.
Hey, all right. Hey, yeah. Well, I'd really like to start off with is what I really hate is like, why are there hooks like with the worms surrounding it? Oh my God! It's like I'm just swimming along and instead of like, oh man, that looks really good, and then there's a hook in it. It's like, you know how many friends I've lost because they got hooked? Oh man, it's such a bummer. But I guess I could look at things another way. I guess I could be like, hey, wow, best thing ever. I mean, there's just worms floating around. I mean, you got to be careful eating them, but I mean, I'm used to eating like, licking like anemone, like tentacles and stuff. So like, man, yeah, I mean, this is really awesome. So what once was a pet peeve, it's just like, it's another source of protein. Oh man, I love that game. Yum, yum, yum. Hey, thanks, fisherman in the boat with a stupid name. I really appreciate you putting a bobber on that thing and then giving me something different to eat because, worms don't naturally swim. I love worms. Thank you. Ha, pet peeve game. Boom. Ha ha. All right, you guys. Hey, Andy, Mel. It's just so great to be here. My gosh, it's like the honor to be a part of the thank SpongeBob for your place in the International Pineapple Day Comedy Virtual Extravaganza. Yeah. Oh boy, that's a mouthful. Boy. Boy, nobody. Oh man, that title really is a mouthful. But hey, I'm not complaining. As long as there's not a hook in there. Oh yeah. But I'm one to talk. I mean, I'm the member of Give 'em a Hand, the mostly puppet troupe. Yeah, that, my friends, is also a mouthful. Yeah, but relax, there's no hooks in that one either. But if you really like a catchy hook, may I suggest Blues Traveler? Yeah, I mean, the hook will bring you back. Oh boy. Well, hey, it's just so good to be back on the Extravaganza. Yeah, it's been a while, but time flies like an arrow. Yeah, and fruit flies like bananas. Yeah, it's been a tough year. I invested a ton of clams in an origami business. Yeah, but it folded. Oh yeah, it folded. Oh boy. I don't know what I was thinking, but I was thinking maybe I should get a brain transplant. Yeah, but then I decided not to change my mind. I love that one. Yeah. My buddy Stan, he quit his job as a can crusher. Yeah, it was so depressing. So, it's crusher. Oh man, yeah. Well, I suggested a more holistic approach. Yeah. I told him to try acupuncture. I mean, that could do the jab. Yeah. Acupuncture could do the. That was worth it. Yeah. I told Stan to relax. Maybe he could do some puzzles. But I did not know that Stan did not like puzzles. Oh man, he was mad. He sure did give me some crosswords. Cricket. Oh man. I was watching the news the other day, and apparently the authorities at the daycare center charged a toddler for resisting arrest. Toddler resisting arrest. Oh. Hey, in other news, there was a hole discovered in the fence that surrounds the nudist camps. Yeah, the authorities are looking into it. Oh yeah. You know what? I probably would. Oh, I'm sorry. What are you gonna do? But there was a commercial that came on advertising burial plots. Yeah. I thought to myself, that's the last thing I need. Yeah, that would be, the very last thing that I need. What? Nothing. Oh, come on. Hey, you know what? It's a International Pineapple Day, so I love pineapple. Yeah, especially on my pizza. I mean, with a little ham. Hawaiian. Yeah, I understand some don't like pineapple on their pizza, but it's okay to be so wrong. I mean, the pineapples understand, and they have a quite a unique approach on so many things. I mean, like, you know how to compliment a pineapple? Yeah, you call it a fine apple. Ooh, you're a fine apple. Oh man, and then you what would you call a royal pineapple? Your Highness. Ah! What are you gonna do? And what do you call a pineapple that steps on a Lego? A pineapple. Oh, been there. I mean, like, really, who hasn't? But pineapples are sensitive, so sensitive. One time I told a can of pineapple, I don't like you, and it was crushed. Oh, that really surprised me because they're the only fruit that actually wears a crown. But overall, pineapples are pretty positive. I mean, you can hear him say, when life gives you pineapples, make pina coladas. Yum. Yeah, I'm a non-drinker myself, but yeah, I guess you should do that. I mean, lemon lemonade. Oh, Well, a little bit about me. Well, yeah, I'm a clownfish, and there's about 30 species of clownfish. And you may be wondering, yeah, are all clownfish funny? Well, yes, we are, all of us. Yep. Yeah, we come from the Indian Pacific Oceans. We migrate to stay warm. We're like those snowbirds that, spend their winters in Florida, and then they go down there, and then they come back up, and nobody expects them for Christmas, and then they show up. Ugh. Well, we also hang out with some sea anemone. I can't say that word. Never could. Just stay there. So basically, we just nibble on whatever they sting, or whatever floats by. It's kind of like being an unexpected house guest. Oh, you've been there. You just end up showing up. You're eating whatever's in the pantry. You're just sitting there with your awkward bowl of stale Cheerios with that close to expired 2% milk. Just expressing gratitude for every spoonful. And then you kind of remind yourself that, yeah, maybe you should call, before you stop by and, around dinner time. And, been there too, right? And fun fact, did you know that all clownfish are born male? Yeah, it's true. It's true. I think we should cue a Lady Gaga song right about now. No, maybe. It happens. But you know what? Enough about me. We're also honoring our very own submersed, pineapple-dwelling, trouser-adorning pal, SpongeBob SquarePants. And with that, I present a poem. SpongeBob SquarePants is quite an odd fellow, considering he's a sponge and is square and also bright yellow. He runs to work saying, "I'm ready!" And when he lifts weights, he only uses teddies. He has never passed his driving test. And for poor Miss Puff, he's just a pest. He loves to play games with his buddy, Patrick. But when Squidward sees him, it makes him feel sick. Sandy the squirrel is also his friend, and he wishes that the fun, it never ends. But just remember, when you are feeling lonely, who lives in a pineapple under the sea? SpongeBob SquarePants. Oh, yeah. Hey, that's my set. Thanks, everybody. Improv at its best. It's another great improv extravaganza. Woo-hoo. I'm Emmett Finley. You've been an amazing audience. Thanks for your time. Yeah.
Dave, awesome job. You and the fish.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, did you notice that the sea was really rough there for a while? And then the thing that made the sea rough was on a timer. And I'll be right back.
All righty. So just because we're running a little behind time.
Go. Oh, geez, who's that guy?
But I will be interviewing Dave in a little while, which will be we're doing a podcast style. So I will see Dave McCabe in a little bit. So thank you so much.
Okay, you guys. See, the sea's going now. Timers, am I right? Keep going with the show.
So,
All right.
now would you like to introduce the next young lady?
Yes, up next we have Margot Escott.
Okay.
Hi, Molly, Polly, and Solly. This is Grandma Shirley down in Florida, and I got a story to tell you. Just 2 days post gallbladder removal, I decided to go to my favorite grocery store, River Chase Publix on Immokalee Road, to see my favorite clerk. The 10 items are Les Lane Lydia. On the way, I had to stop at a Starbucks and get my triple venti quad mocha peppermint extra whipped cream venti sugar and a few spices. When I got my cup, it said, "Have a good day, Shirley," from my barista Steve. I know he likes me. Who could blame him? So I get into Publix. Before I get in, I'm thinking, oh my God, no more am I wearing those Victoria's Secret thongs. I'm a Depends girl all the way. So I have to return something that the DoorDash guy, he underestimated my great size. And I need to go to see Matilda at customer service. So I get in line at customer service, and there's quite a few people ahead of me. So I practice my breathing like Dr. Chris told me to do. As I tenderly hold on to my tender belly. A few people turn around to look at me, and I say, well, I just had my gallbladder removed. But do they let me get ahead? No, some people. I finally get up to Matilda and with my return, and she asks for the receipt. A receipt from DoorDash? Whoever had one of those? She says, I need a receipt. I dramatically point to the sign behind her that says, Publix will cheerfully refund any items without or with a receipt. However, she can't read, I guess, so she calls Steve, the manager, over, and he takes his time shuffling over. But when he gets there, he agrees to give me a store credit for $30. Wow, am I a winner? Well, my doctor told me to eat really healthy foods post surgery, so I went straight to the deli and got a pound of bologna. There's not a lot of fat in bologna. Next, I went to Suzanne at the bakery and got a chocolate frosted delight. Mmm. And then I perused the candy lane for a little bit. And then I was ready to check out. And I got into Lydia's lane. You know, she's the best 10 items or less person. And uh, there was a lady in front of me, and she had more than 10 items. So once again, I practiced my breathing and started counting. 11, 12, 13. And she turns to me and she says, if it's buy one, get one, it just counts as one item. Do the math, lady. Some people. I finally get up to Lydia and I'm going through my pocketbook that has 9 different zippered pockets in it. And my iPhone isn't there. And I freak out because I wanted to take a picture of Lydia. I love her so much. I wanted to show you what she looks like. So she said, maybe you left it somewhere. So I slowly walk back to deli, back to bakery, back to candy, but I can't find it. And I come back to Lydia's line, and there's nobody else in front of me now. And she says, maybe it's in your car. She said it kind of with an attitude, but I know she loves me. So she put all my items there, and you're never going to believe this, kids. It was exactly $30. I'm such a winner. Ah! Well, I slowly made my way out of my favorite Publix grocery store on Immokalee Road. And when I got to my car, there was my phone. Yippee. Well, Molly, Polly, and Sally, I hope you really see this recording You know, your mom said that you don't even look at it, but I don't trust your mom. Some people.
Great job. Great job. So, yeah, you could come back, Margaret, if you want for a second. Perfect. Thank you, Margaret Escott. Mel, do you have a question for Margaret?
Margot, it's a silent T.
Margot, sorry, I
That's
apologize.
okay. It's okay, Andrew.
So, what's your favorite type of performance art?
Well, long form improv is kind of what I really, really love. But I also like sketch comedy writing, and I go to a place called the Sketch School. It's an online sketch writing school, improv to sketch. And this monologue was based on a kind of true story.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Very interesting. So do you do a lot of online? Do you do a lot of in person? Do you do a lot of both?
I mostly do online these days, Andy. I teach online and I perform online, and it's kind of my wheelhouse right now. I'm in Naples, Florida, a little town, so there's not too many venues to perform in.
Okay, that's awesome. And yep, I'm hitting this thing going to that. So yeah, do you have a website so people know how to find you when you do your performances?
Absolutely. It's called Improv. Should I put it in the chat for you?
Oh yeah, I mean it's well, you could just let them know because again, that's just it doesn't come out. It's
Oh, okay. It's improv and the number four wellness.com. So improv number four wellness.com. And that has all my contacts and classes. I teach special classes for people with Parkinson's disease online, improv, and anxiety and other things. And Improv for Wellness is my site, and it's got all my stuff there. So
Thank you so much, Margaret Escott. Great. I mean, Margot. I'm sorry. I apologize. Like,
oh, thanks so much for having me today, Andy and Mel. Thank you so much.
thank you. Have an amazing.
Having you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Have a great.
Hey, Andy, how do you say pterodactyl? Just asking for a friend.
Now, going to ask Mel. Would you like to introduce the next person?
Yes. Up next, we have Anthony Renda.
Anthony Renda.
Oh my God. Thank you very much, Andy. Thank you very much, Mel Post. Oh, Dave, very funny with the pterodactyl. I thought we had a heckler. I was going to notify security to get him escorted out of here, but this is virtual. This is not real life. But that was funny. It was hysterical. Uh, yeah, great performance prior to it. And she was speaking about long form improv. That's Andy's love letters. That's his, that's Andy's love language. You know, they have like the famous book that came out recently this past year, The Five Love Languages. All right, we're going to add a sixth one for Andy. It's called Improv. Long form, short form, the Herald, the Spokane. Okay, I've taken improv for 5 years, guys. I've taken every level of improv at the pit, even zero for introductory. You take 4 classes. I took it 3 times. I was that bad. Zero. No, because it conflicted with my comedy classes. As you can see, comedy, I'm a comedian. Yeah, it paid off. No, I think I need a refund policy with these comedy classes and this improv. I took every level, like I said, level 0 3 times, level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and even master with Chris Griggs during COVID, right before COVID. We didn't get to perform our graduation because that's when they canceled everything. The mayor, was it Giuliani? Was it Dinkins? I don't even know. It was Cuomo. I think it was like in the middle of March, March 16th it was, and they canceled everything. Thank God I did my 4th class, but I missed my graduation. Maybe I would have been better in improv. I've been on an improv team for the last several years. I just recently left them. We were coached by several like Charlie Nicholson was our coach now. He's still doing it. He's still doing it, Charlie. And Kim Lou, I liked her because she's good. She's good for the eyes, you know. I just did one of her shows a couple of weeks ago. Look at me going off on tangent. But I'm horrible in improv. Okay, I wouldn't say horrible. I don't want to be so critical of myself and self-deprecating like most of us comics. But I'm decent. Like if I was on a baseball team, I might play right field. All right, if we're up by 10 runs. No, I might play right field starting. All right. I think comedy is so much easier. And people say, oh, comedy is so much harder. No, improv. You know, pretending to be a 12-year-old girl at at a sleepover. I don't know if I could do that. All right, because you got to change characters and be in scenes. You could be an elderly. You could be an attorney, an accountant. All right. I'm an Italian guy from Bensonhurst. Okay, all I know is how to be Italian from Bensonhurst. All right, guys, I'm going off on tangent. Okay, I'm not focused. This is what happens when you have ADHD. Just go off on tangents. By the way, you in the front row, what the hell are you looking at? All right, we're not live. What am I doing? Making up stuff. All right, thank you very much, Extravaganza, June edition, over 5 years. I'm looking forward to July. This is great. I don't know how Andy does it and Mel Post does it for 18 hours. If I had to do this for 18 hours, I would probably have to drink like 3 Monsters, 2 Red Bulls, couple of Celsius, and take like 4 naps. Yeah. All right, not including the caffeine and the coffee I got to take. I don't know how you guys do it 18 hours. I tell people, like, yeah, I do a show, a monthly show, the last Friday each month. It's 18 hours. It's called Extravaganza. 18 hours. And then the Gen Zs look at me. I don't even work. They don't even work 18 hours a week. One kid, he's like, I don't even work 18 hours a week. Are you part-time? No, the last month. Speaking of Gen Z, since we're talking about Gen Zs, I'm starting to branch off and broaden my comedy. All right. I'm starting to do some impressions. Impersonations? I can't even speak the English language. How am I going to do comedy? Impersonations. Okay. Whatever. Okay. Damn improv. Okay. So here's my impression of a Gen Z, an early Gen Z, not a later one, because they're a little bit more different in their mannerisms and maturity. An early Gen Z on you asking him how's life or how his day is. Okay, let's call this Gen Z guy Papa named John. Okay, here it is. I'm Anthony. Hey, yeah, I'm old school, I'm not Gen Z, I'm not a millennial, I'm Gen X guy, so I'm a little old school, old fashioned values. But we like some new things, but we just gradually put some new things, but I like, my values, my principles. Yeah, John, you said you 22, Gen Z? Yeah, yeah, John, good meeting you. Yeah, I've seen you doing comedy before. Uh, how's life, John? Okay. See, I'm John now. All right. I can't go back and forth. Okay, it's great camera work. All right. This is John. Oh, thanks, Anthony. Thanks for asking me how life is. Life is wonderful. Life is awesome. Everything is great. The world is great. The people are great. I got a job. It's awesome. It's unbelievable. I got my coworkers, and they're just fabulous. They're awesome. They're like my mentors. They're like my accountability partners. I just rely on them so much. This comedy stuff. Yeah, I want to be maybe that's about. I want to be realistic. Maybe in a couple of weeks I'll have a Netflix special. You know, I'm not thinking too much. Maybe I'll be in movies. Like Kevin Hart. Like I could be in movies like Dave Chappelle. Yeah, that's what I want. Yeah, thank you for asking. By the way, I got some vape. You want some vape? And I got this big pill. It says fentanyl, but it's just big. I feel like taking it. All right. Thank you. It's got some work. That is John, the Gen Z. All right, there's some work there, but it's no. He's gonna. I gotta add that he complains about working. Yeah, my job, I can't take it. It's my 5th job in the last 3 weeks. Like, because they constantly change jobs and careers, and they feel like they went through life and then some. Like, yeah, I don't believe I'm so stressed out. Job, finances, making rent. Like it's like they lived life. Like they're my age. Goddamn, I'm my 40s. Yeah, damn. All right, late 40s. Okay. Hate it. Okay. But in my mind, I'm 37, so it keeps me sane and young. All right. So there's my impression. But let's talk about what's going on in politics, what's going on in the world. Uh, I have no fucking idea what's going on in the world. Can you guys inform me? Because I refuse to watch C-SPAN, Fox News, CNN. All right. I'm miserable and frustrating enough. Frustrated enough. I'm going to watch the news about bombing and countries at war and attacks and people getting stabbed and assaulted and murders. All right, I don't want to make myself more frustrated, angry, and depressed. All right, and I work as a trainer. I was a former high school teacher, and I got some of my clients like, yeah, I watched the news for like 6 hours straight. I'm like, yeah, why don't you get a life? I'm doing my Sebastian Maniscalco. All right, get a life or get a job. And if you don't have a job, get a second job. Yeah, like I do. I have two jobs because I had a business 5 years ago. I just got myself out of debt. I'm getting on the positive side. All right. But what's going on in the news? I don't know about you. Is this guy in power? Should we call him El Presidente or El Dictator or the King? Should we have to bow at him? All right. The Trumpster? I'm not like into politics, I'm not like a Democrat, Republican. I'm in this new political party that I just created. This is what it's called. Do the fucking right thing. That's a new political party I promote and I back up. This T-Man, because if I say Trump in some neighborhoods, like people have like they look at me like they want to murder me. Like I have like a big X if I say the Trump. All right, and I say it loud, so I call him the T-Man. All right, it's like code name, the T-Man. I gotta say something, guys. Like I'm not into politics, and I'm not like this person and that person, this mayor, this congressman, and they know all their policies, this and that. But he's a bad motherfucker. I just gotta say that. In the Italian culture, he got some cojones. He's got some balls. Okay, and I don't agree with what he's doing about like I don't know all his policies. I agree with maybe like 20%. All right. The other 80%, I'm like, what the fuck is this guy thinking of? Is he taking like lines of cocaine before? All right, this is what we should do. All right. Take like he's like Al Pacino from Scarface, like taking those 3 lines of the ashtrays in the end of the movie. He's like, okay, I think we have to attack Iran, Russia, Ukraine, and we're gonna create an empire. Yeah, we're gonna create an Eastern Europe empire. All right, we're gonna have a Middle Eastern empire. I said, what are we in the days of Genghis Khan and the Byzantine Empire, the Ottoman Empire, Alexander the Great? What is Trump doing? Okay, but I have to admit, okay, recently I heard a few weeks ago, he wants to build his golden dome around the United States. I'm like, what are we fucking Notre Dame, the cathedral, the Notre Dame Cathedral? But supposedly, I was like, okay, Golden Dome. Okay, now he finally has his crown, his golden crown. But supposedly it's to protect us from missiles. But I heard it's like it's not really a dome. It's just like satellites. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't know. What the fuck is going on with this world? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That's why I don't watch Fox News, C-SPAN, because I have 2 jobs and I have something called a life. Yeah. I'm like, I don't have enough times to like do errands like laundry. I have to go shopping later and I have to work my other job and I don't have time to recover my body. All right. All right. Okay. Enough of the news. Okay. Because I'm just, all right. But he's a bad motherfucker. I won't get into details. Is the war in Ukraine still going on? I don't know. I got the over in DraftKings and FanDuel. I think I might have won the war. I got the over. This war's got to stop, okay? Okay, let's just do comedy. All right, calm down. All right, Genghis Khan, Alexander Great, Julius C. Everybody thinks they're dictators and taking over land and power. That's why I don't go for the money, guys. I go out. I told my girlfriend the other day, hey, honey, I'm gonna take you to a nice place. Okay, well, I really made some extra money the last few weeks. We're gonna splurge today. Okay, I don't know if you ever heard of it. It's called IHOP. Well, sometimes Applebee's. And I say, honey, okay, just look at the 2 for 20. That's all you can order from 2 for 20. All right, anything else? No. Okay, just okay. Get the appetizer, get the entree. All right, we'll split this. Okay, no, I'm just joking. I work hard. I will work extra hours because I'm Italian. My father taught me work ethic. But I'm not gonna make millions and billions of dollars and be like corrupt like some of these people. Like I don't know, Elon Musk. What the fuck's his problem? You know. He has like 18 kids. And one of my clients says, yeah, he named one of his kids off a social security number. His number is 307-209. What the fuck? What happened to the good names like Mike or Albert or John or Anthony? Like he's named them after serial numbers. I don't know. This world's getting insane. It's insane. It's like, I think after this, Mike, I'm going to move to Tijuana. Yeah. Okay, Tijuana is safe there. Just gonna go under the sun and just go to IHOP and Applebee's. All right, enough of that. There's some new shows. Like I'm a big channel surfer because I have ADHD. And they say if you keep saying you have ADHD, you're gonna have ADHD. So I don't call it ADHD. I call it ABCD. See, I put things in order now. Correct orders for the letters. So I came across some new shows because I go through the channels twice and I'll pick two shows I like. TLC, you know the channel TLC is 28 in Cablevision, 10 to 11 in Can. They'll make a show about anything. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with TLC. Who's in charge of it? The producers and the executive, whatever owners. They made a show. It's called this. It's called Stuck. Yeah, that's the name of the show. This thing stuck in the human body. Yeah, and they have like patients, mostly about ear doctors, like stuck in your ear. And there was three different incidents. One had a Q-tip in their ear. An old lady, her hearing aid fell in her ear. And one girl was like this. I think there's a bug or a cockroach in my ear because I feel something wiggling. And it took out a big water bug cockroach.
Oh.
Yes, true story. And there was this, it's called Stuck. And it's mostly about ear doc, but this one girl had a stiletto stuck in her head.
Oh.
And you think you're having a bad day, all right? This girl has a stiletto right in the middle of her forehead. All right.
Oh.
How did that happen?
Ouch.
All right. Other shows that TLC is sponsoring is a new show. It started 2 weeks ago. It's called Virgins. Yeah. It's a show about comics. Yeah. And me. and our audience members. I'm kidding. All right. Low blow.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Don't Will Smith me. All right. Don't Will Smith me.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Because I do have a Jewish lawyer. All right. And I will sue your ass. Yeah. And he never loses. He never loses. I'm joking, guys. I bleed easily. But I also know martial arts. Okay, I don't want to use it on you. I know Jeet Kune Do. All right, it's a Bruce Lee martial arts. Okay, so I'm a lethal weapon in my own head. In my own head. All right. It's like the Liver King guy. He's fighting.
Ooh.
He wants to challenge Joe Rogan to a fight, and he's like, they put him in jail. What the hell's what's this guy's problem? Eat cooked food. Stop eating raw foods. All right. Here's the last thing I'll say. Whatchamacallit, okay, another show TLC has is whatchamacallit. I forgot the name of the show. All right, listen, this made my day, guys. I will not jump off the Williamsburg or the Brooklyn Bridge today. All right, I'll save it for tomorrow. But thank you very much, Andy Milpost. Keep up the good work. 18 hours. All right. You might have to do a Al Pacino with the cocaine too. All right. Thank you.
All right, Anthony Renda. Yeah, 18 hours does sound brutal. We're not that bad. But it is going. No, do you have a question for Anthony Renda?
Well, I appreciate his faith in us. We've got more stamina than long haul truckers over here. 18 hours. I love it. What's the longest set you've ever done?
Let me see. The longest set is let me see. To my girlfriend on a date. I do a 60-minute set on her. Then she starts throwing plates at me. All right. I work my material with my clients as a trainer. And when I used to be a high school teacher, I say, you know what? I don't have enough time to do mics. I'm just going to tell jokes as I'm teaching them history, or as I'm training my clients. I tell them jokes. That's all I do. I just tell them about my miserable life, and I make it funny. That's my longest set, guys. Yeah. 15 minutes. I've done Governors, 12 minutes, 15 minutes, and now Extravaganza, 12, 15 minutes. That's my longest set. Yeah.
Well, you definitely do a great job. And again, we do this every month, and this is our 59th month in a row. Next month will be our 5-year anniversary. And Anthony Renda has been one of the most frequent of the planners. He's been in just about every one. I think he missed 2. I might be wrong, but
I missed 1.
Oh, 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's pretty amazing. How rude, man. Why is he? But yeah, no, he's definitely Anthony Renda. Very, very funny individual. And usually he's in his car, which he is now. Not always, but yes, he's always in that car. It's like, I love it. He's in the moment. Let's go. Gotta stop the highway. If it's so be it. He does his thing.
I just did an open mic. Now I got to go back to work. That's it. That's how life is. I don't have a Netflix special like these Gen Zs. I don't have movie deals or sitcoms. So it's just therapy. It's fun. That's it. Whatever happens, happens.
Well, thank you so much, Anthony Renda. Great job.
Thank you guys. Good luck. I'll listen
Thank
to A. Ron. He's a good friend of mine.
Awesome. Have an amazing one, Anthony Renda. Perfect.
Thank you.
Now, would you like to introduce the next individual?
Yes, up next is Aaron Despiva and Orb.
All right. Thank you so much. We're here. We're doing this whole show. What an amazing time. And welcome, my life coach, my giant one-eyed creature, Orb. Hey, hold on a second. I'm not a creature. I'm an alien overlord. Oh, I'm sorry, Orb. I didn't mean to insult you. That's damn right you shouldn't. Okay, well, that's it. Please welcome to the stage the guy who looks like Vin Diesel's bad cousin, Van Gasoline. Hey, Aaron. What? Wait a minute. I look like Van Gasoline? Yes, you do. You look like not Fast and the Furious, but slow and confused. Okay. That kind of hurt my feelings. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Go ahead and tell your first joke, Aaron. Yeah, go ahead. I promise you, I pinky swear you can do your first joke. Really? You're going to let me do that? Sure, why not? Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, my name's Aaron. My dad decided to put 2 A's in my name. You're mocking me. I don't have a pinky, you dumbass. Okay. 2 A's in my name, so I'd be first be picked on by the bullies at school. Ow! Ow! Let go! Let go! I have rabies? Okay, how'd you get rabies? Working with you's made me rabid. Okay. Does anyone got a rabies vaccine out in the audience? Anthony? Dave? Andy? Mel? No? No one? Damn it. Oh, yeah, it's been a rough time, I guess, but I'll make it through. He's frothing at the mouth as we sit. No, I'm not. All right. You know, I hate when people interrupt. Oh, please. No, I was talking, Orb. Who cares? No, I do. I was trying to say something. I was about to. I have a trivia question for you. What travels faster, the speed of sound or the speed of light? What does that have to do with me? If only you were brighter, then maybe the speed of sound of your voice would catch up to the conversation. Okay. Doesn't it matter? Doesn't what I say matter at all? No, only if you're going to buy me weed or liquor. Okay. You know, I actually feel like I have to yell at people for them to hear me. Maybe you should communicate with sign language. Oh, I'm doing that right now, Orb. Can you feel it? Ow, yo, and yet I'm turned on. Oh. I think I'm going to tell you something with my drink if you don't stop. Okay, stop. Okay, all right. I'm sorry, Orb. About damn time you're sorry. All right. I hope I can't see a show of hands, but I'm going to ask you, who remembers the Magic School Bus? Yeah, you guys? Oh, I do. Wait a minute. How do you remember the Magic School Bus, Orb? Oh, we got the transmissions on Oculus. We watched it all the time. And for those who don't remember the Magic School Bus, that was a cartoon where this teacher, Mrs. Frizz, took kids on magical field trips, and they would go to outer space. They went back in time to the dinosaurs, and one time they went through Arnold's digestive tract. Oh, I remember that one. I thought she was going to be arrested for entering a kid. No, wait a minute. No. Orb, that wasn't sexual. They left through his butt. Who writes this stuff? I'll tell you who. People who smoke crack. Okay. I don't know, but anyway, I'm serious. There's a sequel just to that episode. Does Ralphie enter Miss Frizz? No, it's not her OnlyFans channel. Jeez. No, it's an Apple TV movie starring Matthew McConaughey called The Last Bus. Oh, I saw the trailer. Now it makes sense. He's playing Ralphie with PTSD driving a school bus through a forest fire. Look, if you think you wouldn't be traumatized with Miss Frizz's kinky school bus tour through your digestive tract, then you're too stoned to care. I guess you're right, Orb. Speaking of stoned, oh, I'm sorry I threw those rocks at you. Yeah, they kind of hurt. But I got a great crossover promotion, and Sharks, I need your opinion. I need your approval. What the heck is this now? It's a really cool promotion. I think we should take a Kia Soul, all right, stay with me, and we wrap it in chia seeds. Yeah, can you imagine the ads? It'd be Kia. Yeah, it'd be the greenest car out there, but you'd have to mow it twice a week. I think I should stone you for that idea. Okay, that's enough, Orb. Jeez. Sharks? Okay, I guess that wasn't a great idea. You know, I just recently had to do a sleep study, Orb. Why would you have to study sleeping? No, the doctor had to study my sleep patterns. Oh, I know your sleep pattern. Yours is plaid. Plaid? Patchy at best, just like your hairline. No, I just want a good night's sleep for once, man. Oh, I can help you with that. Really? You can help me with that. A doctor in neurology is working on it, but you, a life coach, can help me with that. Yeah, just give me a hammer. Problem solved. You know, I really don't like your answer to my sleep apnea. No. Oh, just look at your audience. Sleep is contagious. Also, it answers I don't have to work with you anymore. I can put you in a coma. Okay, that's not nice. Man, no, I've been using a CPAP machine for just over 14 years, and I still wake up feeling really tired. Have you tried putting the mask on the right end? I should grab that pineapple and hit you with it. Don't do that. Okay. You know, it really sucks. I am a really light sleeper, too, on top of that. You come off more like a dim bulb. You know, my life coach, Orb, everyone. Yeah. Orb, you know we have 2 dogs, right? Yeah, I know, because they were playing tug of war with me earlier. Well, one of them's named after a supermodel. Which one's that one? Twiggy. She's named after the 60s iconic supermodel. Well, she looks pretty chunky to me. Hey. Don't pick on Miss Twigs. No, when they found her on the streets as a stray, she was 12 pounds soaking wet, man. Oh, so she was doing a photo shoot for Vogue? Highly unlikely. No. But actually, she reminds me of an 80s super pop singer. Oh, which one's that one? Madonna, because she likes to express herself. Oh, I didn't know that dog could sing. So she sings Madonna covers like this. Express yourself. Hey. No, Orb, she doesn't do that. Actually, she expresses her anal glands. What does that smell like? Has anyone here opened a can of salmon and thrown copper pennies in? That sounds like it smells disgusting. It is, actually. You don't want to get it on your body or clothes. It is bad. Actually, you know, that little dog reminds me of a song by the Fine Young Cannibals. Really? A song by the Fine Young Cannibals? What song would that be, Orb? She drives me crazy and she can't help herself. Wow, I really didn't know you could sing. I go down to the karaoke bar too all week long. Really? You do? Yeah, I sing like a couple other famous musicians. Would you like to hear? No, I really don't. I can sing like Willie Nelson. Oh, dear Lord, please don't. On the road again, like a band of gypsies, they go down the highway where the Westerns. Jeez, Orb, that's you know, I used to like Willie Nelson, and now I'm kind of concerned I don't like him anymore. Oh, I can sing like Axl Rose, too. You want to hear that? Please, don't ruin him for me. Welcome to the jungle. You live here every day. Gotta be like an animal. Hold on. You're not even saying words now. You're just mumbling. I do that at karaoke bar, too. Does anyone ever ask you to stop? How'd you know? Take a guess. Man, I also can't hear anymore, Orb. What'd you say? Exactly. I can't read lips. What did he say? Okay. What about your other dog? You mean Brody? I always hear you call him Butthole. No, I call him Jealous Boyfriend because he keeps your wife on a short leash. No, wait a minute. She's not into S&M. No, every time I get near my wife, he barks and growls at me. Oh, I taught him that. What? Wait a minute. Why in God's green earth would you teach him that? Your wife gave you $20 so you quit pawing her. Hey, I'm not a canine, dude. She says you're a horn dog. Okay. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Oh, you know, really, lately, I just can't stand people anymore, Orb. What does that mean? Well, being around people shopping or traffic or breathing. So you hate humans. Oh, I just don't like them when they get in the way of me, man. I'm trying to get things done. Sounds like you're impatient. I'm not impatient. I'm just trying to get things done quickly. Well, that explains why you get done with sex in 3 minutes. Hold on the phone here. Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. You're listening to me and my wife have sex? No, I'm recording you from the window. I'm a heaving Tom. Plus, I need content for my OnlyFans channel. Oh my. And this is why I can't stand peopling. Oh, I hate peopling too. Really? You do? Yeah. Working with you makes me want to call off the invasion. Oh, really? I was actually ready for our alien overlords. No, I'm going to order the mothership to go to another planet, Pluto. Well, why would you go to Pluto, man? It's a small world after all. It's not Disney World. It's better than this Mickey Mouse planet. Okay. All right, that's enough. Oh my gosh. Oh, you know, Orb, I just made a heck of a deal at the store the other day. I bought 5 mega packs of toilet paper. Well, how long will that last you? About 2 weeks. 2 weeks? What the freak's wrong with you? Oh, well, the women in my house use so much toilet paper. Okay, I might. How much toilet paper do they use? Well, they use so much toilet paper they backed up the sewer line for 2 blocks down with their mummy hands. What's a mummy hand? Oh, that's when you wrap your hand in toilet. Wrap your hand completely in toilet paper by 5 or 6 times. I'm dizzy. Where is everyone? Yeah. It's now I feel like I'm Indiana Jones in search of the mummy hands. You mean you're like Van Gasoline with the plumber's crack deep in crap? Oh. Like I said, you look like Van Gasoline. Stop. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to Van Gasoline. Okay, that's enough. Jeez. You know, I really have to start losing weight, though. I'm 54 years old. My metabolism went to hell recently. I was going to say you're weighing me down. No, I need to eat healthier, so I'm logging my food now. That's what happens after you eat. No. Oh, I meant I'm tracking what I eat. No, the only food you're tracking is roadkill. Nope. How hard is this for you to understand, Orb? How hard is it for you to understand I don't give a crap? The doctor says I have to lose 50 pounds, even be close to being, under the right BMI. Have you considered cutting everything off from the neck up? That's 20 pounds of dead weight right there. You know, if I lose you as my life coach, I could probably quit stress eating. Actually, you'd be that wacko on an open mic or an online mic talking to your hand. Okay. All right. Got a point there. How do you keep so thin then, Orb? You're my life coach. Tell me, how do you keep so thin? Lots and lots of licorice. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. You mean eat black licorice all day long? I don't think that's healthy for you. Minus the ish. Oh, so your diet is liquor. I don't drink anything unless it's 50 proof. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work for me. But Orb, have you considered doing colonics? No. Not since I became a puppet. Runs right through me. Oh, I'm sorry. Holy crap. I didn't realize I was naked from the waist down. Mel, look away. This always happens during the summer when Ron wears a t-shirt. I am so sorry. Don't look at me like that. Oh, I'm sorry, Orb. You know, I didn't mean to pick on you, Orb. I really didn't. I had a drink late last night and it caused my heart to race. Do you have alcoholics that run in the family? Actually, they stagger. You know what's wrong with you? I need heart pills, perhaps? No, you can't handle the booze. I'm a casual drinker, man. I am. So, you drink without a tie on and a tux? That's rich. I don't know. Maybe you should try lighter drinks. Do you think you have a drinking problem, Orb? I do. Okay, finally, you admit it. Yeah, I can't drink enough. Son of a... You know, I want to try something new. What's that? Butt chugging. Wait a minute. That means consuming alcohol through your sun doesn't shine and your hand goes up. Again, Mel, don't look. Okay. So how'd that work anyway? You'd have to put some hand sanitizer on, but not the lavender kind. I can't stand the aftertaste. Oh. Have you ever considered joining AA? I'm already working with you. No, I meant Alcoholics Anonymous, dude. I don't like hanging around people who have problems with my drinking. No, everyone there has a drinking problem, Orb. Obviously, you need to go there. You can't handle your liquor. And you can't handle your liquor without rubber bands. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I know it's not easy, Orb. I really don't think there's much more to say tonight, but I do appreciate you showing up to this show all patriotically dressed. You know, like your hero, Kid Rock. How dare you? I was rocking this look before he was born. Oh, I am so sorry, Orb. Did I hurt your itty bitty feelings? You did. By the way, you're patriotically dressed too. Really? A black shirt, gray shorts? No, you're a white guy with a red neck and blue balls. Wait a hold on. How'd you know my balls are blue? I heard your wife turn you down on Monday, then Tuesday. Okay, stop. Wednesday, then Thursday. Okay, let's not do this right now. Friday, then Saturday. Okay, stop there. Then twice on Sunday. He's right. She did. I'm an AA run, and I'm an Orb. Thank you, guys. Woo!
Great job.
Good job, AA Ron and Orb. Mel, do you have a question for AA Ron and Orb?
Yeah, what's on your shirt, AA Ron?
It's a website. It's a YouTuber called Sarah Antuned. She works on cars and stuff like that. She does car reviews. She's really cool. She's like from the Air Force, former Air Force. So I support those kind of channels.
Well,
Cool.
that's super, super, super cool. But I don't want to make Orb feel out of the ordinary. So I'm going to ask you, Orb, what's on your shirt?
Evil Knievel's blood. No one else has that. Okay, Orb, that's enough. I don't think anyone wants that right off the bat. I don't think so, man. I don't think so. But we're having a lot of fun, aren't we, Orb? Yes, we are. Yeah, yep.
Awesome. And do you have a website so people know where to find you when you perform in person or online?
Right now, we're trying to keep our Substack together. I would just need another hand because this one's getting busy. Please, Mel, don't look at me. I'm naked down for the bottom, waist down. I'm so sorry, Mel. No, actually, it's Oddly Funny. It's AWDLY Funny on the Substack. It's the same spelling on the YouTube, on Facebook, Instagram. And you find us on TikTok. Just go to the other channels because I don't keep up with that clock app.
Well, we definitely loved having you both. And I'm kind of, next month's the 5-year anniversary. And again, we're definitely going to invite you. And we would love, not to put any pressure on Orb, but we'd love to see if there's a Mrs. Orb out there or a Mrs. Orb in the works.
Oh, no. I had to quit dating that lady. We had Orblets, and then she stuck me with all the kids, and I only got one left. Oh, by the way, he wants to promote Joker's Ace. It's on DVTV. It's on your Amazon Fire Stick, your Roku, and DVTV.tv. If he had a freaking schedule, he could tell you when, but it's like at 2 a.m. on East Coast time tonight. Okay, thank you, Orb. Yeah, check that out. It's my comedy game show. Technically, this is season 1 for Joker's Ace, but really it's season 6 if you count the other name I don't want to say online. I don't want to get you canceled. Yeah, check that out, Joker's Ace. We've got some more episodes coming up soon, but please check that out too. Orb, is there anything anywhere you're going to be appearing? Yes, I'm going to be appearing at Mel's door, and I'm going to have pants on. I'm going to wear pants, and I'll take you out on a blind date. You just go put a blindfold on, and I'll just take you anywhere you want. Sure. Okay, Orb, I don't think you asked her, you're just telling her. Would you go out on a date with me, Mel, please?
Well, I mean, if you have pants on, then I won't need the blindfold.
Oh, okay. So I'm showing up pantsless. Yes, I'm showing up pantsless. Just don't look down there. I'm not hung like this guy. Stop it.
Okay, the blindfold's going back on. Bring back the blindfold.
Okay, good. I'm gonna get a lot of blindfolds too. Okay,
Thank you both so much. Very entertaining, very fun, and thank you both for participating in the monthly extravaganza, and you've been a big part, which we really appreciate you both. Thank you.
Appreciate
Great
it.
job
Looking
as
forward
always.
to the next month, man. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great job. So, Mel, would you like to introduce the next individual that I get to podcast?
Yes, Andy will be interviewing Dave McCabe.
Okay. Wait.
Hey,
What's up, Dave?
hi guys.
How's everything going?
It's going really, really well, man. It really is. I had to laugh on the previous bit. I had the fan blowing on the yarn to make it look like I was at sea, you know, big budget. And son of a gun, if I didn't put it on the timer, I'm like, man, but what are you gonna do, you know?
Definitely, it's those. Sometimes it's right there, but yet so far, just
Oh yeah, yeah. Hey, I'm rocking the shark theme. I thought I'd continue that down.
Shark Tank. Is it Shark Tank? What's with the
No, just
Oh,
shark.
right.
Because Emmett was my. There you go. Right.
But
Yeah, good to see you. I'm glad I made it this time. Last time I'm a custodian at a school at this point, and during the last extravaganza, like I was crystal clear the whole time, and like no matter what thing that I had to pick up in the spills and that sort of thing, I was like, man, I am great. And then until I wasn't great, I'm like, oh my God. So this is what they were talking about. Everybody warned me.
well, I mean, it sounds awesome, and you're a great puppeteer, and you know, doing a great job with all that. And I know you do that in person, in real life, and for business, and also pleasure. So I'm just kind of wondering, what originally got you into the puppeteer world?
It's easy and it's cliche. Ernie and Bert. That is it. I can still. I'm an older fella. I was born in '65, so I've got some miles on me. But in the '70s, whenever Sesame Street was starting to come out, I was just infatuated with those guys. You know, Bert and his bottle cap collection, and Ernie always being like, "Hey, Bert, you know, did you hear a fire truck, Bert?" It was just so, you know, it just spoke to me. And my younger brother and I, one holiday, we ended up. I'm more of an Ernie, and he's definitely more of a Bert. And we got from the '70s the Ernie and Bert puppets. So you know that like the plastic, I'm sure, was toxic because I can still kind of remember the smell. You know what I mean? It's kind of like I remember the smell of my grandfather's cigars, and I remember the smell of the Ernie and Bert puppets. I'm like, this plastic is still exuding fumes and such. But man, I was just in love ever since then.
Well, that's fascinating, and I do know, especially for the say an older generation, even my generation, '70s, '80s babies, we're used to back in the day before the online thing. People would open up boxes, and actually, some people wouldn't open up the boxes; they'll still have them as collector items.
Oh, right.
To me, for having that love, I used to love, like, if you open something up, just the smell of the like that new car smell that doesn't really smell good, but you love it. But those fantastic smells that we just like, oh, it smells so great, and your mother look at you like, really?
Oh yeah. I mean, who doesn't remember Play-Doh? I'm sure they reformulated that. Like, oh man, a new can of Play-Doh. They put them in those little containers that are just like the instant frosting for your cupcakes and stuff. Like, oh man, this is fan. Oh.
So, do you still, by any chance, have that same Ernie puppet? Or
no, I so wish I did. I've checked out Marketplace, and they have them, and of course, they just haven't aged well. And I know I would get them, and all of a sudden, you know, it would just not be the same. You know, like just wear and tear. Because thankfully, somebody played with them. I'm not a big collector kind of person. I'm a big. If I've learned nothing else in the last so many decades, is like I need to be more present. So if I have a thing, I want to enjoy it no matter what it is. And I'm so happy when I see them on Marketplace and they look like they were well loved. And it's like, and I don't need to have another piece of plastic on my shelf type thing. So I'm like, you know what? I love the picture and I am good.
Well, so that's very interesting. I'm going to ask you something else. Now, what is your first outside the Sesame Street world puppet that you had?
Oh, gee whiz. You know, it's funny. In high school, I was also the same sort of way. I'm a silly person, and we went and we got and I was down in I think Virginia, and like all of us dudes that would hang out, we were just silly people. And I came across an animal puppet that like the eyebrows would go, and then play the drum, play the drum, play the drum, and oh my gosh, Andy, make use of this time. I'll be right back. I'm coming, Andy. I'm coming over here. You're kidding me. Oh, I got it. Still right there, Andy.
Okay,
I promise it'll be worth it. I was going through and decluttering, and I was not sure this was going to occur, but son of a gun if it didn't. So in the box of stuff that I should have known that I had but didn't. Lay it down, lay it down. Ah! So yeah, so my very first puppet that I've got a habit of like grabbing a puppet and going to Comic-Cons and going to Costco. I normally go to the Costco as the chicken. Yeah, chicken, chicken. But I would go to the Costco and I just walk through the whole way, and I would do things like, so as the chicken. Oh, I grabbed him because I knew we'd be talking. I'm like, hey guys, you know why the chickens aren't dizzy? Yeah, because you cut the heads off of them. And I'd be up there like, does anybody want my autograph? I said, these are basically processed food. I mean, not only did you kill them, but like you soaked them in chemicals. Yum, Costco, still $4.99. So, but I've had so much fun. The most recent Comic-Con that I went to, I took chicken with me. Yeah, we sure did. And then like everybody was like, there was Avatar people, and I'd be like, hey, why so blue? And like, it was kind of funny. And then I would walk up to the people that are selling comic books and stuff. And I had two. I had a backpack. I felt like Chewbacca and Yoda. So I had a backpack with me, and I had a buddy that would be like, okay, it's time to switch. So I'd go up to the comic book sellers. I'd be like, you never heard this before, but my mom threw away all of my super rare comics, and I would be rich now, rich, if my mom didn't throw them away. And you've never heard that story before, never. And then like all these, guys are just like the Symptoms, best episode ever kind of guys. We're all just like, rolling their heads, and it was just, I just have such a good time. And I can tell you, I overheard your love of improv. And I have it the same way. And because I think about it, and I don't think I would be a good like rock star. I don't think I would be a good cover band person, because I this is going to sound wrong, but with comedy, I just like to hit it and quit it. I'm in the moment, I make the moment happen, and here we go. And then I typically don't watch my old stuff. I kind of watch my promos just to make sure like you can't see my arm, which sometimes you can anyways. And that's what I love about improv. Be like, hey, I saw your arm. You sure did. I'm a puppeteer, so.
Oh, definitely sounds great. Now I'm kind of curious with the puppet world that you do take and you enjoy, which is awesome to see, spectacular to see. And I love seeing that, especially in today's generation, because so much is computers and, we're doing computer now, but I'm saying on phone instead of being there. And I love that you teach with your puppets. And do the students really love that? I would think they would, because I know the older days they would. Today, I don't know if they kind of still need that online.
It blows my mind, because I am what I call blank school famous. I don't want to give the name out so everybody's not after it, but what has happened is I can't live in my community any longer. And what I mean by that, last Friday, I went to an amusement park. And some kids comes running over, Mr. Dave, Mr. Dave. And it's just like, it breaks me. You know what I mean? It like absolutely breaks me to where it's like, what I know, I don't really touch on this stuff much, but I know the world we're living in is a challenge for most people, and including me. And I'm in front of 1,400 children. And I am not silly, and I am not like dancing like a clown or anything like that. What I am is authentic. So what happens is whenever I have my I'll do little bits on the announcements, which is kind of fun in the morning, and they're broadcast to every class, So I typically, and I'll do remotes from, like, there's art everywhere. I can't tell you how, I think I was meant to be there, because there's art everywhere. Everything from why do snowmen melt to what's my favorite part about me. So it's kindergarten through 6. And what I do is I get to perform these things. And what has happened is is I do teach. Like there's little rules like star behavior. You know, you want to be safe, you want to be trustworthy, you want to be accountable, and you want to have respect. And then there's the 3 R's. So what I do with my puppetry, and that's what they just let me go. Nobody has any idea what I'm going to do in the morning announcements. And I'm like, okay. But I can tell you, it's been like that as a performer all my performing career. It's like after a while, they kind of know my vibe, and they're like, you got 5 minutes. And then in this area, it's like, hey, what's the theme? So Emmett, my clownfish comedian, absolutely was SpongeBob in it and pineappling it. You know, so it's because that's what's important, you know, and I'll never use those jokes again because it doesn't matter. But I so loved using them tonight. So for me, it's all about being present. But one of the greatest things that popped out of all of this is one time I had Chicken on there, and they were like, "What's Chicken's name?" You know, like, "Yeah, hey guys, I'm Chicken," and you know, well, Dave says, "Well, shouldn't I have a better name? I'm always curious," and Dave says, "Yeah. Never name your food." Well, I guess I see Dave's point. So what happens is there's a handful of kids now that they'll walk up to me in the middle of the school and go, "Never name your food." and it's like, oh my God. So like they're listening. And what I'm doing, so like I'll do little things. They did a March Madness, but instead of basketball, they did all these books like Charlotte's Web and The Other Side of the Mountain, or I forget what it was, but it was a handful of books that I haven't read, but we got to go ahead and talk about the books. So like I was doing book reviews, and I'm like, oh, I didn't like it. The dog died, you know, and stuff like that. Oh, spoiler alert, you know, and I'll just get in there and I get a little dog puppet. But it is absolutely impactful, and I've got the full support of the principals and the staff. But one time when the legend of Mr. Dave started to go, what had happened is in the cafeteria, I spent a lot of time in the cafeteria during cafeteria time, and at one point the kids were starting to respond to just me being a happy guy. I wear these blue gloves and I'm just authentic, and I interact with them. And all of a sudden we heard Dave, and it was deafening. And the principals came out of their office, and then the security guy goes, "It's okay, it's just Dave." So I can tell you that, you know, the world's a funny place, but I can tell you, being around all those kids and all that art and all these really truly amazing young minds, I feel like it's healing me to a degree. I have never had a day to where I'm like, oh crap, I got to go to work, and right now the kids aren't there, and I'm saying, oh crap, I miss the kids.
Oh, that's awesome. I mean, that's amazing in that style. So I'm kind of curious, just because of again, the puppet world, and it doesn't shock me that you mentioned the Sesame Street, obviously, with Bert, but you didn't go somewhere which a lot of times in the 60s babies would go to, would be Howdy Doody. Were you into Howdy Doody by any chance?
Not much. I think it was the humor. I have always I had a special eye for like good humor, and that was okay. I think it was like the Charlie McCarthy. It was like the like it's oh look, it's a puppet. But I mean, for me, you know, I pretty much write my bits, you know, before each show, you know, for each show. And you know, I it's nice if I've got like a short notice, I'll pull an old bit. Like I've got the Emmett Finley's octopus bit, which it's really fun. And now that there's a Netflix documentary or an Amazon documentary on there now, like I can pull him out again, and people now all of a sudden get it again. But it doesn't matter. Like for me, I'm a performer. Like I don't really call myself a comedian, because I do on my Facebook channel, I've done a lot of puppets read poems. And that was just so popular. I'm going to bring that back. But what it is it's all about like, be sincere. You are improv wise. You are a character, you know, and when you go down the road, I hope you didn't mind me jumping on the pet peeve game with Emmett. But I'm like, that's improv. I'm like, oh heck, I can play with this for a second, you know, but it's creating character. And that's where it's been. That's really it. So it's the character, you know, it's, you know, when you think about it, one challenge I have, and it's not really a challenge, I've just accepted it, is my voice sounds like my voice 90% of the time. So, you know, it's me behind there, regardless of who I'm trying to be. But, you know, Frank Oz, Jim Henson, you know the characters, you know, the Statler and Waldorf and Rolf the dog and Dr. Teeth, and you know, that was all Jim. So, but for me, it's like, and I don't mind, and I haven't kept it a secret from the kids either. They know that I'm the chicken. They know that I'm the old man, and the Dr. Nanner's the monkey, and it's like sometimes they'll go chicken man, you know, they're screaming down the hall, and it's just lovely. But during work hours, it's like I'm just an authentic, good human being, because kids and young people need authentic human beings. And I am just shocked every day how amazing even kindergartners are. They're teaching empathy. They're teaching kindness. They're like, bullying just doesn't happen. You know, it starts to creep up into the sixth graders because they're becoming self-aware-ish. You know, like, how can I push this button? But one sad story, not like we're here for that. But it was like a month in. I'm seeing all these acts of kindness, and honestly, it's messing me up in the best way possible. So I'm walking by, and I go by, and there's this kid. He goes, Mr. Dave, you know, he's crying, you know, and I'm like, oh my God. And it was the empathy of, he didn't know how to help his buddy. So I get down on my knees and, hey buddy, what's wrong? And apparently he had a pet that had passed away. And it's like, and he just needed to cry. But what blew my mind was the little kid with enough empathy to say, I don't know how to handle this situation. There's a situation that needs handled. Mr. Dave, can you please, you know, do something? And I just let the kid talk and get it out a little bit. But that's what I get to see that every single day. And my heart just goes, oh God, hold it together. So, but those are some of them. It's I don't know how to explain it. And I feel like I'm being kind of gabby about it, but it's just so impactful. And it shows you, be a good person. That's all. You don't have to be funny. You don't have to be anything else. Be a good person. And then, you know, with all that's going on the planet, you know, I'm an adult in a school around 1,400 children. They need a good example. So so it's easy for me to do the right thing.
That's great to hear, no question. And again, I'm not going to go into how crazy the world is, which is sad.
Oh no, yeah.
But
don't do it, Andy. Don't.
What I'd say is what I love.
Yeah.
A lot of times, just need to swallow. Holy crap. A lot of times, yeah, just people, we don't know, like a lot of times everybody's like, oh, just about everybody needs a psychiatrist. Everybody needs it. No, sometimes all they need is a good ear. And that you being that person that they feel like they could speak to, they don't need to have an answer. They just need a good ear. And it up the door, which it's great. And that's great to hear that you do that. That's an awesome.
Thanks. Yeah. Well, I'm a big sayings. I keep a lot of sayings in my pocket because you know, I'm a lifelong learner. You know, I'm 60 years old. So I don't feel that. And I always feel like, you know, I want to be 1% better every single day. So one of the sayings that I keep in my pocket is, don't give somebody a lecture that needs an ear. And it's like, and how many, and you know what? And I've been guilty of trying to fix somebody's problem when they just needed to get it out. So I feel that every day I need to be a better version of Dave. And then today I'm better than I was yesterday. And tomorrow I'm going to be better than I was today.
Definitely thinks, and I do think everybody on the planet has tried to do that in a way. But again, it's just that great hearing. And everything doesn't need to be solved, but sometimes it's just what it is. Life is funny, but you know, it's a great thing. And we should take being a good person, being that great individual, enjoy life. We're going to be here only for a short while, so enjoy the moment.
Absolutely.
So now I'm going to ask you, because I don't want to run out of the time without asking you this, but because you did say I like to have everything down scripted, you know, for your shows and with the puppets, but you love improv. So do you ever do improv totally without script and have your puppets perform?
Yeah, 100%. And that's actually whenever I walk into Costco, whenever I walk into the Comic-Cons, and I'll just mess with it because it's completely, I have no idea what's going down. And I'm like, okay, here we go. You know, and normally I don't have a buddy with me to say, okay, switch to grandpa. Okay, switch back to chicken, you know. So for me, it's all improv. So what I call it is, you know, I've written sketches. I've been around the block quite a bit. I found that I don't really care for stand-up much. That's just not my world. But because I think to your point, it's like, it's the same joke. Like I heard
one comedian, he did a Netflix special, and he talked about how he had been honing these jokes for 380 shows. Like, it's the same, you know what I mean? It's like, I would blow my head off. I'm sorry, that's a bad thing to say, but I would not be happy with life if I had to perform the same joke over and over again. And I've also acted, and that's not for me. Like, I'm too much improv. So like, just like the show tonight, I decided to go, what the heck? We're doing the pet peeve game. You know, and that sort of thing. So for me, it's I love the improv. And what I do is, whenever I script a show, or whenever I script, like tonight, whenever I scripted Edmund, I scripted it to a point. So what I call it is scaffolding. So it's a nice blend between. So I've got my points to hit because I've got those 8 minutes, right? So I got those points to hit, and then I go off and I go, oh yeah. And then they go back to the scaffolding so I can keep to those 8 minutes and respect my host.
That's great to hear.
So it's almost always just off. And I'm that way as a human being. The people at work, like, I'm not dry, but I'll go along with anything. It's like, hey, you got feathers popping out of your head. You know what? I cannot fly and make right turns. So I thought that if I grew a feather out of my head, you know, that sort of thing. But it's just, I have, like, it's not all jokey, fun. But it's like, if something absurd comes at me, I'm not going to let it ride.
That's so interesting. So I'm going to ask, out of curiosity now, do you know offhand, by any chance, how many puppets you actually have?
Oh God, at least 20 plus more. And then not the sad part, but the very fun part is I started doing shoebox puppets. So now, like, it's a theme. I'm about to build a toaster. And the toaster's whole bit is about nothing that goes into him is healthy. Yeah, what happens when you stick all those Pop-Tarts in you? Well, you know how you feel? Crummy. But good thing there's a flap underneath me so I can get rid of it. So that's sort of fun, you know. And there's another one I'm building called a padiddle. Are you familiar with what a padiddle is?
I'm not sure what it is.
No, padiddle is whenever you're courting your sweetie, and then you happen to be walking around and you see a car with one of its headlights out. Well, the thing is, if you see a padiddle, then you got to smooch your sweetie. So it's going to be like, I started so many romances, it's not funny. So that's his little character is going to be that. So what I'm finding is I come up with any sort of character, and immediately, like, I'm like, shoebox, you know. And just for giggles, what I did between the Emmett set and now is, yeah, I built a shoebox puppet just because, you know, you can. So this one doesn't really have anybody, you know, with them, but it's a shoebox puppet. And what I love about them so much is I don't care that the googly eyes rattle, and I don't care that you hear him slapping, because he's a shoebox.
So I'm kind of curious, because you're saying that's a shoebox. Is that how big your feet are? Because he's a pretty big shoebox.
Here, let me help you, Andy. Hey, here's a BSW behind the scene. Oh, BTS. So this is what it is.
Oh, it's cut. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, it's just a shoebox, and then I put some feelers on the back of it. So now, like, at a whim, I can create anything I feel like creating.
So does that make you officially mommy and daddy to the shoebox?
Oh, mommy, daddy, Uncle Andy. Remember me on my birthday. That's today.
Oh, did you just?
But I have just loved, like, for nothing. And then when these go bad, to your point about sustainability, or, you know, like those old puppets that are really used, I can either set them aside, yep, or I can recycle them because it's just cardboard, yep, recycle it. Oh, that's what I should have did. I should have did the recycle symbol down there, but I was rushing with Ron going along and stuff like that. Yep. But it's just so fun. And I'm teaching a workshop at the local library. I built this little orange puppet. They've kept all of my puppets, so that's one of the reasons I had to build it real fast. But they kept all my puppets because the programmer out there, the facilitator, is doing another programming. So my orange guy is actually, his name's Viz, and he's a safety influencer, and it's a Muppet style puppet. So she's asked to have it out there, but she took my other 3 shoebox puppets that I created, and she has them out there for the kids to play with. So I'm doing a workshop on not just building them, because the building them is easy, but like, how do you bring out the character in a puppet? So I can't wait. It's a 3-hour workshop, and I can't wait to teach these people not just building the puppet because, hey, it's a shoebox, but to put character in it. And I've told them, you can read a poem, you can sing a song, you can sing along to the radio. Does not matter. But like the character comes out. If you don't have the character going in, you get the character going out. I had Chicken for a good 4 months before I knew what to do with him. He just looked silly. And I'm like, I need this silly puppet. And I don't know what to do with him.
So do you do kind of like they say in improv, they, especially in the in-person moments, like you're walking around and they'll say, develop a character, walk as if you're here. So like there's many go-tos. Like sometimes I'm like, okay, be the couch. So now you just kind of go down,
yes,
get a character. And you walk like here and there will be the tall broomstick and be very tall. And yes, sir, so like to me, do you do that with the puppets, trying to match it and then be part of them in those?
Yes, 100%. And actually, so yes, I'm working with the puppet. And then sometimes there's just not a voice. And the facilitator at the puppet workshops, she's built this amazing Muppet style puppet, and it is so good. But she just can't get the voice. She goes, nope. That's why I did the promo. She goes like, Dave, I can't get the voice. Can you bring Viz in and do the promo for me? Because she's not ready. And what I respected is the fact that she's not ready, and she knows that that's not there yet. So like for me, like when Chicken came out, it was like, oh man, and he was just like into the world, and then you find his voice, but we're waiting for that. But I find that like a situation will pop up, or something like this guy here. This is Dr. Nanners, and he's a therapist, but he doesn't speak.
No.
I don't know. My partner, they're just not listening.
No.
So Dr. Nanners just doesn't speak, and that's his charm, and that's his truth. So that's that. So he goes there, but I am not beyond if there needs to be puppets dancing in the background. Here, take this one, take this one, take this one.
Definitely a great stage presence, and again, it's just being in the moment, which is awesome. And again, like you've done a lot of extravaganzas that we definitely appreciate, and you're a great act. I used to really, really, really love, and you did it with Mel a bit, but you used to go back and forth with Caroline a lot with the refrigerator, and it was just so funny where you were going with the banter and her and you going with it. It was so brilliant and hysterical in those moments that I love.
Thank you. And that's the point. It's like, because I'm no longer Dave. I'm not a ventriloquist. So like I gotta kind of be hidden, and I need to do better hiding myself, but live TV. But for me, that's where it is, because like they're no longer talking with Dave, they're talking with Chicken. They're talking with Dr. Nanners, and for me, I can't say, other than musical improv, I can't say I get so much joy into I'm now Chicken. Or I'm now Grandpa. And it just fills me up. And like and they're all about them. Like comedy needs to be, in my world, comedy is inclusive. So like you're not making, it's like punching down type thing. I'm not making fun of the person. I'm having fun with the person. And 9 times out of 10, they're absolutely there. Some of them just give me like, what are you doing? I know that's that thing on your hand. But I just like, well, let's go. You're right. I've got a thing on my hand. It's your choice on who you interact with now. And that's been fun. And the other thing is kind of fun, and you could just cut me off anytime. I love you, Andy. We're good. But one of the things that evolved towards the end of the year was these kids would walk up to me and they would say, I've got a joke for you, Mr. Dave. I'm like, all right. I said, I've got like 6 puppets in my room. You can pick which puppet and you have to tell the joke. So like I was not letting anybody get off easy for that. And then one of the ones is they came and was like, hey Andy, what's a Jedi's favorite car?
The War Star? I don't know.
A Toyota. Huh? Yeah. So that's the caliber of joke that normally appears. But it's been so fun because we sit on the ground and we like pop up. And then they pop up with a puppet on their hand, and just like any new puppeteer, sometimes like they don't move their mouth, or they have the puppet at their side and all you hear is their voice. But it's so amazing to like introduce some of that performing and puppeteering. And that's why I'm doing the workshop that way. It's like, okay, fine. You built your little puppet. now do something. Now build a character. And as you know, in improv, it's so when you can commit to being the couch or the broom handle. When you commit, turn right of a broom handle, you know what? He gets dizzy down there. I'm not the broom head. I'm the broom handle. I'm in control. and that sort of thing. When you lean into the character and like, I'm working on something like Fleabag about getting the puppets to break the fourth wall. And I'm not there yet, but I think that would be such a fun concept to like have it sort of like, you know, yes, Andy, that's really the best thing I've ever heard. I've never heard anything dumber. Yeah, please tell the story again. But I think there is something there because it's just a character trope, and let's give it a go.
Definitely, and you do such a great job. So before we call it, just because I'm looking at the timer.
Oh yeah.
And it's great doing this. I love speaking with you and all. But do you have a website so people know when you do perform in person or online to know how to find you?
Yeah, actually, it's really my Facebook. I'm kind of limited there, and it's under Dave Clinton, which you continue to call me, even though we've known each other for 20 years. That's okay, Margot. But yeah, Dave Clinton is my Facebook. That's the only one I've gotten going on. But I finally unlocked my my YouTube channel. It's the Dave McCabe channel, and there's some old fun bits. I found that as much as I work alone, I am so much better of a performer when I'm working with partners. So for me, I've been in duos. I've been in this. I've run shows. So like a lot of my old shows is on the Dave McCabe channel out there, and I've done bits. And I used to do something called Now You're Talking with Dave McCabe, and we would do like fake commercials, parody commercials. And one of my favorite ones was a Mirage virtual massage. And I would have other improvisers come on and we would edit it together. So there's some fun stuff there. I can't believe the body of work that I've put together in the last 12, 15 years, because I don't realize I'm doing it. I just do it. And it's something.
Definitely. Yeah. They say if you love what you do, you don't work a day in your life.
Yeah.
I've worked just about every minute in the moment, which again, but I love your characters. I love the way you seem to live, which is spectacular.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave McCabe, Dave Clinton. But it comes down to you did a great job, and it was definitely great seeing you and expanding.
Yeah, like a person.
Yes.
And not like, let's say, a dinosaur bird, which would be a pterodactyl.
But thank you.
I know. Yeah, I love being here, guys, and you guys always treat me so well, and you kind of let me do my thing. As soon as I know a theme, I'm pretty much ready to go. So
perfect. You did.
Thank you, Dave. Great job.
Yeah. Thanks, Mel.
Sorry, yeah. I cut out there. Thanks. It's like no, but yeah, okay, but thank you, Dave McCabe. Great job. Give a hand.
You guys are awesome. Yeah, I love doing this show. I really do.
Oh, we love having you. You're great.
Thank you. Great job, Dave McCabe. Dave. Yeah. So, Mel, would you like to introduce my favorite improv team, even though they keep dwindling, but would you like to introduce my favorite improv team?
What a coincidence. They're also my favorite improv team, the Improfessionals.
Alrighty. So, didn't know who was going to be able to make it today or not, but it's us four, it looks like. Maybe we'll have more pop in. We don't know until we know, but it's again, no harm, no foul. Shout. We do have Mel Post, we have Leah Goldfarb, we have Norm, I'm Andy A, and we are some of the Improfessionals. But yes, so, and what I will say is the team actually started 8.5 years ago, and in New York City, still going. And next week, the Improfessionals, those that are in New York City want to perform, are performing at the Pit on July 4th. Which will be a lot of fun. So we're performing live. And I believe it's at, I don't want to say the wrong time, but I'd say 9:30-ish, 9:45 p.m. And yeah, go down to the Pit Loft and you will have a lot of fun with another team that's performing. And it should be a lot of laughs no matter what. Even if I have to pull down my pants, screw it, I'll make you laugh, I promise. That's why I don't do stand-up. But again, anyway, here we go. So we're going to have a lot of fun, and we don't know who or what or where, who's going to be performing with us. But, I mean, as in who goes team-wise. But but it will be a fun show no matter who goes. I guarantee it. So anyway, we're going to be opening up the doors. We got quite a few things here and there, and some of my things are not going to be done just because of the numbers, which I thought it was going to happen, but that's all great. So what we're going to do, just to start off, you know what? We like to start off with the pun joke style games, and I like to start that and end that because we got that 90-minute set. So to me, I keep hitting the wrong freaking thing on this clock. But yeah, so basically, so we'll start off with the pun joke. It's quick, and then we'll end it with the joke pun at the end. So we won't do it in between. And what we're going to do is going to say, you know what, Mel likes it, so I'm going to say this one. We'll do 101 blanks walk into the bar. So 101 blanks walk into the bar. So I'll say what the blanks are, even though I got a bunch of the stuff that's right behind me. I'm just going to make up something, and then they're all going to say the same thing. Then I'm going to let Mel make up her own. She'll say the same thing. Then Norman will all say the same thing. And then Leah, she'll all say the same thing. But you have a question, Mel, Leah?
Yeah, I'm not in that order on my screen.
Okay, so I didn't put us in numbers, but I do have it. Oh, you're right. I took it off. Oh, yeah. We got kicked off with this. That's why. So I have it as me on the top, Mel on the right, Norm at the bottom left, and Leah at the bottom right. I put it in gallery mode. If you're in gallery mode, you should see it that way now. But yeah, so yeah, I forgot that we got kicked out and all this stuff, and it's how it goes. So we're going to do 101 blanks walk into the bar. So the blanks we'll say is, I'm going to say baseballs. Baseballs. 101 baseballs walk into the bar. And the bar is freaking, the bartender takes a bat and just starts smacking them around, kicking them out of the thing. The other ball, wait, what the freak you doing? He says, listen, your baseballs, I want to be a real hit.
101 baseballs walk into the bar, and the bartender says, well, that's a curveball.
101 baseballs walk in the bar. The bartender says, sorry, there's more than, when you get 4 or more, you walk.
101 baseballs walk into the bar, and the bartender says, well, I'm not going to serve you. And they're like, okay, bunt it.
101 baseballs walk into the bar, and the bartender starts separating and then saying, you guys got to get out. Part of them, the others are going, hey, wait. Why are you letting them in but not us? They said, see, that's a fast seamer. That's a curve. You guys are a bunch of knuckleballs, and we don't want you here. Get out. All right, so clapping there and pushing that to the side. Mel, give us a new word, and you'll start it, and it'll go around. What is the word? And say it twice, please, so we are aware.
Kitchens. 101 kitchens walk into the bar, and the bartender says, wow, you guys are all that in the kitchen sink.
101 kitchens walk in the bar, and bartender says, oh my God, walking kitchens.
101 kitchens walk into the bar, and the bartender says, hey, what's up? What's cooking?
101 kitchens walk into the bar. The bartender is looking at them, and they're all doing this. And he's like, what are you guys doing? The microwave.
101 kitchens walk into the bar and ask, hey, you got any of the good stuff? And the bartender says, hey, if you're looking for pot, it's not going to pan out for you.
All right, it's a great job. I'll put that to the side. So Norm, please give us a new word. Say it twice, and you will begin.
A lion. 101 lions walk the bar. Bartender says, sorry, we can't serve lions. And they say, why not? Well, we take pride into who we serve.
101 lions walk in the bar, and the bartender says, are you sure you're in the right place? And they're like, yeah, we're supposed to be in the main room.
101 lions walk into the bar, and the bartender is like, oh, how many? And then they all start walking out. He said, wait, why are you all walking out? They say, well, we saw our buddies, the elephants, said they were having such a fun time. But immediately, you were playing with their trunks. They playing with ours. And we ain't lying. No.
101 lions walk into a bar, and the bartender says, "I'm sorry, we can't serve you here." And the lions say, "Why not?" The bartender says, "Well, I think it would cause an uproar."
101 lions walk in the bar. Bartender says, sorry, can't serve you. And they say, why not? Well, last time you said you would pay and you didn't. You were lying.
Leah, put that to the side. All right, Leah. Say the word twice and let us know who walks into the bar, please.
Scissors. 101 scissors walk into the bar. And the bartender says, your money's no good. It just doesn't cut it here.
So 101 scissors walk into and the scissors say, excuse me, we like to do some improv. They said, no, well, we can't invite you in here to do any improv. They're like, why not? They say, because we only invite scissors in here.
101 scissors walk into the bar, and the bartender says, "Hey, just so you know, we only take cash here. We only take paper." And the scissors say, "Wow, this place really doesn't rock."
101 scissors walk in the bar. And bartender says, didn't you see the sign that says it's closed? You're not too sharp, are you?
101 scissors walk into the bar. And the bartender says, I told you last week, I'm not serving you. Obviously, you don't get the point.
No point. All right, so great job. We'll put that to the side. Down, down, down. All righty, so looking at some of this stuff here. So we're going to do, put that right down here. Okay, so we're gonna do is each one of you is going to get the opportunity to do this. So you all have something that you really are good at. Let's be real. So I want you to say something that you know that you're really good at. And that's what you're going to do. So the other person that's not as good is going to dictate as if they are good, if they're the best at it. So obviously the one that'll definitely know they're not that good at it is the one that is an expert or really good at what they're talking about. So it could be a job related. It doesn't have to be. It could be something that it's your hobby or what's what. But they're going to act like they're the expert of the experts. And then the expert will know if they're really good or really bad, but nobody's going to care. And then you guys are going to start asking questions on that. But I'm going to put the timer up on the board. Alrighty, so we're going to do a 45-second minute dialogue. Or 45 second, ain't no minute. I said 45-second minute dialogue. How's that even make sense? Okay. So we're gonna do, so it comes down to, he's gonna say bogus theory. All right, so, and this I saw that it was written down that they call this sympathy. Symphony. That might be. Sounds right. That sounds very right. Again.
We have sympathy for you.
Sympathy and the symphony.
I want my empathy, not my SPC. It's going there. So, going to ask right now. Mel, give me something that you're really an expert in that you may think that I may not be at. And I'm going to be given 45 seconds of dialogue of how I know it all. And then we're going to get people to ask me questions here.
I guess I'll say drawing.
Drawing. Well, to me, it's great to draw. I love drawing. Drawing's been my art. I used to draw my own cartoons. I used to draw my own comic strips. I used to write my own comic strip. And I loved it because back in the day, me and my buddy drew comics and wrote comic books and then put our battles in together. Had our superpowers or supervillains. My first superhero ever was called Radiation. And he was a great individual that, great superhero. And I love the factors of it. And I miss drawing. I used to draw a lot. I used to love to draw. And it just depended on the situation. The better I would draw, I'd have to go so much slower. There's some people that just do things so fast, but no, drawing wise, my own comic book, I drew quick because I didn't mind. I drew quick. So, I'm going to give me a little clap whether we liked what I said or not, but put that aside. So we're going to go skip the person that gave the suggestion and go to the other one, and then we're going to go to them last. But go ahead, Norm, ask me any question in my expertise, whether I know it or not, and I'll answer.
So what's your favorite pencil to use for drawing?
Well, my favorite pencil to use, as in school, they would say, you better bring a number 2. So I'd say number 2. Number 2s, again, I love to etch and sketch drawing the atmosphere in general. But when I drew my own cartoons, I never did that. But when I do it slowly to take my time, I actually did. Leia.
How do you find inspiration for your drawings?
Well, again, because I was such a comic book nerd, my first comic book my father gave me was Shazam, Captain Marvel back in the day, and now but he's known as Shazam, so I love Shazam. I love the TV show Shazam and Almighty Isis. She was a superhero, kind of looking like Wonder Woman, but it was a really great childhood cartoon that I loved. So I still love Shazam, Captain Marvel, formerly known as, even though his name was out before freaking Captain Marvel's was, but they got the rights, and again, that's a lawsuit. I'm not working for DC, so I can't say it. It's what it is. But go ahead, Mel.
What's the longest comic you've written and drawn?
The longest comic book I've written and drawn, well, I would say I probably took about 6 months to draw a comic that we were doing, and it was supposed to be, and it was like an annual comic. So it was the first of, I think it was my first 50th issue of drawing Fire comics of the thing, and it took forever, but because I actually was each month, I would do it each month, a new comic, and I would draw the comic, the same thing, but then I would do different comic superheroes. And it was just basically, I was doing the 50th issue in the between when I was up to number 42nd, because it would take me 3 days to do a whole comic, drawing in the words and all here and there. But there, I was doing it because I made sure it was going to be great. And I had to build all the other stuff into it, which to me, I loved it. I wish I still had it. It drives me nuts. Norm.
I noticed you started with the traditional drawing, but then you moved on to pointillism. Tell us how you go about doing your pointillism.
Well, pointillism is straight to the point. When I don't use the pointillism, it goes down to it is a lot easier and quicker, but it's just not as accurate. For my expertise, there you go. Leia.
Have you ever tried, impressionist comic books?
Well, impressionist comic books, I'm going to show my uneducated ways. I'm assuming every comic book is an impressionist, because aren't they acting the way they are? That's what I would think is an impressionist. But so to me, yeah, I draw it the way I see it, even though sometimes different heroes and villains act a different way to the different styles. So I love all that type of way. Mel?
What are your thoughts on abstract art?
Abstract art, I like to an extent, because to me, it takes away. It's almost like to me, abstract art almost opens up the door of beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I think that's kind of what that art gets into, because some of those type of things, it looks like it might be a $2.5 million painting, yet it looks like my 3-year-old nephew drew it, and it's like, what the fudge? But again, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and I think abstract art takes it to that level. Norm?
How do you achieve a 3D effect with your drawings?
Well, 3D's effects are actually not that hard. Now, in today's generation, it's a lot easier in the way they do it, and it's a lot more accurate. But to me, to draw 3D was never that hard. It was pretty easy. I loved it. But again, because of my comic book world, I would buy a great book back in the day, was How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way. And it was a big, thick, hard-covered book, which I loved. And that got me into it with other stuff, but I love that. Mel? Oh, no, Leia, I'm sorry.
Have you ever had any of your work published?
I wish I had. No, everything I love, I don't get paid for, because if they paid me, I probably wouldn't be loving it, because they're like, no, we only pay you for stuff that you don't love. So we got to pay. That's when I do my best jobs. I wish they paid me for what I love, because then it would be the time of my life. Improv, drawings. Oh, that would be brilliant. Mel?
Have you ever tried to animate your drawings? Like make one of those flip book things where you flip the pages and it looks like the character's moving?
I've done that quite a bit. I'm not going to say it wasn't like my everyday but I did that quite a bit. And my mother actually was pretty impressed with what I did. And it was dumb little goofy drawings things, but it was really fun being like, oh yeah, my comic book's moving, and seeing the little patterns that they did. And to me, I never did real drawings to that, as in like taking my time or even doing my comic characters. They had to almost be like stick figure-ish type characters, because you're drawing the same thing over and over and over, just a little bit different. But it was a lot of fun back in the day. Loved it. Don't lose out your childhood. It's brilliant. So that's my set, and we're going to give me a little clap in the lap. So now we're going to pass it over. So now Mel has her own expertise, but we're going to have Norm give her what her expertise is, and she's going to tried in her best to act like she's the expert, and only Norms is going to really know if she knew. So I'm going to ask Mel right off the bat, did I know what I was talking about by any curiosity? Do you think I just made everything up, or do you think I'm pretty accurate with what I was saying?
Yeah, you definitely know what you're talking about with comic book art. Not other types of art, but comic book art, yes.
Now, again, yeah, it's I like the art of what I liked. I didn't like, again, I don't like certain these 2.5 millions. Just give me the money. Don't care about the paintings. You can keep the paintings. Yeah, to me.
Or pointillism.
Pointillism. But Norm, what is Mel's expertise that she'll be in?
Food chemistry.
Food chemistry. So when you are ready, your timer will begin.
So I'm a food chemist, and so much of taste comes down to chemical reactions in the food. That's why you think some foods go together while others don't. Some people like pineapples on pizza, and that's because the chemicals in their taste buds react well with the chemicals in the pineapple and cheese. Some people find that flavor very offensive. It's the same as cilantro. Some people think it tastes like soap, and that's because of a certain gene that they have that makes them think, this doesn't taste right. I'm being poisoned. So it's really, really interesting when you go down to the chemical level of how food works. And that's what makes your taste, whether you know it or not. So every time you have a good reaction to a meal, you're actually having a chemical reaction.
All right, so you're going to ask the first question, Leah?
How does smell affect your taste buds?
So smell and taste are deeply related. Like, if you smell something, you can actually imagine what it tastes like. So you can say, ew, this tastes like grass, even though you presumably have never tasted grass. At least I hope you haven't.
So I do know, like, smelling, taste, they say even visualization can add to your flavors. But what about hearing? Why is hearing not related to that? Why can't I be looking and not hearing what I'm about to eat?
Well, for most people, the hearing is independent of the nose and throat when it comes to taste. However, there are some people with synesthesia, and these people can actually hear sounds, hear tastes, taste sounds. It's all backwards that way, but not everybody has that. If you want to experiment with psychedelics, you might be able to achieve that, though.
There's a movement to replace artificial dyes with natural ones. Can it be done, really?
Well, it can be done, but so much of our current diet relies on, preservatives, and there's a lot of food dyes, and really these things make our foods look more palatable. They make them preserve longer. So can we do it? Yes. Will people want to? That's a different story.
When you watch like Top Chef, are you able to imagine what the food tastes like?
Absolutely. My eyes are so trained to recognize what is good food and what is not. I actually have developed a form of synesthesia where I can see taste. It's great.
So why is it that sometimes when you eat something, it tastes one way that you love it, and then you can have it as you get older and not like the taste, or vice versa? You can hate the taste and then love it later on. Why is that?
So our own chemistry changes as we get older. Our cells are always evolving, and old cells die, we get new cells, and that can change our taste, and that can literally change the food's taste.
Yes, similarly, when you eat asparagus, you find out when you go to the bathroom, it smells different. But not for all people. Why is that?
Well, I'm not sure if it's for all people. I haven't done enough experiments on the smell of urine after people have consumed asparagus, and I definitely don't hope to. So you'd have to ask another scientist about that. However, there is an interesting chemical reaction that happens when we pee out asparagus.
Wouldn't you say that almost any food you eat affects the smell of your pee?
Well, some foods affect it more than others, asparagus definitely being one of them. I do wish bacon affected it more, to be honest. Nothing smells better than bacon.
So I'm kind of curious, since we're talking about the bathroom now, I'm gonna stick with that at this point. So since we just talked about number one, I'm gonna have to speak about number two. So when you eat a lot of things, how come sometimes, no matter what you eat, but when it has a smell, it's a crappy smell? Why does crap, even though it's other parts of what you ate, why does it come out smelling like crap?
Well, the crap is just all the waste that the body didn't need. The body took all the nutrients out of the food and then got rid of everything else that's left. And what's left doesn't smell great.
One natural dye that's already used commonly is the pink color for strawberry, and I hear it's from cochineal. Where do they get that?
Well, you are right. It is from a type of eel that is pink. Yes, they extract its blood and then purify it, and it turns into food dye. You really don't want to know where these food dyes come from, trust me.
Okay, so we're gonna clap, give a great hand there. I'm sorry, right now, Soto just hit a home run. Mets are losing 4-1, but he just hit some solo home run. Just,
Oh, I'm glad you're paying attention, Andy.
Yes.
I'm listening. I'm
We're
listening.
so
A
glad.
good teammate.
1-1. But it was 4-0, now 4-1. Here comes
Wrong team.
It's gonna be Mel, and they're in first place by a half game. But anyway, gonna ask Norm. I don't know if you're even an expert, Norm, but that's what I was asking you. Do you think Mel was an expert in the style how she answered it? And did she really know what she was talking about?
No. And cochineal's not an eel, it's an insect you find on cacti.
I figured it was something like that.
It's all right. Well, great job, Mel. And now we're going to have it where Leia, give us something that you're pretty expertish in, and you're thinking that Norm probably isn't. But what is there something that you'll know a lot about?
Landlord-tenant law.
Landlord-tenant law. So go for it, Norm.
Yes, it's very important to follow the law when you are a landlord, because a lot of them just want to mess up your apartments, and you gotta be able to evict them, and you check out if they have a good record to be able to pay, and if you're a good tenant, you'll do fine with me, but if you're bad, I'm gonna kick you to the curb, because I don't need that aggravation. And don't try to do like put cockroaches or anything in my apartments. I'm gonna exterminate you with the cockroaches. Correct, because that's how I roll. Yeah, so be good, I'll be good to you. Be bad, yeah, you gotta worry.
And put that to the side, so I'll be the first to ask the question. So, Norm, kind of wondering, why does just about every city, you go to the next state, to the next state, have so many different freaking rules and laws regarding the home attendant situation, landlord situation?
Laws are made because there's been people who abuse their rights, and so they abuse the privilege of being a tenant in a building, and you're going to make rules so that you can kick them out if they abuse them. I mean, you can't have people come in and destroy your place. The rent that they pay doesn't pay for all the damages. You got to put rules.
Now,
what is the definition of squatting?
Squatting is when you go somewhere and you try to say, hey, I'm here, I belong here, and you haven't paid anything and you refuse to leave. That's squatting. I'm going to kick you out because I know Guido and Antonio down the street. I pay them to get squatters out.
So you talk a lot about kicking. Is it legal to kick a non-paying tenant?
You gotta follow the paperwork, file the paperwork with the authorities, and go through the motions. It takes a while, but once they've passed the time limit that they can stay, and then you're allowed to kick them on the street using the authorities. I use Guido and Antonio.
Okay, so I'm kind of not sure what I should ask next because my first question wasn't answered anywhere close to what I asked. But so I'm gonna just try to figure out in general, why do some places you have to pay for the water while other places you don't have to pay for the water? And it could be in the same, state, but it could just a different city. So what's the deal with that?
It's like electricity and water. It depends if you have a meter in each apartment that can measure out. Sometimes you just average out and divvy it out per apartment, but some tenants will complain, hey, I haven't used so much, and this has a big family and they use a lot more, so it's better to have a meter for each. But you lay down the rule when they come in, and then that's set in the contract.
What's the difference between rent stabilized and rent controlled?
Rent control is you have limits of how much you can increase, and stabilized is a lower rate that is limited.
Are you allowed to physically assault a tenant, which is kind of what I asked you before?
Of course not. At least not when people are watching. But no, you're not allowed to. I use Guido and Antonio. No strings attached.
Oh, yeah, so I'm not going to ask the same question a third time or a different question sort of third time. Like Leia seems to, hopefully she got that answer, though she might be asking the wrong person to get these answers. But I'm going to try my best anyway to get at least a sort of straight answer. Second answer was a little bit better than the first, but it still wasn't.
Are you going to ask a question or not?
Yeah, I'm going to ask the question. I'm going to figure out a good question.
Because I'm going to evict you right now.
Okay, so here's the question. What's 1 + 1? No, just kidding. Okay, so I'm going to ask simple to the point where in the landlord situation, how come sometimes you're allowed to do heat and sometimes you don't have to do it legally, depending on where you're located? So what's the difference in the world of where you're located and why the heat has to be turned on and when it doesn't?
Again, it's about how you set up the contract right up front. So as long as it's clearly laid out, you say, I include it or I don't. It's just a matter of how you set up the contract. Sometimes it's hard to divvy it up, so you include it, and other times, hey, you got your own meter. It's easy to charge you. It's just a matter of setting it up front.
How many times can a client be late on rent before you kick them?
Yeah, well, depends how much I like them, really. Usually 3 times is the max. It's like in baseball, 3 strikes you're out. But if they're really nice and I know they'll come through, I'll extend them longer.
When you're looking for a tenant for your apartment, what's the criteria you use to find the best tenant?
I ask for references of where they've been before, and for if they have jobs, that they have a regular revenue that they can pay. That's really what I look for. And I tell them about noise, restricting noise and stuff like that. No wild party, young kid type things. So, but being able to pay is a big part of it.
So we're going to give a hand there. Going to ask Leia, guessing you're an expert, do you think that Norm was the expert in what you said, or at least know the stuff that you know? That does Norm know, even though we don't know, didn't get straight answers. I didn't, but how'd you feel?
No.
Get out of my apartment.
No.
So we'll do this one more time. So I'm going to give an expertise, or at least a know of something that I know. And I'm going to guess, again, I don't really know what Leia knows in the world. She might be a pro at it. Don't believe it. But yeah, so she might be a pro at it. And the key is she's going to talk for 45 seconds. I'm going to start the timer when she starts speaking. She is an expert in baseball. When you are ready, Major League Baseball, go for it.
Well, I am actually quite good at baseball. I used to attend many Mets games. Sometimes we would go to the Yankees too, though I know that's a big no-no. Yes, I understand it's a big no-no here in New York to go on either side. I mean, the teams are important, that you keep your loyalties separate. That's the most important part of baseball. It's not really who plays or does what, it's what jersey they wear, because the jersey they wear shows their heart. And if you belong in the Bronx, well, it's the Yankees. And if you belong in Queens, then of course it's the Mets.
Not fair, but so Mel, you're gonna ask the first.
What does ERA stand for?
Earned runs average.
No.
Can you explain the infield fly rule?
The infield fly rule is if you run beyond where the baseline is into the infield and you catch the ball, you can't do that unless you're the pitcher.
Okay, so I'm kind of curious. Back in the day, they would always see how fast the pitcher throws. But today, you could actually see how hard the batter hits the ball. Why is that so important?
Velocity and physics. That's the answer. It's how hard the ball is thrown, how hard it's hit says how far it's going to go. And that's physics.
Why is a shortstop called a shortstop?
Because usually they're very short, so the ball can go over their head.
So I've seen people win awards and be really touched. Why do they say there's no crying in baseball?
Oh, well, that comes from that movie about women in baseball, and Tom Hanks' famous line, "There's no crying in baseball." So it was about women's baseball, and, you know, women sometimes cry, so there's no crying in baseball, just like there's no crying in improv.
So, you know, to me, that it is funny. I almost felt like I was speaking to Norm when I was asking the question, because I didn't really get a straight answer, but I'm going to ask another question to you. So I'm going to ask you, since you sort of knew the other answer that somebody asked you, do you know what, and it doesn't just baseball, but it is in baseball, so I'm going to ask you, what does the MVP stand for?
Most valuable player.
So why did they start calling it a foul ball?
Because it goes foul of the first or third base.
What does BBA stand for?
Well, can you say that again?
What does BBA stand for?
B.
BBA.
Baseball Big Association.
So I'm going to ask you an easy question in the baseball rule book, but if you were keeping an official score, what is the difference between K and BB? What are the differences?
K is a strikeout.
And BB?
Base. They got to base.
All right, so we're going to clap and give her a hand. All right, so there. So I guess we're going to ask me, do I think Leia knows her thing? I think she's definitely been to ball games. I don't think she knows much about it, but I do think she's been to definitely ball games. But it is walks based on balls, which is what BB is for. But that's the official scorecard. But yeah, she doesn't know a lot about it, but she's been there, done that. But yeah, so great job overall. Give it to her for there is no crying in baseball, though. Men or women should not cry, but that's so.
Yes. Bachelor's of Business Administration is what it means, BPA. Nothing to do with baseball.
I know I never heard that before.
So we are, what am I hitting here? Let me help you. Did I remember? Oh, okay. It's like right here. Okay, so we're going to do that. Okay, you know what? Yeah, so we're gonna do this. So it's kind of, we've done these in the past. I'm just looking at our timer just to see what we got. Oh, we got time. Okay, so this is, some do it short form, some do it in a long form style. I like to do it in a long form style. And what it is we're just basically gonna be doing monologues. So the monologue style is, I'm going to be talking, and now the difference is this is just a little bit differently than we normally when we've done this, because I saw another name that these people do it, so they call this, okay, forget, I'm going to go nuts trying to figure out what the hell this thing was again, but the key goes down to is you're going to repeat the last line they said, or at least the last three last words they say to start your sentence. So the key goes down to there's no any order. So I could be speaking, then it could be Norm, then it could be Mel, then it could be Leia, but it could also be me, it could be Leia, it could be me again. There's no right or wrong. So you're going to give them, I would say, give them at least 30 seconds if possible. Let them do their monologue. But if you see something that brightens what they're saying, you'll repeat the last three words or the last sentence they say, and that'll start your new thing. And we don't want it to be in the same topic. We want it to be something that really reminds you of something different. And it could be made up. It doesn't have to be real, but it's fine if it is real, if that makes sense. Any questions before we begin? Okay, so none of you have a question. So I'm going to, you know what? I'll say a word and then we'll just go for whoever wants to start. Doesn't mean it has to be me. It could be anybody, but I'm looking at here where I had this, because again, I keep messing with the phone that it kicks me on one spot, kicks me on the other. But I really do wish I had kept these in a better order. Oh, there we go. All right, so the answer here is thinks everything they say is hilarious. What is something that makes you think is hilarious? But you'll start talking, whoever wants to start, something hilarious. Okay, screw it. Okay, go ahead.
I think it's quite funny when somebody can say with an absolute straight face that they know something when they don't know something, and it's quite obvious they don't know it, but they do it with such conviction and a straight face, as I said, that it's actually believable, and it makes you doubt yourself a little bit. But I just find that really, really a funny or fun way to view things. So for example, when we were being experts, we just said whatever we needed to say to answer the question. It doesn't necessarily mean that it was the correct answer, but just saying it with confidence is really important part of any fun type of presentation. I shall continue to talk until somebody feels like my words are so important that they can actually jump right in here at any point that they want to. Otherwise, I will continue to talk with complete conviction about something I know absolutely nothing about, because there's nothing more fun or funnier than that. So let's start with
having some fun. Like, to me, I love games. I love board games. To me, it always reminds me of board games. Like, what are great board games? I loved Yahtzee back in the day. My mother loved Yahtzee. We loved Parcheesi back in the day. Now you look at it today, it's a totally different game, but they have different Parcheesis and Parcheesi and what's what. But it's amazing how many different styles that the same name games and they're not the same focus. But I do love board games in general, especially when people know how to play them. It's funny when they don't know how to play them. It's like, well, we play it this way, kind of like 5-card. Certain poker games has different styles, but Crazy Eights. There's so many ways to play Crazy Eights that people play this way, that way. My father's the one who taught me Crazy Eights originally. But again, depending on who you learn it from, shows you in different manners, which I think is hysterical. But to me, cards in general are fun, but any board game is usually, any's a big word. I guess I haven't played every board game in the world. There's some I really like, some I really don't like. But I'm going to...
Some I really don't like. Sometimes, you meet somebody on the subway or in New York City, and some people, you really like them, like right away, and you just really click. And you can have a really pleasant conversation. I mean, New York is, for those people that have not been here, is just wild. Tons and tons and thousands of people every day that you walk by and you see. And some people you can click with and just have a conversation, even if you're standing in line, you're waiting for something, you run into them.
Waiting for something is very annoying, because this world, you're impatient. You're supposed to click and get the answer right away. No more dial-up where AOL would go, take it. No, you want an answer right away. No more waiting. The population is impatient now. I don't know kids will have patience to do anything, because everybody wants answer quick.
Everybody
right
wants
away.
answers quick. So people just go on Google and then they trust the AI summary that's on top. And the problem is that AI hallucinates stuff all the time. If it doesn't know the answer, it'll just make stuff up. Kind of like what Leah was saying with people just saying wrong things with absolute conviction. Well, AI takes that to a whole new level. Like it will tell you that Paris is in Italy if it hasn't been trained correctly. You can't trust AI. It's not to be trusted. Maybe it's actually a social experiment to see what people will believe, because people will believe some crazy stuff. I mean, there's people that think the earth is flat, even though you can literally see the curvature of it when you're in an airplane. People don't even trust their own eyes, but they trust AI. It's crazy. AI is going to take over. It's going to take over our minds.
AI makes me, in general, think of Cyclops. You know, Cyclops was this big monster, but with one eye. And he just was like, what's what? He's got his eye on you. Watch out. That was a big monster creature, which to me was fascinating. And I do like Futurama that had the lady with the one eye. She was the alien. I haven't seen that show in so long, but she was super cool. And she actually was the girl from Married with Children voice, Kate Siegel. Yeah, she was Kate Siegel's voice. And she was in Futurama, which was really fun. And the style she took it. So she had the one eye, purple hair, and she was going here and there. But to me, it's fascinating the way people take what's what. Like sometimes people overthink, and some people underthink, and some people just don't think. And it seems like sometimes what they say, kind of like what was said before, their lies, because they didn't know what they were talking about, they start talking out their other end. And it's like, what the hell? And it's just amazing. Amazing. And to me, it just comes down to it's ridiculous that people take it to that level where it's like when they don't have a clue. You know, even though clue is a mystery, but they make life a bigger mystery than needed to be. It shouldn't be that complicated. It shouldn't be that
It shouldn't be that complicated. I mean, life should be just something to enjoy, and people take it way too seriously. They get upset over little things. They just relax. I mean, everybody should just take a chill pill, relax, go down to the bar, have a drink, you know, whatever you need to help you relax, then you go and do that. If it's a massage, if it's some other kind of drug, one that your doctor gives you, of course, then that's very important, because being able to relax is the difference between being old and not being old, and being stressed and not being stressed. So relaxing, taking it easy, kicking back, be in the park, pet your cat, whatever you need to do.
Pet your cat, whatever you need to do. Cats are great for relaxing unless they get in this mode where they're doing the zoomies. And the zoomies, as every cat owner knows, is when the cat just goes bonkers. They go absolutely berserk. Like they can be the sweetest little fluff ball for a minute, like Leah's cat right now. They can be so sweet and cuddly. And then all of a sudden they turn crazy. Their eyes get all big. They run around the room. They yell, they scream, they attack the other cats if you have other cats. It is wild. And it's always at 3 a.m. But I also kind of relate to that because I also go crazy at 3 a.m. My mind goes nuts. I can't sleep. So I can relate to that. Maybe I was a cat in a previous life. But it's very annoying when you are trying to sleep and your cat is just causing a ruckus.
The cat is causing a ruckus. A good friend of mine at work, his friend, God rest his soul, he passed away, and they started making shirts, which was very cool. And this is a drawing that he made, so he puts this in a lot of the stuff, which I think is a great idea. Ideas, it's great, you know what, the mind makes things, because sometimes it's like the weirdest creations that people create, and sometimes it's the best creation, sometimes it's the worst, but it is amazing when you really slow down and you relax and you think about what you want to do, what you want to prepare for. Usually it becomes a lot better. And the instincts can work, but not always. It's just like always depending on what's what. But to me, I love where, you know, you have a certain individual, because I like and I love are two different enormous differences. When you love something, it's love. It's from deep in. When you like something, you like it. It's kind of like, you know, it's really weird. It's kind of like I dislike this. When you hate something, it's a big difference. There's a big turnaround. Like our mother used to get really mad at us when we said the word we hate. She said, take that out of your vocabulary. And it's something I do feel I don't have a lot of hate, but I do have certain hate for certain things, obviously, and we all do. But it just comes down to me, it's common sense things. And common sense, it's not so common. And it never was that common, but it's getting less and less and less. And to me, you take the subtractions, you take the negatives. I must have such a lovely voice because I have all three improvisers that are so mystified, which is great. I love being so mystified. Like sometimes I'm even talking, I'm like this, where am I going with this? And then everybody's like, oh, ooh, I'm great. Wow, I was more attracted in this. This would be great. But it comes down to in improv, you never know. Expect the unexpected. Bwah, bwah, bwah. And this is what's happening.
Expect the unexpected. That's what I always say. And isn't life so much more fun when something's unexpected and it happens? I mean, good things. Well, sometimes they're bad things, but you can always expect something that's going to happen. Like we had a heat wave here in Manhattan. We had a heat wave. And I expected to get stuck on the subway in between stations. I mean, I had that expectation for 3 days straight. And every time I got on the subway, I would freak the fuck out. Excuse me, Annie. Because I just was absolutely sure if the train wasn't going at a certain pace, that it was absolutely going to get stuck, that we were going to have a power outage. It would last for the rest of my life. And I was
for a second. Now we're going to give a question each to Leah. So Mel, ask a question to Leah of what she's saying.
What was the most annoying subway experience you've had?
Well, annoying versus terrifying.
Yeah, I guess let's go with annoying.
Annoying is when somebody's really playing their music like loud, just so loud, and they don't give a shit, and like it's like they want everybody to hear everything they're doing, and I find that really irritating.
Norm, you can ask her a question on what she was talking about.
You said you were afraid of being stuck in the train forever. How long would you wait before you decide to, geez, I'm going to get out of this train and walk through the tunnel?
Oh, about 5 minutes. And that's about how long until people throw me off the train because I'm hysterical. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm wondering, I was going to ask the same sort of question that Norm asked you, but to me, it's like what I was amazed by is if you were really scared because of the heat wave that you're going to get stuck, why the hell are you taking the subway for? Why not take a bus? What is wrong with you? I'm very curious.
Because my gym is downtown and my apartment is uptown. And the subway, you can get there in 30 minutes. The bus, which I did one day, I took the bus home. It took an hour and a half. And that's not the way I want to spend my life, on a bus for an hour and a half with a lot of people. So I decided I would just risk my life and get on the subway, which is pretty much what I think every time I get on the subway.
So now we're going to pause. She said she'd risk her life. Does anybody have something in their idea? It could be Leah also, not talking about subways now, but something about risking life. Instead, give anybody an idea.
Would you risk your life to save your cat?
No, well, that's not what I'm at. I'm saying if you have an idea. So Mel,
The
look
monologue?
Go ahead, Mel.
Yeah. So one time I went on this sledding hill, and this was near my university in Alaska, and it had a big sign posted on it: "Sled here at your own risk. Use of this hill as a sledding hill may result in serious injury or death." And me and my friends just saw that as a challenge. We're like, all right, this is going to be great. It's going to be the best sledding hill ever. Let's do it. So me and this one other person got on the sled, and we're like halfway through, we hit a bump, and then we just go tumbling down and landing on top of each other. And surprisingly, neither of us got seriously hurt or dead. Obviously, I'm still here. But yeah, the person I was riding with is also still alive and thriving. So that's good. But yeah, we were definitely up for it. I think that made it even more enticing. I don't think that's the goal, but you know, when you're young and you see danger, it's like, all right, let's do it. It's going to be awesome. So I think
can I ask you a question then? Since we're asking questions, have you grown out of this desire to risk your life?
I would like to say so, yeah. I mean, I think I still have it in me to do some very impulsive things sometimes, especially if I've had a couple drinks. But yeah, I've definitely gotten a little bit wiser.
So I will ask the next question. I asked the last one last, so I'll let Norm ask the last one on this. But I'm going to ask you just in general, because I've discussed this sort of with Mel in the past. Like, why do the youngsters challenge their best buddies to almost die? It's like, I challenge you. Let's see who's going to die. It's like, who's the bigger coward? But the goal is you're almost rooting for your friend to die, or they're rooting for you to die. It's like, what is wrong with the youths of today? Even though some older people do that too, but I'm just saying, what is wrong with youths in general? Why is that the case?
Because we don't think we're actually going to die. Like, we don't think that's possible. We're indestructible. We're the main characters. Main characters don't die.
No, I'm.
And you said you're more mature now, so you don't do those type of things. But at what age do you become more mature and stop doing those things? When did that happen?
I guess I would say about 25. They say that's when the brain fully develops. I think mine might still be developing a bit, but yeah, I think around 25.
Okay, we're going to stick with that number. Number 25. What does that make someone think of? It could be Mel, but what does, say, a quarter of a century or 25, a quarter? What does that make someone think of here? And they could start talking. Not a question to somebody. You're going to start talking a monologue. It could be anybody. If nobody goes, I'll go, but it could be anybody. So to me, it's funny because it just makes me think of the bicentennial. And, it's just like we've had some extraordinary years in there, like July 4th here and there. And again, it's not officially to the quarter, but it's just like you being a youngster back in the day, you loved July 4th. And it's weird because we went to the worst of the worst. Like as a youngster, being a teenager, people lighting up the craziest of things. Yet with me, I never lit a firecracker or a firework in my life. Just didn't. Never had even a little interest. People are like, this old yes, they light up an M80. I'm standing, 100 feet away. Let them do it. They're like, oh, you want to go? No. They're like, why? I said no, because I like my fingers. I don't. And it just to me, it's like you read like every day back in the day for you youngsters. There was these things called newspapers, and you buy the newspaper, and it was always July 5th that people would blow half their fingers off, and somebody would. It was always, and it's like. Again, kind of like what we were saying, with challenging up the youngsters. Why do youngsters do that? Now, I understand fireworks and whatever, but it's still like usually a stupidity move that makes us blow what we blow off. And again, hoping that it's a safe July 4th for you all. Just don't be too crazy. I know Norm and Leia love to light those fireworks and go bonkers, but be careful with it. But yeah, that's a me thing. I just feel like, and it's just a shame. I do miss the good old newspaper, though, especially the funnies. The funnies, I love those here and there. Anybody can ask me a question, and then we'll go in that. Go ahead, Leia, and then.
Have you ever held a sparkler?
I've actually never held a sparkler either, which is pretty ridiculous. But nope, never held a sparkler. Go ahead, Nort.
So the kids who are stupid enough to hold these M80s in their hands and lose fingers, do you think they can count to 10 after that?
Well, I think they can count to 10, just not with their fingers.
What was the best firework?
What was the best firework?
Yeah, the best type of firework.
I never lit a firework. I watch fireworks. I mean, to me, I will say the ones that they have are where they just throw it and a bunch of them come out. And I think it's harmless, but I don't know. I've never thrown one, but it lights up those stuff. I don't think it's fire. I think I guess it is lit up though. So maybe it is. I don't know, clue. It's been in movies or whatever. They throw it in and it starts doing the sparkling. So some of them explode while others don't. So I'm saying the one that doesn't explode, I would throw it if it doesn't explode. But if it does explode, no, thank you. But yeah, that's a me factor. So we're gonna just say in general factor. Since I said it's a real factor, anybody think of something factor in their mind? Raise your hand if you think of something factor wise, and you can start talking about what factor makes you think of. If it makes you think of anything.
Factorial equations is something we learned in mathematics, and we never get to use them again. With all kinds of things, logarithms, quadratic equations, all these complicated things. Unless you went into a mathematical field, you should have learned how to take care of balance a budget and sew your pants and put needles and sew a button on your clothes. Common things that everybody needs to do at one time or another. It's kind of crazy that we learn all these complicated things that never come to any use afterwards. I mean, factorial equations. They come really handy in factorial equation season. No, that doesn't happen. There's a tax season where you have to do taxes. That'd be more important to learn how to do that. So that's what they should do, is teach more of the common things we need to learn for life, for paying your taxes, taking care of your house, taking care of your belongings.
Okay, so we're gonna ask what Norm's speaking about now, so anyone could ask first. So I guess I'll ask first, and then we'll have Mel and then Leah, because just sort of the orders that we haven't done yet. So I'm gonna ask you, just in general, are you one that likes when you're doing your taxes just so you could get a return, or you are not one that does?
I hate it. People are glad to get returns. It just means you paid too much ahead of time. You should have a zero. Ideal situation is have zero and no bill and no return. So that'd be the ideal situation.
Give me my money. Give me my money back. I want it.
Yeah, I paid too much in advance. Give me my interest. You charge me interest when I owe you money.
Mel.
Was math your favorite subject?
Math and biology. Yeah, those were two of my faves. Yeah.
So how did you get into chemistry?
That was more practical for jobs. There's not too many jobs unless you be a bean counter and an accountant, which was not attractive. It's just a tool. It's not a passion. But chemistry, especially for pertaining to biology and food, is a lot more interesting and more concrete for me.
All right, so we'll do one more of this for what was being said. So you know what? Just because of something he just said, because he was saying biology, chemistry and all that. The Big Bang Theory, that's a sitcom, which I love. So we're just going to ask each individual what's a series they liked a lot. And I'll just begin with, I guess, since I opened up that door, but Big Bang Theory, which I love that show, but it wasn't my favorite sitcom, even though it was a great sitcom, no question. So each one of you asked me a question on Everybody Loves Raymond, because it was my favorite sitcom of all time, and I think it was a brilliant show. So I'll go into the order of the rights, and then each one will get to it when it's their turn. So Mel, ask me any question regarding Everybody Loves Raymond.
Which of the characters do you think would be the hardest to live with?
I would say the hardest to live with would be Ray Romano. Ray Romano, just as fun as he is, oh my God, he is so miserable if it's not gone his way. But they all have that in them. But Ray Romano, it would be hard to deal with. Norm.
You don't think Ray's parents would be harder to live with?
No, I actually think they'd be very amusing because, to me, when old people like me, they love me. And I think they'd be super cool. And I would love to eat, Mama's food, because Mama knows how to cook. And Mama is a great cook and she loves what she does. And when you have Pete Doyle as your father-in-law, oh my God, how great can it be? You could have the greatest stories from Pete Doyle. Go ahead.
But it's Mr. Romano, not Pete Doyle.
Which actor do you think was stretching their character the most?
I don't think anybody really stretched it out. I think they all played it to the right level because there wasn't too much of one or the other. I do think my favorite character of the bunch was Robert, who was Ray's brother, who was a cop. I think he played a brilliant part of it, which was so great. I think he's one of the great actors, as in character, should I say, in top 25 characters of all time. He definitely was one playing Robert. But Robert Romano, but he was brilliant. I'm gonna clap there. So now I'm gonna ask Mel, what is your, besides Everybody Loves Raymond, if it is, but outside of Everybody Loves Raymond, what's your next favorite sitcom? What's what?
Oh man, I guess I'll say Curb Your Enthusiasm. It's one of the sitcoms that I watched from beginning to end. I also like Seinfeld a lot, but I haven't watched it from beginning to end. I've probably seen a lot of episodes, maybe every episode at some point, but Curb Your Enthusiasm all the way through.
Norm?
What's your best character in Curb Your Enthusiasm?
Definitely Larry. A lot of times the main character isn't the best character, but in this show, it definitely is Larry, because he's just the kind of person that just says all the petty shit that we think, but don't actually say, and it's hilarious.
Which character would you want as a roommate?
the guy the guy that moves in with Larry. He's great. He's hilarious. He'd be a great roommate. He's got your back. He's like a great hype man.
So I'm kind of curious because they all came back in Curb Your Enthusiasm, all the characters from Seinfeld came. And I do think, even though Larry David, I think, is the best character in Curb Your Enthusiasm, the greatest character I say in TV history is George Costanza, who was based by Jason Alexander, who was based on Larry David's character. What do you think about how great of those two characters are living together if they were to live together?
Oh, the two of them living, that'd be a great spinoff. Just George Costanza and Larry David living together and pissing each other off all the time. Even though they're basically the same person, they'd be so annoyed at each other. That would be hilarious.
Well, great job. Now we're going to ask you, Norm, what is your favorite sitcom that neither one of us has mentioned?
Back when I grew up, it was Beverly Hillbillies was my favorite.
Oh, that was from 1931, right?
It was black and white when it started, yeah.
So what was the show?
Beverly Hillbillies.
No, yeah, go ahead, Leah. Yeah.
Do you think Jethro ever got a degree?
Yeah, he was he was good in math. The gazintas, he would say 5 gazinta 10 twice, and he was double knot spy at times. He was quite strong, but he could get beat up by his cousin Ellie Mae. That was always a puzzler.
Now, I don't know any of their characters' names, but I did watch that at a real young age. The one hot girl that's in it, the niece or whatever she is.
Ellie Mae?
Okay, I don't know. That might be it. So I guess that is it. But yeah, with her, did she ever get married on the show, or what was her big?
No, she's had a number of beaux, but she loved the animals. That's what her passion was, being with animals. She managed to chase away all the people who wanted to marry her.
Well, again, when you're that hot, you're going to get a lot of animals. It's automatic. Just
and he wants to know if Ellie Mae is available. Damn. Which character of the show did you relate to the most?
Maybe Jed, but I liked Granny the most. She was a lot of fun. Yeah, she had her rheumatism medicine, and she could really get riled up, and she was always fun and interesting. But I'd probably say more like Jed. Yeah.
That's a great job. I have no clue who that is, even though I've watched the show a long couple centuries ago. But Leah, what was your favorite sitcom that none of us have mentioned? Or
so I have a few, but I'm gonna do Gilligan's Island because I think that was one of my favorites. I actually loved Beverly Hillbillies, the Hillbillies a lot too, but I'm gonna do Gilligan's Island. So does anybody have a question for me?
Well, yeah, we're all gonna do it in the same order that I said before, improv. So I'm gonna ask the first question. I do love Bob Denver. I love the Gilligan's Island, and I did meet Marianne, God rest her soul, in person before she passed away, a couple of years before she passed away. And I mean, I'll say she was super old when I met her, but she was a sweetheart still, like just a very nice person. Do you think, did you like her character on Gilligan's Island? Because remember, in the original Gilligan's Island, they didn't even sing her part, her or the professor's part. They just said, and the rest of, which to me was ridiculous. Then the second season, they put their both names. It was only 2, but that's what it is. How did you feel with that?
I thought she was a very sweet character. I may have identified with Ginger just a little bit more, but Marianne was very sweet.
She's still alive, right? Isn't she the only one still alive?
She might be. Tina Louise, I think.
Yeah, I think she's still alive, but okay. Go ahead, Mel.
Like 95, but yeah, she's...
So if you had to be stuck on an island with one of the characters, who would it be?
Oh, the professor. No doubt about it. He would add us off that island in like 2 minutes. Yeah, definitely the professor. Yeah, anybody else, I may have killed them. So yeah, definitely.
You say you identify most with Ginger. So how are you similar? You're a movie star? Or?
Oh no, she was just so sexy, and she always had these little adorable dresses on and slinked around. And I just, as a young woman, young girl, actually I was a girl, just thought she was really amazing.
Well, great job. And just for the record, Tina Louise is the only person in Gilligan's Island still alive. She's 91 years old, but yeah, I always loved Marianne, though. That was my, that young kid loved Marianne. She was awesome.
Yeah, I think she was hotter than Tina.
Yeah, most people seem to think that way, even though they both look great. They no harm, no foul. But yeah, Marianne, yeah, she's that good girl next door character. But yeah, I do like, and I still watch Gilligan's Island still every so often on the TV. It's a show that hasn't lost its beat, which I like. So many shows you watch old, and now you watch it like, man, how did I like it back then? But times make you change. But no, that's one that's, to me, it's just a great show. But so, yep, here we go. So give yourselves a hand. Great, lay a hand on that last one. So we're gonna go. We got a bit more time. Time flies, though. It does. 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 Okay, we did that. We're gonna do talk radio. Why not? We're gonna do the talk radio. So we know the deal. Even though there's only 4 of us, I usually like to do this with a bigger crowd. We're gonna do talk radio. So each one of us is gonna have our own radio station. We're gonna be that shock jock, kind of like a Howard Stern. So to me, I would say your goal is to try to get it under 3 minutes. I usually get it in like a little over a minute because I rapid fire with it. So I'm going to give each one of you a question each to ask me. You're going to act like you're different characters. So I'll just say, blah, 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 Mel, blah, blah, because I didn't number you guys. But the key goes down. So I'm going to be that disc jockey. So disc jockey, that's shock jock or whatever. So I'm going to be like this. Okay, welcome back, folks. Oh, yeah, you're over my radio station, everything here. Back in break. And now I'm taking caller number 1. Go, Mel.
So, what should I major in college? I don't know what to do with my life.
Yeah, it's simple. You know what? You should just go and be the dropout you are. Go ahead, wash some cars. Oh, yeah. Next caller number 2. Go, Norm.
Yes, I want to make a gesture to my girlfriend. What kind of food should I bring to her?
Yeah, you can take that wiener and shove it up your butt. Okay, next caller. Yes, go ahead, Leah. How may I help?
What's the best way to bury a body?
Oh, the best way? Yeah, underground. Duh. Next caller. Go ahead, Mel.
Hey, my friend is daring me to ride the tallest roller coaster. Should I do it?
Yeah, look both ways before crossing the road. Next caller, Norm, go.
When you see the sunset in the ocean, on the other side of the world, does it come up all wet?
If you wake up with your head up your rear end, does it mean it's really officially up your ass? Next caller. Okay, go ahead, Leah. Last caller.
Hey, one of my friends, they want to go diving. They want to go diving off the pier, except it says no diving. But I think it's like going to be a really cool thing to do. What do you think? Should I go diving?
Okay, folks, this was a great radio station. Yeah, it was great speaking to that. Yeah, it sounded like a Homer Simpson type of person calling me up. But no, thank you. Don't eat the pear. That's what I say. Pear. Eat the pear. It's not a great pairing, but it's a delicious pear. A boss pear. Thank you and have a nice day. Give a hand. So now we're on Mel's radio station when you are ready, Mel. And you'll go in number order, obviously, but yep.
All right, welcome back to Midnights with Mel. We got callers coming in hot. All right, caller number 1.
Yeah, I hear AI is taking over the world. When are they going to take over, really?
They already have. It's too late, bro. Caller number 2.
I think my boyfriend may be cheating on me. He spends all his time on the phone. What do you think I should do?
Cheat on him back. Duh. Caller number 3.
Oh, I want 2 extra cheese pizzas. I want the stuffed cheese filling because they've been bragging about it. So I want extra stuffed cheese filling. And you know what? Make a pepperoni slice. Put a little extra on that, too.
Well, it really is true. You are what you eat. You are one cheesy dude. Get out of here. All right, next caller.
Yes, can you tell me if Paris is in Italy?
Yeah, Paris is in Italy. Why don't you go there? Yeah, get out of here.
Thank you.
Number 2.
Yeah, I just want to know what's the best venue for my wedding?
The best venue for your wedding is in your dark, dingy basement. Nobody should see that. Caller number 3.
I'm just kind of wondering, if you're up in the chimney and Santa Claus is there, is it okay to kill him? Because again, he's in my house. You know what I mean? So I could kill him. I could keep all his crap and all that stuff. I could even play a little Rudolph. You know what I mean? How you doing, Rudolph?
Well, if you kill him, then you got to take over his job. I'll send you my wish list. All right, caller number 1.
Okay. So great job. I'll put that to the side. So we're just doing this 2 questions each, but we're going to Norm's station now. When you are ready, Norm.
Hey, this is Norm at night, and this is 2-question night. So, caller number 1, what's your question?
My boyfriend gave me a really small engagement ring. Should I pick up with him?
If he gave you a small ring, it's because he's got a small thingy. You should definitely break up with him. Caller number 2.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out what's this ring around the collar crap. Why do women want rings, yet there's ring around the collar, yet they don't want to do my laundry? What the hell's wrong with these women, I tell you?
Bad news, your girlfriend is going to break up with you. I just talked to her. Caller number 3.
My cat and dog don't get along. What should I do?
Put him in a pit, have him fight it out. They'll get tired. It works every time. Caller number 1.
Hey, my parents want me to go to college, and I really don't want to do it. So how do I handle this? I mean, what do I do?
You say, yes, Mom, and put the money in my account, and I'll take care of everything. And you go party. Yeah. Caller number 2.
Yo, what's going on? I'm just kind of wondering, how do you get away with being a perv? You know, you're talking to the women like you're rapping on the phone, like you got some moves and all, but you're hiding behind the radio. What's the deal with that?
Hey, Dad, I told you not to call this station anymore. Caller number 3.
Some nut job killed Santa. What are we going to do?
Pray for Easter Bunny.
And we'll go to Leia's radio station when you are ready, Leia.
Hey, all you lonely hearts out there. I'm here to answer all your relationship questions. So, caller number 1.
Yeah, how you doing? I'm one of those lonely hearters, and I'm kind of hard on your voice. How you doing?
I'm doing just fine, but I'm gonna go to the next caller. Thank you. Caller number 2.
Hey, how do I step up my game with the pickup lines? Give me a good pickup line.
You say, hey, beautiful. I've never seen anybody as beautiful as you. I mean, that's what my boyfriend used, and it worked perfectly. Caller number 3.
The walls in my apartment are paper thin. I keep hearing all my neighbors doing it. How can I get into the action?
I think you just need some lube and you'll be fine. Caller number 1.
What's up, young lady? I'm kind of wondering, you're talking about lube with other people. I'd like to share some lube with you. What's up?
That's my ex-husband. We're going to just disconnect him. Caller number 2.
So I tried the pickup line. She's the most beautiful girl, but I couldn't go through with it. It's not true. The most beautiful girl I've ever seen is Angelina Jolie. How do I get with Angelina Jolie?
Honey, you got to lower your standards. Caller number 3.
Thank you for a recommendation. I used up all the lube, and then I went for the American pie. Do you like pie? I can invite you this weekend.
I think you mean pie, not pie. And so I'm going to just wave off tonight.
There we go. So great job, y'all. So we still got a little time left. So what we're going to do is we're going to play elimination of remove that letter. So the key goes down to is anybody catches them not saying it, it'll go to the next person. So right now it'll be me and Mel going. And once we even say 1/8 of the word, we're wiped out. And you can even call it on your partner could call it on you or whatever, but the key goes down to you're doing it. So right off the bat, I'm going to say we can't use any word with the letter T in it. No letter with the word T in it. We can't use it, and just remove the T. We can't say thanks. We can't change thanks into Hanks. Nope, that's always an elimination. But we can't say any word with T. So the suggestion here that I'm just looking at right this is This is saying the dump. The dump is a suggestion, no T's, and me and Mel will start. And once one of us gets eliminated, then Norm's going to join, then Leia will join. We know the deal, and it's a rapid going constantly. So, yep, the dump is a suggestion, and I will begin. It really smells here. Oh, crap. So, yep, so Norm, you're going, and you're with Mel, so Mel's going to start, and your new suggestion, holy crap, is mystery. When you're ready, Mel.
I believe I know whose crime is happening.
I desire knowledge. Say more.
Maid who goes in bedroom cleaning used cleaner for poison.
Awful. Pink Panther.
Panther. So, and what I'll say, oh no, wrong person. We're going to put you in there for him. So what I'll say is the word, you got to make this make sense. So it's got to be spoken quicker. Otherwise, you're going to get called out on it. So too long of a delay. But yep. So new suggestion. We're going to have Leia start, but she's with Mel. And your suggestion is dry cleaner when you are ready. No T. We'll keep T for now for the first go around. Go ahead.
Look.
Clean now. Clean now. Problem?
No hesitation.
Yes. Shrunk.
Trump. Okay, yeah, that's a good. Okay, so yeah, we pretty much went around with that, so we'll give a clap there. Mel took that round. So we're gonna change a new letter. So we say the T word now. We can't say anything with S. So Mel's gonna start, but again, if we could speak slow, but we needed to make it sound. No, it doesn't work. We need to go. So you're starting, Mel. Suggestion: no S's, no S words. Is slapstick. That's what slapstick.
Which has 2 S's.
Now that funny. Great pratfall.
That greatness. Okay.
Greatness.
Yeah, holy mackerel.
That's what happens when you go fast.
Yep. No. Yeah, but it's the right way to do it. So now Norm's going to get to go, but Mel, you're going to respond after him. No S's, but your suggestion for you two is tragedy. Tragedy.
I'd like to try that.
Bad idea. Danger.
Why not?
Can get you killed.
It can? How?
It happened once before.
Tell me more. I want to know.
There was a terrible
There
accident.
was. All right. So we're going to put Leia in there. So Leia's going to speak first, but Norm's going to be the after effector. So your suggestion, no S's, is city. City, whatever city makes you think of. So try to say, you got to say at least 3 words each time, no 2 words. But we want this to make sense and be smooth. When you're ready, Leia, no S's, nobody, go.
I want to take Metro.
You want to take the train again?
Affirmative.
That's
Affirmative's only one word, right? I don't know what word that, yeah, okay. So, going to do it again. So we're going to give it now. So I'm going to have it me and Norm. So Norm's going to start. So Norm took that one. So I'm going to ask somebody here. What letter do you think we should replace now? We can't use a T.
G. G is in George.
Okay, so no G's. So we want to say at least 3 words every time, making it make sense. So go for it, Norm. You're going to begin. And our suggestion is waterfall.
It's a pleasant day. You should pray.
It is nice. It really is cool.
You wrote what you're saying.
I love it.
Saying?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Saying
Good.
is tough.
Yeah, I thought G was easy, but okay, that's good. So I'm going to start with Mel. No G's. And our new suggestion is travel. Travel. This boat ride was fun.
It's fantastic. I'm so thrilled to be here.
Yes, you are the best.
Let's go party.
Go.
Go. Yeah.
Great. Okay, so who's has a gun? Leia, right? Okay, so me and Leia, new suggestion, and Leia's going to speak first. No G's. And musical theater is it, but you are going to speak first, Leia, when you are ready.
Music speaks to my heart.
I love your hearts. It is nice.
My heart is for sale.
How much? I want it.
It will cost diamonds, maybe.
Diamonds are woman's best friend. So be it.
Definitely. Going. I know.
Yeah, all righty. So I did win that. All right. We did only 3 rounds, right? We have one more round to do. So let me just put this up there because somebody else is coming in. Just don't want their video.
That was the 3rd round. Yeah.
No, but we did 4 because there's 4 of us. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Okay.
4 rounds to start. So who didn't start yet? I started, right? With the T. Leia, Leia, you haven't started, right? Okay, so we're gonna put a Leia to start. So what letter do we want to remove from Leia right now? Anybody?
H.
H, no H's. Okay. And the suggestion that we're gonna, you know what? I'll have somebody else start with Leia right now. So I'm gonna put in, you know what? Since he said H, he's gonna get in there with her. So Leia and Norm, and the suggestion for you two is romance. Romance is the suggestion. Go ahead, Mel. Leia.
I want us to be serene.
Great to meet you.
Confusing response from my spouse.
I married you not for speaking.
Our vows were of
Were.
were?
Oh no, that's where.
Were of
Yeah, we gotta call out Norm because he can't call.
Yeah.
All right. Great job. So it's still no H's. So
Maybe she can't spell like I.
So you know I'm gonna let Mel be in it because I want to give her a thing. I don't think she had that thing in the moment. So Mel's gonna go first. Leia's gonna respond to her. No H's, and your suggestion is samurai. Samurai.
Look at this sword.
Yes. Yeah. Can't get much quicker than that, but okay, it's coming.
I think you had me
It's
good.
the first word. You can't get any bigger. It's the first word. Okay, so no H's. I'm going to start, and our suggestion is poetry. I love poetry in motion.
It is special for us.
Yes, definitely. Speak quicker, please. I don't gonna be here. Okay, here, done. I try to avoid here and then have it. So let's again, give a hand. Give a hand. So, looking at that, so we still got a few minutes, not many. But so we're gonna do a pun joke style game. Why the heck not? We may do 2 of them, but we'll see what's what because I don't want to eat up the thing, but here and there. So. And we are, just for the record, I want the world to know, just because, again, some people watch different parts here and there. But the Improv Professionals will be performing live next week in July 4th in New York City at the Pit Loft at 9:45 p.m., 9:30 p.m. So you should come to it. It'll be a lot of fun. And they're opening up for some other improv team. Don't know who's on, but it'll be a lot of fun. And they're doing the thing for the 2 days, which is a lot of fun of different improv teams and what's what. So we're going with this. And so our new pun joke style game is, did we do, yeah, we did that with the other team.
We didn't do It's Not You, It's Me, which is, I like that one.
Okay, so that works. So we'll do It's Not You, It's Me. I know Extreme did that, but we won't. So I'm gonna give a theme. So each person is gonna give their own theme and they'll start it off. So it's not you, it's me, it's not me, it's you. So I'm gonna try to give something that's, yeah, Cracker Jack, screw it. Cracker Jack. It's not you, it's me. You really pop my buttons.
It's not me, it's you. You just make peanuts.
It's not you, it's me. I just wanted the toy.
It's not you, it's me. I know. You didn't appreciate the plastic ring I gave you.
It's not you, it's me. I'm just a corn puff. And Colosseum. All right, put that to the side. So Mel, give us the new word and let us know who it is and what it is. What's the theme?
Computers. It's not you, it's me. I just don't feel enough control in this relationship, so I need to find an alternate relationship and delete this one.
It's not me, it's you. You keep crashing.
It's not me, it's you. You're always spending your time at the space bar.
It's not me, it's you. Straightforward. I like your AI version better than I like you.
It's not me, it's you. You're just full of errors.
I'll put that to the side. So Leia, please give us a new theme. What's the theme?
Chemistry. For you, Norm. It's not you, it's me. I just wanted to play with your test tubes.
Yeah.
It's not you, it's me. There's just no chemistry between us anymore.
It's not you, it's me. I just don't have that Big Bang Theory no more.
It's not you, it's me. You just don't give me H2Os anymore.
It's not you, it's me. I just don't feel the chemical reaction.
Yep. All right, Norm, give us a brand new word or theme, should I say, and we'll go around it.
Hair. It's not you, it's me. I just can't wait to get you out of my hair.
It's not you, it's me. I'm just envious of your hair.
It's not you, it's me. We're just not on the same wavelength.
It's not me, it's you. You just always locking me out.
It's not you. I know it's me. I don't make you comb.
John, we want to do this again. We'll go one more time just because we got a little extra time. So this will finish us off. So we'll do another theme. Same, not you, me, and me, not you. So the theme will be, I will say, windows. Windows will be the theme. It's not you. It's me. I just love to be a real glass.
It's not me, it's you. You're a real pain.
It's not me, it's you. I see right through you.
It's not me, it's you. You're always closed up.
It's not me, it's you. You don't play with my windowsill. All right. That one you get. See, when I say dirty things, you get it. But when I say good things, it goes over all your heads.
That was good.
So, Mel, give us a new theme. What is the theme?
Shower. It's not me, it's you. You just don't do my body wash right anymore.
It's not me, it's you. You're just a drip.
It's not me, it's you. You smell bath.
It's not me, it's you. Just plain simple, you're a real Drano.
It's not me, it's you. You're just always hot and then cold.
That's a great job. Tell you your mind's good. Yo, yeah, get it. Like going over these people's head. That's the new theme, Leah.
Elevators. It's not you. It's me. You just push my buttons.
It's not me, it's you. You won't go down on me.
It's not me, it's you. I don't like your new lift.
It's not me, it's you. You're just overcrowded.
It's not you. It's me. I feel like we're just stuck.
It's a great job. Put that to the side. See, lift is elevator outside of America, for crying out loud. I'm giving you good crap, even when I'm showing my education, my education. Holy crap. Okay, so, I mean, Norm, give us a new thing.
Teeth. It's not me, it's you. You're always giving me the brush off.
It's not me, it's you. I just don't like that bite you got. It's a little too sharp, shall I say?
It's not me, it's you. You just don't have enough wisdom for me.
It's not me. It's you. Your cavity is too big.
It's not me, it's you. I just can't get past that cold gate.
All right. So we're just gonna call it there. So before we call it a night, I'd like to go around just to see what people have, if they want to let people know here and there. But Leia, who I will say she's a real fun improviser. She does perform in the city a lot in different improv groups and what's what, and even the shows. Does musicals, she does that. Watch out, she's a pure talent. But do you have a website so people know when you do perform in person or online?
I'm sorry to say I do not have a website, but I am always here at the Improfessionals.
Perfect. All right. And you see all the sites behind me. That's the Improfessional. And Norm, do you have a website so people know how to follow Norm?
I'm on the same website as Leah, and otherwise I play with professionals and extreme improv.
Perfect. Extreme, and also the sites behind me. But as he said, and Mel, how about yourself?
You can find me on mel.licious on YouTube, and you can also find me performing with the Improfessionals on Socially Distant Improv and these sites.
Perfect. So thank you all. We're the Improfessionals. We had Mel Post, Leah Goldfarb, Norm, and I'm Andy A. Thank you, world. Thank you, team. You did a great job. A lot of fun. Have an amazing weekend. Next week, Improfessionals performing at the Pit live. Be there or be square. That's counting the audience members, and that's counting my team. There you go. But thank you, world. Thank you all. Have a great night.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Great show.
So, Mel, would you like to introduce the next individual?
Yes, up next is the fourth smartest man on the planet, Joshua Previn.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did that. That's my fault. Yep. Perfect.
Hey guys, how are you?
How you feeling?
Can you hear me okay?
Hear you great.
Yep.
Yeah. I might sound a little quiet. Steve and I are in Venice, Italy, because we're trying to crash that Jeff Bezos party, and it's been difficult. There's a lot of security, and I just had a very embarrassing thing. I thought his wife or girlfriend, I guess it was her, and I went over and I thought I thought she was a mannequin, and I said, "Wow, that's a really cool mannequin." And she tried to punch me. It was a difficult scene, but I'm very happy that Italy. Excuse me for one moment. Thank you. Yes, I should say for some of your viewers, I am the fourth smartest man in the world. Obviously, that does not make me the for the smartest person in the world, I always try to clarify that it puts me somewhere in the range of, I believe it's the top 10,000, because women have gotten very, very smart recently. I don't know if you've noticed that, but it's funny. I was just talking to I guess it was the sixth smartest man in the world. I try to give back as much as I can to others who are trying to come up through the ranks. So I was having a conversation with I guess he's seventh smartest in the world, and I told him what I always tell everyone else. I say, don't listen to me. And they always look at me and think, what does he mean? But what I'm trying to do is trying to get them to think, because people never think these. One of the problems. Oops, excuse me. One of I'm writing several books, not at the moment, and one of the books is just called Smart, but it's not spelled correctly. I've spelled it incorrectly on purpose. I'm always trying to shout these ideas and whatnot. Steve, I'm looking at a blank page right now. Steve is my assistant. He's been with me for probably 70 years. Is it 70 years, Steve? I think it's. But we've been together, and he prepares all of the things you hear me say, which sound as if they're off the top of my noggin, but he's written them all down meticulously, because we prepare for hours. I mean, each segment of this is, I can't even keep track of it, but it's there is something called Steve, what is it? Improv or improv. Those are sketchy characters. You do not want to associate yourself with them. You do not want to trust them. They are constantly making stuff up. I don't want to say it should be illegal, but we need to be paying our writers. So I'm just saying, if you see any improvisers, please tell them to learn their lines. It's just enough is enough. It's just so lazy. It's like, what is this? What are we doing here? And what is it? What is this? So again, do we have any questions in the chat? No, we don't. We have no question. Steve, is it broken? Or we usually have at least a couple. Is there something you want me to? We may need to troubleshoot this, guys, because usually we do have a steady stream of questions. Well, let me tell you a little bit about myself and how I got to be the fourth smartest man in the world. I've never been third. That's a dream that I do have. I have met the third smartest man in the world. My God, that guy is, I don't know how he does it. He's so smart. I mean, he's just, I can't really put my finger on it exactly, but it's going to be a big jump if I can ever. One of the ways I could become third smartest man in the world is if I could, I've thought about this. I could kidnap him, or if he fell off a cliff or something, I would then automatically move up one. But I don't want to do it that way. That would feel like a hollow victory to me. And it would really be, I think, a last resort. And I mean that. Second smartest man in the world, never met him. He's surrounded by, I think, expensive cars, or I don't know what he does. And the first smartest man in the world, is it's a secret. We're not allowed to know. I do know that he lives in Fort Wayne, New Jersey. I don't know why I know that. I do know that he drives a Buick Skylark, and he has vanity plates that are, say, smart. But everything else about him is classified. The government has classified him. The librarian has classified him in under smart people, S. He's been classified. He plays classical music. All smart people play classical music. Wait, is that right, Steve? No. Some pretentious people play classical music. But I gotta tell you, it's not easy being smart these days. I mean, there's a lot of I don't want to say dumb stuff going on, but you know, I just want. I think we're all just trying to get along in the world, trying to move up one level in the rank of smartness. But I am sometimes called upon to weigh in on weighty matters of weight. And Steve, these cue cards are upside down. They're upside down. Look at them. Take a look. No. No, I'm not upside down. Those are upside down. Okay. You can't, why are you wearing a scuba mask and a snorkel inside in the middle of, I don't understand what's going on. I only have 4 minutes left, and I'm trying to communicate important ideas to people. I'm trying to share my gift with other people, and it's not easy with you flopping around. And now you have flippers on. I don't get it. We're doing couples therapy, Steve and I, and it's actually been really good for us. We have our neighbor is doing it for us. He's working on his. I think it's a different degree. I think he's working on a airplane parts mechanic or something. But he's been great, charging us not that much. And a lot of stuff comes up. I never want to go to session. Steve never wants to go to session, but we're always glad when we get back. And a lot of times we'll just buy a bunch of Milky Ways and Snickers and Three Musketeers and melt them in a big pot. Oh, that does sound disgusting. Excuse me. I'm never going to do that again. That was really gross. And after it melted, and then it just became this terrifying glob of whatever's in there. How can it last for so long? How can that food be how can it be there for years, decades, and it doesn't grow mold? What? I don't understand. Wouldn't bacteria want to eat it? Isn't that the way nature is? But what did they do to that makes it immune from time? Steve, did you catch the last 3 phrases of what I said? Because that felt like a poem, maybe, or maybe it's like a spoken word thing. I don't know. Run it. Yeah, put it through chat. Yeah, put it through chat GPT and then see what Claude does with the other one. By the way, this artificial intelligence, it's completely fake, just so you know. I have a lawsuit against all of them, every single one of them, major lawsuit. You'll read about it because they are obviously pirating my smartness, my intelligence. They call it artificial intelligence. They don't have, they only put in the opening quotes as if that's going to absolve them. Where do you think they're getting that intelligence from? Me. and others. But we're joining in a class action lawsuit, also being spearheaded by our neighbor, who is a marriage therapist and airplane car mechanic trainee. This guy is a star. I think he's a real star. We're looking out for him. He has a. It's funny. I've never seen him in the same room with the fifth smartest man in the world. Makes all of us wonder, I think. Important though, remember that SpongeBob SquarePants, Squidward, and this is what I meant to say at the beginning, is a octopus. Look it up. He's not a squid. Even though his name is Squidward, he's an octopus.
Not a great job.
It's true. It's true. He is, by the way.
And I know, yeah, I put this thing down. It's going to be a second. So we are a little behind schedule. I mean,
Yep.
it's not good. Upsetting the people that are waiting because people are out of order. No harm, no foul. But where am I going here? I got to put, yeah, I'm sorry. That was a me thing. I put that off, but it's all good. Okay, Mel, you can hop on. I'm sorry. All right. Perfect. So, Mel, do you have a question for the fourth smartest individual?
Yeah, so since you're the fourth smartest man in the world, do you know who's the fourth smartest woman in the world?
That's a great question. I'd like to meet her because I don't have a wife.
So what I would say, just because of our time and all, and it was definitely a pleasure having you. Next month is the 5-year anniversary of the Extravaganza, which will be great. So we will reach out to you.
Awesome.
Definitely would be great to have you, the fourth smartest man in the world. But do you have a website so people know how to follow you when you're online performing?
I'm on Facebook under my name, Joshua Previn.
Perfect. Thank you so much, fourth smartest.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great job.
All right. Bye.
Take care. Have a great one. What I'll say is there are many acts out here that I love, but there's no question this person, I love their act more than anybody else. So you got a high thing to fill, but no post.
Oh boy, big shoes to fill. Thank you, Andy. So I've been spending some time in New York, and living in New York as someone who's a mild germaphobe is an interesting experience, I gotta say. It's weird that I like it here as much as I do, because this place should be a germaphobe's worst nightmare. But you know, I'm gonna take this time to stand up for us germaphobes a little bit. I don't think we get enough respect. We don't talk enough about the skills that it takes to be a germaphobe, okay? I mean, first of all, we're adaptable. Somebody's coughing in the cereal aisle, we're changing course. Screw the Cheerios, we're having Pop-Tarts for breakfast. That's the new plan. And if for whatever reason we can't escape the cloud, our breath until the microbes dissipate. We will pass out before we breathe that stuff in, okay? We are dedicated. We're also tactical. When we go to a public bathroom, we have a complex exit strategy that we perform every time. It involves shooting a 2-pointer into the waste bin using the paper towel that we just used to open the door, okay? And it's one of those godforsaken bathrooms that only has a hand dryer. Then we bide our time. We wait for our opportunity and we pounce. We wait for somebody else to open that door and we ride their coattail through. We're patient like that. And when we get on a train or a bus, we get in so we don't have to hold on to anything. The most we'll do is a quick tap, get back into position. Our legs may be shaking, but our hands are clean. That's the big thing. So, you know, that right there, it's balance, it's hand-eye coordination, it's breath control, cat-like reflexes. I mean, come on, we've got it going on. We would make killer athletes if only sports didn't involve close contact and heavy breathing. That's our one Achilles heel. But make no mistake, we have it going on. If things go down, you want one of us on your side, okay? Like, you know, the apocalypse movies, where there's always that one selfish bastard who tries to hide the fact that he's bitten. Not on our watch. We would notice that shit right away. We've been training for that our whole life, okay? We scan every room for red noses. Our ears are fine-tuned to the sound of sniffles. If somebody's trying to hide something from us like that, it's not getting by. Nothing's getting by us. Like we hide the fact that they're bitten, we'd be like, oh, Steve, see you're wearing a long sleeve shirt today. It's pretty warm out. You cold? Not feeling so well? Oh, that's too bad. We would be the badass on the team. Okay, we're just waiting for our moment. We may be sitting on our power right now, but our time will come and you will want us there. But the whole zombie fiction thing, I think all of us are. You know, The Walking Dead just hasn't gotten the memo yet. I mean, read the room. We are living in the apocalypse right now, and nobody cares because we still have 40-hour work weeks and credit scores. Okay, it's not as cool as it's about to be. We're over it. So now when I want to escape into a world of fantasy, I'll just watch a show like Golden Girls or Schitt's Creek, you know, like a type of show where the big, you know, unreal people being decent to each other. I love that. But, you know, that's why I love this show, too. I get to perform with all kinds of fun and nice and funny people, and it's great to see. And what a great theme, you know? I do love pineapples. I got a lot to say about pineapples. Pineapples have great PR. Like, whoever's in charge of the pineapple PR must have been, like, really invested in Dole or something, because pineapple PR is, like, it's crazy. It gets so much attention. I mean, somehow along the line, they decided that pineapples were the fun, quirky fruit, and everybody just went with it. Like, SpongeBob lived in one. It's one of the most common suggestions in improv. It was basically a supporting character in the show Psych. What is it with pineapples? Who decided that these are the cool fruits? And you know what else about pineapples? I don't know if you heard this, but according to urban legend, they say pineapples make you taste better. Yeah, it's exactly what you think. And come on, talk about marketing. What a marketing campaign. Am I right? That's how you get adults to eat healthy. Like other fruits and vegetables and foods need to take some points from this, because that's how you do it. Oh, carrots make you see better. Oh, yogurt improves your gut bacteria. Who cares? Pineapples make your partner want to go down on you more. What now? Okay, we're intrigued. That's how you do it, man. Oh, I was talking about cannibalism when I said it makes you taste better. You guys are sick. Sick. Now, I don't know if this is true or not, that pineapples make you taste better. I'm just the messenger. It's an urban legend, like I said. But if it is true, this has some really interesting implications. Like the Pina Colada song takes on a whole new meaning. It's ingenious when you think about it. Do you like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain? What a clever way to subtly ask about your partner's smell. If they don't like pineapples in showers, that's all you need to know. It's right there. And on the show Friends, I don't know if you've seen this moment, but when Joey Tribbiani picks up a pineapple, this one's for you, Captain. When Joey Tribbiani picks up a pineapple, he looks it dead in the eye, and yes, they do have eyes, that is a fact, looks it dead in the eye and says, "Let me make love to you." This guy knew what was up back in the 90s. This guy knew the deal. Skip the middleman, go straight for the pineapple. Follow me for more life tips. Happy Pineapple Day. That's my set.
All right, now. So basically, she's been helping me host tonight's show, and she's been helping me host a lot of the extravaganzas, which I really appreciate. She does a great job. So let people know the website that it's not yours, that you're advertising. That's a bunch of the improv professionals, but your own solo YouTube channel.
So my channel is called Mel.licious, you know, like the word malicious. So it's Mel.licious on YouTube. It's a sketch and stand-up channel, and I'm hoping to post more on there soon once I get my stuff together. But yeah.
All right, so great job. So Mel, would you like to introduce the next individual? It's not on the schedule, but I told you, but if you forgot, I could do it. Yo, you got it? All right.
I got it. Up next, we have Alan Enlow.
All right, perfect, Alan.
Voila, thank you very much, Mo, and that other guy. And the other guy, yeah. So anyway, nice to be here. Thought I'd tell you a little bit about myself. First off, I'm a senior. I know it's hard to believe looking at this face that I'm a senior, but that's right. I'm 72 years old. I finally figured out my pronouns. I'm he, him, has been. Thank you very much. I'm also fluid. I just, not sexually. I just have to pee constantly, and that's why I can't stand you kids with your headsets. Stop wearing the headsets. See, if I'm on the street, I ask you to go to the bathroom. By the time you take them off and go, what? It's too late. I've already wet myself, so don't do it. And enough with the canceling, okay? Enough with the canceling, because guess what? I'm not famous. No one's going to cancel me. Yeah. See, that's why you college kids need to do what you're supposed to do when you go to college. Get drunk, puke, and start raping people. Otherwise, you're never going to get to be a Supreme Court judge. So do it, kids. Do what I'm telling you. Anyway, I'm coming to you live from Brooklyn. That's right, Brooklyn. I'm very popular in my neighborhood because I always eat in the same restaurants and I always order the same thing. So they always have nicknames for me. I'm ubiquitous. Look it up. Yeah. When I go into the Mexican restaurant, they call me Fish Taco. They're like, hey, Fish Taco. What's going on, man? Hey, Fish Taco. Now, if I were a woman, I think I'd be insulted. Did you just call me Taco, you son of a bitch? When I go to the Greek place in my neighborhood, Nikos, the Greeks are notorious for having these really long names that always end with the town that you're from. So when I walk in, it takes Nico like 5 minutes to introduce me. Look, here comes the guy who gets in a fight with his wife every night and comes in here to get drunk again, Brooklyn. Thank you, Nico. Thank you. So I'm a married guy. Hard to believe, huh? I'm married. Yes, I am. Been married for 35 years. And I actually met my wife on an app. Yes, it was called the In-Person app. You show up and you act like you're talking. Yeah, there's no swiping, though. You swipe and you get slapped. Did you just touch my tits, you pervert? No, but I've been married for 35 years. I met my wife at a comedy club at the original Improvisation. It's no longer open. Yeah, no, my wife has had it with comedy. She can't watch me do comedy anymore. If I'm at a party and I even start to tell a joke, she yells across the room, don't laugh, you'll only encourage him. Yes, would you believe that my wife is Jewish with that voice? No, it can't be possible. No, we're actually in a mixed marriage. I was raised Southern Baptist. My wife is Jewish, and it's a great mix. And whenever my wife feels guilty, I can hail her. Yes, here's a man of iron. Yes. Yeah, but no, my wife is very loud. Like I said, she's Jewish. She's from New Jersey. It's required. But also, my wife and I grew up in the 80s in New York City. We had an apartment together. And back then, there were no cell phones, so we were constantly yelling. Like, if you left the house, your apartment, if you forgot something, my wife would yell down 6 stories, honey, don't forget to bring home the condoms. I'd have to yell back, oh, thanks, honey, for embarrassing me. Anything else you want to say? Yes, make sure the condoms are extra small. Yeah, thank you. Thanks very much. Yeah. But I learned the secret to marriage is just apologize constantly. I apologize every other minute. I'm like, I'm sorry, honey. I forgot our anniversary, but I bought you a sari from India, but I got it the wrong size. I'm sorry once again. But my wife is brilliant, though. She came up with a brilliant solution. She sat me down and told me exactly how she wanted me to apologize. She said, here's what I want you to say. I'm sorry. I'll never do it again, and mean it. And I made an attempt at it. I did it once. I unfortunately ended up sounding like a petulant parrot. I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. Can I have a cracker? So never tried that again. What a surprise! I'm in therapy. Yeah. What a shocker, huh? Yeah, I have a lot of anxiety. I have those things called the morning demons. I don't know if you're familiar with those. You wake up in the morning, you hear these little voices inside your head, and they're never positive. You're a loser. You're never gonna amount to anything. You're a loser. And I was so happy when I woke up one morning and realized it wasn't the demons at all. It was my wife in bed sitting next to me going, you're a loser, play lotto or something, come on. Like, sorry, honey. But I'm actually had many therapists growing up through the years. I had one therapist, because I kept trying them all. I had one therapist who literally had me talking to chairs. He said, Alan, pretend like this chair is your father and tell him how you feel. I felt like a freaking idiot talking to a damn chair. I was like, what am I supposed to say? Dad, you're a lazy boy. You treated mom like a footstool, and if you keep it up, I'm going to kick you right in the bean bag. Yeah. But my craziest therapist was an alcoholic. I didn't know she was an alcoholic till I looked in her coffee and I realized they don't make clear coffee. But this is her real voice. The first session, she sat me down. This is going to sound like a cartoon voice. No, this is her real voice. She sat me down and she actually said this to me. She said, Alan, you're skinny. What's that about? Are you gay? I didn't even know what to say. It's like, well, my boyfriend's gay, but I'm not. Can we move on, please? All right. Now I'm in Zoom therapy. That sounds pretty stupid, doesn't it? Zoom therapy. It sounds like you're in therapy because you're afraid of Zoom. It's like, doctor, I feel like I'm trapped in a box and people are staring at me. Help! But the thing I like about my therapist the most is that he's a good listener. However, there's a 30-year difference. He doesn't understand what I'm talking about half the time when I make a reference. And this is absolutely true. I was trying to explain to him that I was not allowed to watch the Three Stooges when I was a kid because my dad thought they were too violent and I would get spanked. You know, it's like, son, how many times have I told you don't watch the Stooges? They're too violent. It's like, oh, well, that's not ironic, is it, Dad? But my therapist didn't know who the Three Stooges were. So I tried to explain, and you know how if someone doesn't speak English, which he did, but I thought if I yell louder, that'll make him understand easier. It's like, hey, therapist, the Three Stooges, Moe, Larry, they make a lot of weird noises. Ruff, ruff, whoop, 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 whoop. And after that performance, he understood that I was insane, and I just need more therapy. Still doesn't know who the Three Stooges are. But I'm basically a 12-year-old kid at heart. I love watching movies. When I was 6 years old, I used to watch monster movies, and I was so afraid that the monsters were going to jump inside my window that I would close the curtains when I watched them, which doesn't make a lot of logical sense, because how is a monster going to be stopped by curtains unless he's Dracula, who happens to be an interior decorator? Look at those curtains, they're so tacky. I'm going to a different house. Arr! But I love watching the old alien and outer space movies. But see, if you're not from around those times, the special effects back in the 50s were horrible. Like if you heard an alien voice, it sounded like a guy was standing in front of a microphone, diddling his mouth, going... I'm just imagining the guy's mother behind him. What are you doing, Billy? Take your hand out of your mouth. You're going to get sick. Go home right now. It's like, Mom, I'm working. Go home and don't run with scissors. Oh, Mom. But I watch a lot of movies, and unfortunately I don't read very much. So now to improve on my reading, I only watch movies with subtitles. I love watching the Rocky movies. Well, all the Rocky movies are the same. He always gives an advice, and what a surprise, that advice always has to do with boxing. It's not about how hard you hit, it's about how hard you can take the hit, and when you get knocked down, you get back up again, you turn on the radio, and you listen to the hits. Yep, yep, up, yep, up, yep, up. Yep. That's another fun game I like to play. I like to change the TV channels as fast as possible. Try to make it sound like one program, yep, up, America, are you suffering from hemorrhoids? And what you need is, yep, up, Jesus. Yes, Jesus is what you need. So, anyway, I loved a lot of, I used to watch a lot of cartoons, and I'm looking to see how much time I have here. I've got another hour and a half. Okay, 5 minutes, all right. So I loved watching cartoons when I was growing up. However, I loved the Flintstones as a kid. When I got older, I realized the Flintstones were really very bad role models. The only way I can watch the Flintstones now is if I'm Flintstoned. Check this out, guys. Look at that. Fred is going to the quarry every day and fracking with a brontosaurus. That's wrong. And look at Barney. He's mowing the lawn with a stegosaurus. That's cruelty to animals, man. It's like, dude, relax. It's a cartoon. I don't care, man. But I actually can't stand that Flintstones theme song. So I rewrote it to make it more realistic. I do it as a Shakespearean sonnet because I think the Flintstones are very sad people. Flintstones, meet the Flintstones. It's a concept made from crackhead bores. Even the largest fool in the planet knows that people never lived with dinosaurs. And scene. Thank you. So let's talk about pollution. We're talking about the Flintstones. Let's go back in time. Pollution's been around a long time. And I think eventually we're all going to be underwater eventually. Let's face it, we'll all be hanging out at the underwater oyster bar going, drinks are on the house. Yeah, we'll be underwater. But, it's good, though. People think that some pollution is bad. I think that pollution in fish is good. There is so much mercury in the fish nowadays. You could eat the flounder and use the vertebrae as a rectal thermometer. So it's 2 for 1. That's right, 2 for 1. But I don't understand why we call Mother Earth Mother Earth. It's ridiculous. If Mother Earth were a real person at this point, she'd be in the corner pushing pollutants like, yeah, man, check it out, man. I got some methane. Yeah, cow farts in a bottle, man. Sniff this. Yeah, sniff this. Yeah, cow farts, man. Yeah. We got carbon dioxide. Yeah, we got some, you can suck in my car exhaust pipe, man. And I got some real smoke for you here, man. This is real smoke. This is called Canadian forest fire. One hit off of this, and you'll never care about the tariffs again, man. But Arnold Schwarzenegger is a brilliant person when it comes to pollution. He actually said this in a video once. He said, don't call it climate change. That's too scary. Call it pollution. Yeah, because climate change is too political. And he's right. Because there was actually a guy in Iowa who was sending death threats to a TV weatherman because the weatherman was talking about climate change in his weather report. I don't know what he thought the weatherman was going to do. Start lying about the weather all of a sudden. Hey, guys, the reason it's 150 degrees today is because you women are having too many hot flashes. Knock it off. Up next, we got fantasy sports. Yep, the sports guy got a death threat, too. All right, so I don't have my glasses on, so I can't tell how much time I have left. Oh, still another hour and a half. All right, let me end with one thing. I got 30 seconds left. Let's end this with a song, since I'm talking about pollution here. If he were still alive, I think David Bowie would come back from the dead and sing a song about how bad plastics are for us. I'm a plastic man living in a plastic world. I eat credit cards and it comes out in a chocolate swirl. Yum! And that's all, folks.
All right, Alan Inlow, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Mel, do you have a question for Alan Inlow?
Well, that was a very wholesome impression. So who is your favorite Disney character?
Oh, my favorite Disney characters. Oh, well, there's too many of them. Ron DeSantis is my favorite Disney character, actually. Because if he did take over Disney, all the characters would have a political agenda. Mickey Mouse wouldn't be Mickey Mouse; he'd be Mickey Rat. Like, hey kids, I gotta talk low like this because of the "Don't Say Gay" law. So
very interesting. And just so, because I do know you perform a lot in the city, New York City.
Yep.
Do you have a website so people know when you are performing next and where? So that...
Yeah, I don't usually put it on my website. I always put it. I always send out an email blast to my friends, but also I put it on Instagram and I put it on what's that Facebook thing? Put it on there, so you'll see it on that.
Okay,
I'm
so
doing a show at Pangea, and I actually did a show at the Actors Temple. I'm going to tell a quick story, and then I'm out of here. I know you got lots of people. I did a show at the Actors Temple, which is a Jewish temple in the city, and I'm talking to the guy afterwards, and we had a lot in common. It turned out he was a detective, and I woke up the next morning and I went, that guy was a security guard because of all the anti-Semitism in the city and in the world. So now you have to actually have security guards at comedy shows because we have so many sick people. That was very sad, I thought. But that's what's going. That's the world we're living in.
Yep, it's what it is. It's
when you got Elon Musk going to the Reich, to the Reich.
So, Alan Inlow, thank you.
Thank you for having me, guys.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Great seeing you.
All right, have a great show.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So, Mel, would you like to introduce the next improv team? They're in the breakout room. I'll break them out, but...
Yes. Up next, we have Timeless.
Timeless. So we'll just wait till they pop in. They might be closing in on a minute because this stupid breakout room's a minute, but someone will pop up Here they go. Timeless.
I can do more time. Bye.
You're out of time. You're timeless. No, wait, you're not timeless.
And here comes April. All right.
There you
Perfect.
go.
There you go.
Timeless.
I'm putting that. Let's. Timeless, come up. Win.
Knit 1, purl 2.
You're so good at this knitting. I'm just having a really hard time. I'm so glad we're doing a team building knitting circle.
Yeah.
This is very relaxing.
I thought maybe something that we can all four do together would be good.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Hi, Jimmy.
Hi, Jimmy.
I got some blood on my needles.
Ooh.
Ooh. Did you stick yourself?
No.
I'm gonna run and get you a Band-Aid and some antiseptic. Please don't get it on my new scarf that I'm attempting.
Jimmy, did you stick somebody else?
Maybe.
One of our customers?
He was leaving us for the squeaky wheel.
No, Jimmy, we can't use violence to hold our customers here.
I was just trying to wound him to slow him down so I could tell him how great your meatloaf is. And the drinks were going to be extra strong tonight. And then he stabbed me with his regular knife, and I'm bleeding.
He stabbed you with a knife?
Yeah.
How many people are bleeding?
2.
Just 2?
It's a good thing that Frida sent me to first aid and CPR training over at the Y Community Center. Because as editor of the Davenport Sofa, I am prepared for everything. Now, Jimmy D,
Yeah.
the health and safety kit, and I need you to stick out your arm.
All right, let me put this tea down. I thought you were going to tell me to put tea on it. Okay.
I'm just gonna take this tourniquet.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Yeah.
That's a little tight.
Hold it on your arm. Hold it with the other
I
hand.
got one question.
No, it's bleeding.
I got stabbed in the other side. Maybe we should do the other side.
You could use a sock that I just knitted to put it on there if you.
Oh.
You know, that is
use it
great.
as a
We're gonna
tourniquet.
cover the wound here. We're gonna
That on there. And
here, hold it down. Hold it
All right,
down.
all right.
like a
I'm
tourniquet.
holding it.
Yeah.
Okay. It's
Did that
going
work?
to be fine now.
All right. And Howie, I'll take the sock. I lost one of mine in the laundry last week.
Oh,
I'm going to go in the back and match my socks.
okay. You match your socks. Is it not good that he stabbed a customer?
It is not good that he stabbed a customer.
I took care of that customer. I gave him $400 and told him to sign a non-disclosure agreement and that I would go on a date with him later.
400?
Yeah,
A
I
date
started
later?
off. Yeah, why not?
Hey, guys,
Oh.
I picked the other guy's pocket. I got $400 here.
No! No! Give me this money now. I am going out back.
Hold on.
Hand it
Hold
over.
on.
Hand it over.
Fine. Here you go.
Thank you. I'm leaving and chasing him. Come here.
You still have the release file.
He was going to do it just for the date. He didn't want the $400.
I love your creativity, Jimmy. You come up with the best solutions ever. I don't even have any questions.
Howie, we could follow him home and rob him.
Jimmy?
What?
Can't you stay out of mischief for 10 minutes?
Sorry. I apologize. I haven't had enough protein today.
Oh,
No more mischief today.
Okay.
maybe you need to eat some of Frida's meatloaf.
That's a good idea. Okay, guys. I'm gonna go have a slice of Frida's meatloaf.
Take it from the end.
I always take the end.
Frida,
Yes, Howie.
sometimes I feel like we're falling apart.
Are you speaking in terms of us?
The double nickel. Sometimes, you know, Jimmy, he stabs people. I don't know, I don't understand. Is that it seems like stabbing people is probably, maybe I'll make a sign that'll say, please, no stabbing people in this environment.
Well, it seems to me
Uh,
that you can take Jimmy out of the prison, but you can't take the prison out of Jimmy.
I've heard that before, but I've heard that in a different way. Like you can take the chicken out of the egg, but you can't take the egg out of the chicken.
Well,
Or
you can't
yeah.
take an egg out of a chicken once it lays the egg.
Oh yeah. Well, okay. In Shikard it goes the fotege chishlapatege patavakada, which makes much more sense in Shikard than it does in English.
Okay, many things do according to what you tell me.
Yeah. So it says you can take the pomegranate out of the refrigerator, but you can't take the refrigerator out of the pomegranate.
Now you're talking.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
Do you have a list of the rules here?
I think I have it.
They're in the back room.
Hello.
I'll go get it.
Actually, I was working on a code of conduct. Let me get my laptop out here.
Okay.
Jimmy
Well, I
D.
like your background.
Thank you.
Oh, those are Hawaiian orchids.
Yes, they're very beautiful and relaxing and tropical because Frida said that I need to be calmer, right, Frida?
Right. No freaking out tonight.
No.
We could have a hula night.
Yes, we are going to have a hula night, absolutely. But I am typing in our incident report, right, Frida? That it is case closed. And I have filed the petition number 5466. It's our non-disclosure.
Okay.
It's all in my files here.
We seem to have been signing a lot of those lately.
Yes, we have, Jimmy.
Yes, we have.
I feel like you guys are ganging up on me.
Oh?
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe, Jimmy, you should go to the back and practice your hula where there's no customers.
I'll tell you what I'm
can
going to
get
do.
Ready.
I'm going to enjoy some tea.
I found the rule book.
Okay.
It's sort of old. It's Frank's rule book.
Yes.
But
I'm glad there's two copies. There's two copies. Did you get a third? I have a third. Wait. Here, Frida, take one.
Okay.
Okay.
However, it seems some of these are obsolete.
Okay.
We're not allowed to have any Beach Boys playing at the saloon. No Beach Boys.
Okay, no Beach Boys.
And the Rolling Stones should not appear.
No Rolling Stones.
Yeah, I think this came from
Howie.
Oh,
the entertainment manager. Our entertainment.
Howie.
Yes, Jimmy.
I'm downstairs. Could you meet me down here in a minute?
Not yet, Howie.
Okay. I guess maybe you guys can look at the rule book.
Thank you. Thanks, Howie.
Howie.
You're going to do it. I'm going to digitalize this. First of all, Frida, This is old, outdated, and I will modernize this.
Okay, but make sure that we retain the important points that Frank made.
Yes. The important points are that we have a code of conduct and standards. He liked that the tables had tablecloths, and we've been straying from that. And that is a classy thing, and we need to go back to that. So I'm good with that.
I'm in favor of that.
However, I don't like Linkin Park, the band. And that's a more modern twist. So I'm just going to sub out Rolling Stones and Beach Boys with like Linkin Park. And then we're not playing any P. Diddy music anymore, ever.
And that's, I definitely second that. He's been in too much trouble lately.
Too much trouble. That is going in there. So we're good. So we can do this. But Frida.
Howie, I don't see you anywhere down here.
Frida, come to the back with me and check on the meatloaf, because I have a feeling Jimmy's been gone too long and the meatloaf's going to be gone. Okay, we need to go do that. So come with me
Check
now.
on him, yes.
I was going to meet you in the gym, but I can't find the.
That's all right. Just meet me back in here.
Sure.
Nobody else is in here.
Oh, hold on. I'll go back over there. Hold on. Anyway, what do you want me there for?
We need a guys' night. They're putting all these rules on us.
Oh.
Well, I need you to coordinate it. I need you to coordinate it.
Well, most of the rules were written by a guy, Frank. Frank is a guy. And so
that was a long time ago.
Makes sense that there would be a lot of guy kind of rules. Which rule didn't you like?
I think we should start all over.
Do you not like the rule about that 8 o'clock is our curfew for all people who are working at the Double Nickel Saloon?
It's the kind of curfew you have at an old folks' home.
Oh. Well, I never
When
thought
I was
about
in my 20s, my landlord owned an old folks' home, and he had me stay there one night, and they said, lights out at 8.
Good news is, I'll bet they had some very tasty meatloaf.
Kind of bland, like everything else on their menu.
But not chewy.
I don't feel like you're on my side.
Well, I'm just wondering, what of those rules do you not like? Because it would be
I don't
a
like
revolution
rules,
if
Howie.
What?
I don't like rules.
Well, either do I, but if we didn't have any rules, we would have anarchy, and then somebody would turn into a dictator, and
it would be a libertarian bar.
Huh. Okay.
I put some snacks on the bar. You can add them to my tab.
Oh.
Or not.
Okay. Let me I'm going to get a pen to see if we can change some of these rules.
Oh, geez, I got to go get something to drink from the bar.
Frida.
Yes, Genevieve.
I don't like what Jimmy D is up to. Do you see him over there?
Mm-hmm.
He's just indulging in all of our bar snacks.
I overheard him saying that he was going to do away with the rules.
Yes, we need rules to keep the Double Nickel a family-friendly, positive establishment in the community.
We need rules to keep Jimmy D in control.
In control. And
Not in control, but having him be under control.
Under control.
Hey, guys, I'm glad you okayed me having the South Side, junior college girls coming over, because they're going to help out in the kitchen.
No way.
We did makeup tips the other day, and it worked out really good.
No, the South side girls come here dressed in bikini tops. They come here with oil, and it looks like an unfriendly establishment for regular working women in the community. They do not like being surrounded by them.
Of them are underage or have
When was the
phony
last time you
IDs.
served a working woman of the community on a weeknight?
2 days ago.
Well, there you go. We haven't served anyone for the last 2 days.
Okay, I am going to see what they're doing in the kitchen. You let them in our kitchen again.
No, out. I'm going back to make sure they are not interfering in the kitchen.
I'm going to stay here and keep an eye on you. I'm babysitting you now, Jimmy D. You're going to sit here with me, and you're going to take your knitting needles and go back to our task that we were doing.
I don't want to knit. I wasn't born to knit. I was born to be something more than a knitter.
You know what? I suck at knitting. I can't even tell what this is, but I am part of the group. I'm doing calming work here, and
If you made it a little longer, you could strangle someone with it.
Jimmy.
Or warm their neck, depending on how you feel.
Jimmy, I am getting convinced that these snacks, this is too much sugar for you, and it's messing with your head, right, Howie? He shouldn't have sugary snacks anymore.
I don't really want to govern him. I don't really feel as though it's my responsibility as being a member of the saloon to give orders or any of those rules that Frank had talked about. So I like the idea of us continuing knitting.
Okay.
Girls, pack up your things and go home, out of the kitchen.
I'm going to go and see what the girls are doing in the kitchen.
Could you,
Jimmy, knit?
Pictures?
No.
I don't want to
knitting
knit.
needles. We are knitting because we have to try sometimes to go and do new things and bond with our fellow coworkers. This is positive, constructive
Why
work.
don't we bind with them over a game of cards?
Jimmy, it's part of your duty as a member of the double nickel team to do teamwork. We're just trying to practice teamwork.
But if we were learning cards, we could put it to use.
Jimmy, when I've played cards with you, you have a fake deck, so I always lose.
That's just to challenge you so that you could be on the top of your game. You're actually a pretty good player. I think you're pretty good at cards.
No, I'm
You know
not,
what?
because I'm going to the back. Howie,
You're just afraid of your inner card shark.
What do you think? The lovely young women, they gave me a bikini, and what do you think?
I think it's stunning. I think blue is your color. Absolutely.
no.
I love it.
The hairy chest is not really working for me, but other than that,
I don't know that I can change that part.
yeah, it's called
What
a
are
razor.
you doing? Are you insane?
What?
Uh,
Embrace
Get out of that costume.
I'm going to go find my deck.
You want me to get out of the costume, right?
No, I mean go back and change into normal clothes. Please. I don't want to see any more.
Let me get a camera. I can film it.
Oh.
These are normal clothes. That's what.
No, Howie.
All right, I'm just gonna go to the back right now and make sure there's no more string bikinis thrown around.
Oh my God.
What?
Howie, go back.
Frida,
and
what
change.
do you have? I love this. And
Go
they
back
feel so
and change
comfortable.
in private. We can't let the customers see you in that bikini. Now, change.
I'm built for comfort, not for beauty.
No. Do you want to
Just put
keep
a
your
long
job?
sleeve shirt on and let him see your backside.
I found just a Speedo for him. Howie, do you want to wear this Speedo?
That's not much better. It's less coverage than he had.
You know, Frida, I think that every time the more we try to do rules, it just goes out the window even worse.
Yes.
And I'm just beginning to think that maybe this book of rules is total garbage.
Genevieve,
and
how
I'm
are we
tossing it
gonna
away. I'm
control
sick
things?
of this.
How are we going to keep things under control?
I think by not trying to keep things under control. What do you want now, Jimmy, when I'm talking? You interrupted me again.
I just had a solution and I was excited to share it. I didn't mean to talk over you.
Okay,
I think we should, Wednesdays should be free drink day, at least for an hour.
And how do we make money?
Well, after the hour, people are going to want to still drink.
Okay.
And everybody will come here.
I will run the financial analysis in the back. You talk to Frida. I've had enough. I hear a lot of banging going on, and I need to check. because I have
That's
a
because I locked.
1 hour.
I
1 hour.
I locked Howie in the back closet.
I'll talk to you later, Jimmy, because you're getting on my nerves. You are.
Jimmy, 1 hour is not bad. We could have a happy hour.
We could make it one of the lower priced alcoholic drinks.
Yes, I like that idea.
Yeah,
Keep
you
thinking those
you
kind of
stuff the
things.
left side, Howie, more than the right side. It's crooked.
What do you think of this outfit?
No.
I think that you need to even out the stuffing on both sides.
I need an aspirin. Okay, I'm going to go and take some aspirin for my
I
head.
think a leave works better.
Maybe you might want to take a picture of me and put it on a sign in the front of the saloon.
I would be glad to do that, Howie,
Let's go
except
do
that
that.
I believe that Genevieve would be very upset.
Oh.
But I'll do it anyway in case for some reason we can use it. All right, go ahead.
Hey guys. Oh my God, what are you doing? I'm going to the back again. Have fun. Bye. Bye.
That was good, Howie.
Yeah, let's put it up on a sign in front of the
Whoa,
Double
let's
Saloon.
put it on a Patreon account and make some money.
Let's do
I'm
that.
going to go look it up right now.
Cool. And that's our show.
Thank you, Timeless. Very, very good. Very fun. So.
Hold on, I got to change back into my...
Yes, put some decent clothes on.
We told you to put on the cover up.
Definitely was very interesting and here and there. Just because we are running a little bit behind time and it's not your fault, we definitely appreciate you all performing and what's going on here and there. But obviously, this is our 59th month in a row. We love having you. And next month means our 5-year anniversary, which will be a lot of fun. Okay. So, I'll reach out to Don. He can reach out to me, tell me what's what, and tell me his little time zone. But the quicker he lets me know, the easier it is. But again, just because of all the acts or what's what. But yeah. So, and we are just like I tell people, it was great definitely performing with you. Next week, the Improv Professionals are performing in person online at the Pit. Those that are remaining, I don't know who's going to end up coming. It might just be me and Mel saying, hey, what the hell's happened in New York? But with the Improv Professionals performing in person, some said they'll come. So we'll find out. But thank you so much, Time. You all did a great job. We really appreciate you all.
Howie was doing your theme of SpongeBob in Bikini Bottom.
Oh, is that that's very cool. Definitely.
And he had sponges in the top.
Yes.
That's cool.
Oh, is that what they were?
Thank you very much. And hey, See, if you really dressed the part, you would have dressed up all in bikinis. But hey, that's all great. It's all great.
Howie did it, so.
Y'all did a great job. Appreciate you all. Have an amazing night and
All right,
weekend.
you too.
Thank you so
Have a
much.
great night. Thank you all.
Thank you,
Cheers.
guys. Good
Thank you.
night.
Night.
Oh, I don't know how to go away.
So we are doing the last of this thing. So I'm just hitting this because it hits what it hits, which is a real shame. But we have our last night of the act. It's our grand finale with the amazing April Miss Las Vegas Brucker. All right.
Hey, I need a suggestion from the room.
Sure. Since we're doing pineapple extravaganza, we'll say SpongeBob pineapple.
SpongeBob pineapple. All right. What do I know about SpongeBob? I like SpongeBob. My nieces like SpongeBob. What do I know about pineapples? I know somebody who knows all about SpongeBob pineapples. Ladies and gentlemen, live from the Las Vegas slot parlor at Kroger's, I bring to you. You look like somebody famous, but you're not. Well, little lady, I'm Mr. Las Vegas's second cousin, twice removed. Twice removed? Yes, I've been removed once by casino security and once by the Clark County Department of Health. So you're not Mr. Las Vegas. No, little lady, I'm Dwayne Newton, Mr. Almost Las Vegas. Almost Las Vegas. Thank you very much. Clean up and out 5. Clean up and out 5. Wait, what's going on? Sorry, little lady, I'm still on the clock. Where are you on the clock? The Kroger supermarket slot parlor. But I got hopes and I got dreams, and someday when they get a game license, I hope to appear at Whole Foods. Okay, but back to you. Have you ever met your famous cousin? Why, yes, he gave me his autograph once. Autograph? That's great. It was good and gold. At the bottom of the restraining order. I see. Half off on SpongeBob SquarePants. Half off on SpongeBob SquarePants. Wait, what's going on? Sorry, I'm still on the clock. And by the way, if you say my name, you can get half off on pineapple and half off on SpongeBob SquarePants toothpaste. Wait, SpongeBob SquarePants toothpaste? That's right. I did this morning in the toothpaste aisle. So, how are things going with your agent Morty? Well, they were a little slow, but then he got paroled. I see. So when are you working at Kroger's? Well, my shift is 10 to 3. You see, my cousin is the midnight idol, and I am the naptime idol. The naptime idol, what do people say when you tell them about your famous cousin? They say that's great. I didn't know that he was still alive. And how are things with your agent Morty? Well, they were a little slow, but then he got paroled. I see. But anyway, while I'm here, I'm going to sing a song that I sang at the El Cortez. The El Cortez, that's a great Las Vegas venue. No, little lady, it was the El Cortez Cantina in Guadalajara. And it's also a song that I sang when I won the blue ribbon at the Tri-County Fair. Wow, that's great. It was me and Twyla the Singing Pig at the finals. And I won. And she was undefeated. Undefeated? She must have been pretty good. No, she was the only one that ever entered. And then she got laryngitis. Laryngitis? There was a third person. Who was that? SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob was there. No, I just wanted to obey the prompt, and you haven't done that so well. I see, but who was the third person? Farmer Brown. Farmer Brown, what happened? Well, his tractor got stuck in the mud. I see. But anyway, enough of that. I got a special song. Here goes. SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob SquarePants toothpaste. Half off with my name. Say Dwayne Newton, SpongeBob SquarePants. Half off with my name. You can get the toothpaste. And don't make haste. You can get SpongeBob hot dogs. And you can live high on the hog. Oh, and what about the fog? You can get SpongeBob wipers. But what about the dog? Well, that's a good question. Oh no. You can get SpongeBob dog treats. They're good enough for Fido to eat. SpongeBob dog treats. And mention my name and you get half off on all those products. Clean up Canal 6! Clean up Canal 6! What's going on? I told you I'm still on the clock. Okay. So you're hawking SpongeBob products. Well, there's something else I'm hawking, little lady. And what's that? Pineapples. Pineapples. Well, you know, if you leave a pineapple on your front lawn, it means that you're a swinger. I see. So I wrote this song. To all my swingers out there, if you want people to know, leave a pineapple on your front porch. Say it down in the life. Let's swap lives, but don't let her stay. And you can bring your husband, but I'm not. Okay, Dwayne. I said that wasn't okay. I thought you were going to say something else. SpongeBob SquarePants, let's dance. Half off on toothpaste, toothbrushes, and don't be a dope. Get a free SpongeBob toothbrush and you get SpongeBob soap. That was impressive the way you held that high note. Well, you're the one that held it for me, little lady. So, what do you recommend? SpongeBob SquarePants toothpaste. I gotta go back to work. You can't get a straight answer out of that man for anything. You know, there's one man that would know about the SpongeBob situation. And if you can't trust anybody, you got to be able to trust the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Hello, my fellow Americans. Oh my gosh, are you groping me already? Oh, the camera's on? Yeah. So, Mr. President, how are things going with your administration? Well, hey, girl, I'm gonna make America white again. Excuse me, President Trump, I thought you were gonna make America great again. Great, white, what's the difference? So, what is your plan with immigration? Well, hey, girl, I'm gonna get rid of the illegals one by one, and Jose by Jose. I told this joke in front of the people of Los Angeles and thought, what could possibly go wrong? But is Mexico going to pay for the wall? Yes, Mexico is going to pay for the wall. All I have to do is go to the Western Union and cook up the money order. What could possibly go wrong? So what have you been doing with your time? You must be under a lot of stress. Well, hey, girl, I've been taking up stand-up comedy. Stand-up comedy? Yes. Do you want to hear a joke? No. What do you call one illegal immigrant on the moon? I don't know. A problem. What do you call 10 illegal immigrants on the moon? I don't want to know. An even bigger problem. What do you call 1,000,000 illegal immigrants on the moon? I don't know. Problem solved. To the moon, April. To the moon. Can I throw you on the moon? No. That will be assaulting the president. But you've been accused of sexual assault. Yes, I love to be assaulted and peppered. So, but anyway, we were talking about SpongeBob SquarePants earlier. What do you think of SpongeBob? Well, April, luckily for SpongeBob, I love the BLTQ people. I mean, you're fisting me now. Duh. We don't have proof of that. And even if we did, there's nothing wrong with that. But what do you think of SpongeBob? Well, SpongeBob SquarePants is an illegal immigrant. SpongeBob SquarePants is a cartoon. Well, it doesn't mean that he's not an undocumented person. And what makes you think that SpongeBob is an undocumented person? Well, I look around my kitchen where I never do any dishes because people who don't speak English do that for me. And what do I see? Sponges. Sponges in this country. From below the sea, trying to get in, and they're not bringing their best and brightest. It's a sponge. A sponge is a sea animal. A sponge is the thing you wash your dishes with. I mean, not only is that bigoted, President Trump, that makes no sense. It makes perfect sense. Those sponges are thieves, murderers, rapists. They're sponges. Yeah. SpongeBob SquarePants came over as an undocumented liner. And look, he's getting into the lines of children. What are you doing? I say we deport SpongeBob SquarePants. But what about the pineapple? I love pineapples. Pineapples love me. Look at this. I'm called pineapple. That makes no sense, President Trump. It makes perfect sense. After all, what do you think I leave on my front porch to let my future wife know that I'm available? But you have a wife. Yeah, but I always need the youngest, hottest, newest foreign import. But despite your immigration policies, all your wives are foreign born. What can I say, girl? There are some jobs that even Americans won't do. But you're the fake news, April Brooker. I'm the fake news. Yes. SpongeBob SquarePants, decorum. So, but you are bombing Iran as we speak. Fake news. Iran yesterday. No, Iran, the country. Oh, Iran. What do you have to say about the Ayatollah? The Ayatollah is a holy man, which means he needs to tell the truth. I beat the shit out of him. But that's not answering the question about SpongeBob. Well, let me tell you this. SpongeBob is the Ayatollah. Wait, SpongeBob is not the Ayatollah. Fake news. He is totally the Ayatollah. Wait, how is SpongeBob the Ayatollah? You said SpongeBob might be gay. The Ayatollah is anti-gay. Well, science says that most anti-gay people are gay. So SpongeBob is the Ayatollah in disguise. So what are you going to do? I'm going to deport all the sponges. Yes, I'm going to do that now. What is going on? The president is going to deport all the sponges? I gotta bring somebody in to put a stop to this. There's only one man, and that man is a mythical creature. Monsieur Mortimer, how are you doing? Bonjour, mademoiselle, agrees. Monsieur Mortimer, we're in a bit of a pickle. The President of the United States wants to deport SpongeBob SquarePants. Mademoiselle, the President is a very, very angry man. I see. He is unhappy with SpongeBob SquarePants and all the mythical creatures because we see him for what he is, a phony loser. I agree, he is a phony loser. So, I say, Mr. President, I, Monsieur Mortimer, a Rougarou, and the mythical creature, say to you, do not declare war on the SpongeBob. Look for a penis. Did you just say what I think you said? Oui. Okay, get your mind out of the gutter. Monsieur President Trump, you need to look for a penis. Did you just say what? I said you need to look for a penis. A what? A penis. What? A penis. What? You heard me. A penis. A what? Mr. President, you will be happier if you look for a penis. I mean, it is June. It is Pride Month. Wee wee. With the knuckle got him, mademoiselle, in this SpongeBob SquarePants. In this pineapple. I want your pineapple. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, wee wee. You can shut off the camera for this part. Ooh la la. Oh. I will take you to the swamp with me. And then you can be my bride. Wait, what? Who needs the bottom of the ocean? When you have the Louisiana Bayou, and I can give you a penis. Oh, I am throwing you off my arm right now. A what? Ew. You know, these freaking puppets can't get their minds out of the gutter. Ugh. But anyway, SpongeBob, if you're listening, Ruby, thank God you are here. It has been really scary here, and I need an old person that I can trust. Well, bless your sweet little heart. All these people have been offering you solutions, and none of them make any sense. So, Ruby, how things been going with you? Well, April, I think that I got myself in a little pickle at church. At church? What happened? Well, I came up to the pastor's son, Forrest. He's the cute 21-year-old, right? Yes, and I said, "Excuse me, sweet pea, can you take a lady home?" Oh my gosh, that's really forward. That's what he said. But you made a pass at him. Why, bless your sweet little heart. It was late at night. Herbert Jr. was out of town. And I have a restrictive license that says that I can't drive after dark. So anyway, what else has been going on? I got arrested for disorderly conduct. What? Yeah, but it was self-defense. Self-defense. I was at the casino, and somebody hit a jackpot on my machine. So, do you ever miss your husband? All the time. Herbert was faithful to me for 50 years. 50 years. What was your secret? Was it love, faith, God, what? Well, bless your sweet little heart. If Herbert had an affair, I'd have to tell him where, when, what time. Oh, and I'd have to remind him. But Ruby, what do you think of SpongeBob SquarePants? Well, sweetheart, I just want to tell you that sponges that live at the bottom of the ocean can't talk. I know that. He's a cartoon, Ruby. Well, bless your sweet little heart. What I mean is they haven't talked in years. Wait, what? When I was a little girl, I used to go to the beach with my mother, and the sponges used to talk all the time. And they used to wear circle pants. Really? Yes, and another thing, the sponges weren't naughty. They never liked this pineapple. What did they like instead? They liked apples. Those sponges knew it was good for them. They knew not to talk, they knew when to listen, and they went to church and listened to their elders. So, but what did you think of Mortimer? Why, bless his sweet little heart. He has a very dirty mind. Yeah, he does. You know, sweetheart, that slot machine's about to pay off. Oh, and it's the one with the pineapples. Okay, that old person literally did not make me feel any better. There's one person that's not going to make me feel better, but she's coming now. May Wilson, is this you? Like, oh yeah. Why do you look so happy? Well, April, a few things happened. One, President Trump was supposed to order me hush money, And well, his check totally bounced. Okay, so you didn't get your hush money. And what's the second thing that happened? The second thing is Mr. Mortimer was supposed to give me that naughty thing, and he didn't give it to me. What? What happened? He gave me happiness instead. Oh my gosh. Ew. So he was saying that he was going to give you happiness. Like, yeah, don't be a dummy and get your mind out of the gutter. Okay, May. That's great. So Mr. Mortimer gave you happiness, and so did you see Ruby? Like, yeah, she is so totally crazy. She kept talking about these sponges that ate apples. I mean, hey girl, if you're gonna be friends with old people, like at least make them colorful, dear God. And did you see Dwayne Newton? Yeah, like he was singing, and he said that if I dropped his name, I could get half off on stuff. And I said, Dwayne, I'm wealthy. I don't need coupons. Duh. You're not wealthy. No, but my sugar daddy is. I see, mate. So while we're on the subject, what do you think of SpongeBob SquarePants? OMG, another celebrity like yours truly. And you know, girl, I put a pineapple on the front porch. Wait, why'd you do that? To let the rich, wealthy men know that I live here. But May, they're swingers. Well, a mistress always needs a new pad. Duh. So, but what do you think of SpongeBob? SpongeBob, if you're watching, Mwah would like to do a duet with you, and Mwah likes you, and Mwah likes pineapples, and Mwah can look past the fact that you have square pants. So, but what else have you been doing? Well, girl, I flew in a private jet with my latest sugar daddy. And so what happened? Well, the pilot invited me to the cockpit. He invited you to the cockpit. Okay. Yeah. And then he let me sit on his lap. Oh, and it must have been going pretty well because he sent the co-pilot out. I see. But then it got bad and good. Okay, let's start with the bad. The bad is we had to do an emergency crash landing. And what's the good part of that? The good part is I am now a member of the Mile High Club. Yeah! Okay. So if you could say anything to SpongeBob right now, what would it be? I'd say, SpongeBob, like I said, I'd love to do a duet. And SpongeBob, I don't need bikini underwear. I have no underwear. You know, SpongeBob might be gay. So that means I can keep this money and we can go see other guys. To come to think of it, I'm gonna marry you, SpongeBob. You're rich. You know he's a cartoon. So, you know, April, you have such a limited imagination. I have a limited imagination. You want to marry a gay cartoon. No, April. You want to stop me from marrying a gay cartoon. You want to marry a guy with no job that's straight. I want to marry a gay cartoon so then we can talk about the other guys we sleep with. Duh. Okay, what about somebody that's more attainable, that is human? Like Anderson Cooper? Here we go again, May. Anderson would not be into you. Why not? Well, for starters, he's kind of already into Kathy Griffin. Well, girl, I have way more human skin than she does at this point. That's true. May, he, like SpongeBob, likes to ride bikes. Well, I like to ride bikes all night long, and I can enjoy that Vanderbilt money. May. Anderson doesn't like girl puppets. Well, he's never had this girl puppet. May. Anderson Cooper is gay. Like I said, we can get married, I can enjoy his money, I can spend it, and we can go talk about how we sleep with other guys. Once again, girl, limited imagination. Okay, what about a straight sugar daddy? Well, I'm seeing Howard Thurston Montgomery Marshall the eighth. The eighth. Yes, he's an oil baron. An oil baron? Well, that's more attainable. He's 99 years old. What? May, he's comatose. So? all the more reason for him to sign everything over and for me to spend his money. Can I tell you the pickup line that I used? No. I said, Thurston, can I be the executor of your estate? And he said, May, you're likely my granddaughter. Oh, gosh. And I said, that's great that I remind you of your granddaughter. Because just like your granddaughter, I'm about to drain your bank account. May, what about a guy that is mobile, that is born in your decade? Once again, April, you have such a depressingly limited imagination. Okay, all right, May. I am sending you on your way. You are going on your way. Well, good, because my sugar daddy's calling. May Wilson, everybody. Wow. So, am I any closer to finding the truth about SpongeBob? I don't know, but one guy might. And he is my last hope. I'm leaving the screen to go get him. Vinny. Yo, what the hell you all looking at? Haven't you ever seen a mobster in witness protection? Vinny 2 times, everybody. Vinny, why do they call you Vinny 2 times? Well, because in my old life I only had to tell them once. By the way, I like your top hat, tux, wand. I don't like it. It's no good. Why don't you like it? The marshals gave it to me when they took away my fedora, tracksuit, and baseball bat. I see. So you're a magician now. Yeah, and I'm doing a trick now. And what's the trick? Making you look like a good ventriloquist. Okay. But why magician? Because I'm good at making people disappear. I see. So Vinny, you were a mobster. Did you know Sammy the Bull Gravano? Rat. Okay, I know. Did you know any of the Gambinos? Losers. Yeah. Okay. Did you know SpongeBob SquarePants? Oh, him? Yeah. We don't say his name in the law world. I see. Why don't you say his name? Well, let's just put it this way. When I used to hear the word sponge, it was slang for getting whacked. Wait, sponge was slang for getting whacked? That's what I said, Toots. I don't want to have to tell you twice. And what about SquarePants? SquarePants meant he was a hitman off the goat from Russia. So you're saying SpongeBob SquarePants was a Russian mobster? That's what I said, Toots. You see, as a mobster in New York City, I'm from East New York, Brooklyn in the house. Oh, okay, that's great. But here's the thing, okay? I'm Italian. I used to mess with other Italian mobsters. Okay. I would even mess with the Jewish guys. But the Russians were always crazy. Uh-huh. So SpongeBob SquarePants was a Russian hitman. Uh-huh. I see. Yeah. He used to drag guys to the kind clearance. And he only had to tell them once. And don't even get me started about the pineapple. The pineapple! This is getting dark. Yeah. The pineapple meant that he was coming for yous when yous least suspected it. But let's talk about your magic now. Something light. Where was your first show? Toots. My first show was upstate New York. And how long was the engagement? Well, 3.5 years. 3.5 years. You must have been pretty good. Was this the Poughkeepsie Playhouse? No. It was the college circuit. Attica, Sing Sing, Rikers Island. Tell me about your first trick. Well, it was my grand illusion. My Piesto Resistance. Really? Yes. My case was up for appealing. Ta-da! a dead fish magically appeared in the prosecutor's mailbox. I see. And the charges were dropped and I went free. Uh-huh. So, anyway, more about the SpongeBob. Let's not say his name, because the second you say his name, a pineapple's gonna appear on your front door. But you know, he's under contract for a new musical. Contract? Who's getting hit? Oh, okay. No, not like that. Contract, like a showbiz contract. Are you under contract? Once again, Toots. Contract. Who's getting hit? Okay. But let's go back to you. You have some other members of the family in show business. Yeah. My brother Dino gets paid $1,000 a week to swallow a 4-foot sword. $1,000 a week, that's a lot of money. Yeah, but he's only 3 feet tall. Got a wing, got a boom. Go quiche. Wow. But I gotta ask, why do you look like the Monopoly Man? I had reconstructive surgery and witness protection. I don't want to have to tell you that twice. Okay, so what about your other brother, Frank? Oh, him. He was a conductor. I didn't know Frank was into music. No, he got the electric chair. Oh! You know, Toots, I like stand-up comedy. You like stand-up comedy? Yeah, because I'm a stand-up guy. Even when I'm sitting down on a jog site in a lounge chair. I see. Want to hear a joke? Okay. How many security guards does it take to throw a slot cheat off the top of a casino? I don't know. None. He fell. Accidents happen. Gah ha 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 ha. Okay, all right. But back to you. Tell me more about this SpongeBob SquarePants. Like I said, he's a Russian lobster. In your experience, where does SpongeBob live? SpongeBob lives in Brighton Beach. Brighton Beach. Yeah, that's what I said, Toots. Brighton Beach. You know, once, SpongeBob and I shared a grimoire. You shared a grimoire with SpongeBob. That's what I said. And she's the one that ratted me out to the feds. And why did she rat you out? Well, at the time, I was a bigger fish. You were a bigger fish. Yeah, Toots, that's what I said. I was a bigger fish. I see. But I thought SpongeBob was potentially gay. No, Toots. SpongeBob is not gay, alright? Vito Spatafora is gay. But, you know, Vito Spatafora is a fictional character. Toots, stop sounding like a dummy, okay? I mean, this is a really nice podcast. It would be a shame if something would have happened to it. But but Vito's fictional. No. Vito Scatafora is real. Just like SpongeBob is real. So, but SpongeBob is gay. No, Toots. That's what the federal government wants you to think. Huh. Yeah, what I'm trying to say is, SpongeBob cut a deal. Really, that's why he can continue to do his illegal business in those square pants at the bottom of the sea. And they dug out that Russian accent. Uh-huh. But why are they pretending that he's gay? To make him less of a threat. So, but back to you and SpongeBob sharing this grimoire. Yeah, he knocked her off when he put a pineapple on her front porch. Don't trust SpongeBob. All right, bye. Wow, these guys are crazy. Should I trust SpongeBob? You know, if you can't trust SpongeBob SquarePants, who can you trust? I think I'm going to have a pineapple after this. Anyway, folks, I'm April Brooker. Thank you.
Thank you, April Brooker. Great job. So, Mel, do you have a question for the lovely Miss Las Vegas, April Brucker?
How much of SpongeBob have you watched?
Oh gosh, it's been a while.
You did a great job with it.
Thank you. My nieces are into them now, so
Very interesting. Yeah, I still watch SpongeBob every so often. It was a go. Yeah, it's an easy watch and yeah, easy laugh. You did a great job, most definitely. Do you have any shows where you're going to be performing in person or online that you want to let people know about?
yeah, I have two things. Starting for the whole month of August, my special April Backstage is going to be streaming on Uncaged TV. It's an internet station based in England, and it's a pay-per-view event, but it's going to be streaming for the whole month of August, and I'm very excited. And Mae Wilson with the world famous Ink Spots. You've heard their music in Fallout. She just shot the music video for That's the Way It Is, her duet with them. It was originally sang by the Ink Spots and Ella Fitzgerald. So a lot's been going on here, and I'm in pre-production for Dummies After Dark in Las Vegas, and I'm super excited about everything.
That sounds spectacular. Great, definitely. Yeah, I'm a humongous fan of yours. You're a great individual and a great entertainer. Definitely New York City lost a big entertainer, which is a shame, but Vegas picked up on it, which is awesome.
Thank you.
That's a fact, most definitely. And yeah, so this is our 59th month in a row doing the extravaganza, and you've been a big part of it. And yeah, definitely really enjoy having you here and there. So next month will be our 5-year anniversary. So we would love to have you, but I'll reach out to you. And yeah, definitely would be great to have you again, do what you do best. Thank you, April Brucker, Miss Vegas. Definitely follow her online and see where she performs because she's a great entertainer. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's great seeing
Thank
you.
you.
Great job.
Thank you.
So this is officially, our 59th month in a row. It's to the end. Da-da-da. But Mel Post, I thank you so much. She did a great job helping me co-host this, and yeah, just a lot of fun. New York City had this big heat wave earlier in the week, which yeah, I'm not a big fan of, but yeah, it was definitely a lot of fun in this extravaganza and who, what, where, why, how. Couple acts couldn't go. It just happens, and sometimes certain things happen. It's going here and there, but hopefully next month we'll definitely be back next month. No question. It's our 5-year anniversary, and I think it's July 25th. It's Friday. I think July 25th. I'm looking right here on my thing. It is Friday, July 25th. So if you want to reach out to me, you have to July 6th, which is a Sunday, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, to reach out to me. Look at the site on Facebook. If you message me, it's easiest for me to pick up, and I'll get back to you. I definitely, again, if you're an improv team, stand-up comedian, or you want to be podcasted because of your great talents or who, what, where, what you do, please reach out to me. But thank you, Mel Post. Great job. I'm Andy Abramson, and thank you, world. Have an amazing rest of your weekend, and